said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to kick off another beautiful day of Compass, but that beauty is probably reserved for us and not the one who's going to be losing that first matchup, because for Fireflux and Unity, they're in the 1 and 2 bracket.
Yes, and it's not really where you want to be, is it? You know, to be completely honest, there's a bit of a stark contrast when it comes to these two teams, because I think Fireflux have fought really hard and just fallen short. We've seen these like close 3-map series and whatnot, and they're in this position when I wouldn't go as far as to say they shouldn't be, but you know, they're going to be feeling a little bit hard done by. Unity have had a bit of a stinker. We covered their match yesterday. They really didn't look very good. And I think just generally they've had a very disappointing run so far here in Compass. And they'll be looking to try and redeem themselves, I guess. But yeah, as I say, if they play anything like what we saw yesterday, I don't think that, yeah, we're going to expect all too much from them. The one match they were able to win was against Portuguese Family, who, as we've established, been on very, very poor form recently. They have had like a reasonably hard run to get here. They've played against some good teams, but yeah, just it feels like disappointing results out of them.
Yeah, definitely not easy to make any arguments for Unity right now, but I think the same could be said for Fireflux to some degree. Very recently, every time they're butting heads against anyone that is a particularly formidable opponent, you don't really see anything too special. They ended up having to win against Yano, and yes, that was a comfortable victory. The only reason Yano even won a map is because there was a default involved, but other than that, it has mostly been a streak of red. Now, the good thing is that in their other games, they have actually been getting pretty close, you know, and Monty, a team that I rate quite highly, did in fact struggle quite a lot against Fireflux. I think the pieces of Fireflux being able to have players like Soulfly, Paz, on the roster perform as well as they are right now, and then you've got some big pieces being brought in. You've got Maze, who's doing really well now. I think Dougie's also been off to a really fine start within this team. He's not exactly been like a superstar op or anything, but he's been good enough that I can expect him to gel with the team and get a little bit better in the long run. I'd certainly rate Fireflux a little bit higher. Now, we get a chance to look at the win percentages as well. Nuke, always the permaban for Fireflux, as has been in the past. A little bit of Train action in there, and, you know, it's a bit of a gaslight to have Train at the top there because they've only played it 5 times. But, yeah, when they have wanted to flirt with it, they have actually had no issues winning it out. That being said, on the other side of the pond, though, we've got Unity, and the only notable win that they've recently gotten again, the only win that they got in Compass was against Portuguese Family, right? And the problem is that Portuguese Family is pretty much established as like the tier 3 Pinata right now, so I don't know how much credit I want to put into that. And then there's a win against Yano, which again is very similar in that instance. I mean, maybe there's a little bit more resistance, but Yano isn't really a particularly difficult team to beat either.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. As I say, I think these guys looked fairly disappointing yesterday. They've got some good pieces within them. They've got some really good pieces within them. And if those pieces step up, then, you know, there is something here. But I think that also goes the other way. I think for Fireflux, like, Banjo is an incredibly good player. But in the matches that I've covered of him recently, he's been a little bit all over the place, right? Sometimes he has these stellar games, and sometimes he is like having these huge stinkers where he's down on 1 or 2 kills. But looking at these vetoes, there are some parallels. The permaban of Nuke, neither team actually like Nuke at all. So, yeah, that one can sort of comfortably get out of the way. And we should actually end up with like, a reasonable 3 maps that both teams are okay with. Despite the fact that, yeah, Unity haven't played too much CS recently. So, I think, you know, there's always that fragile nature of the veto when you don't have so many reps in. But, taking a look at how things will unfold, yeah, Fireflux banning out Nuke. It's kind of interesting. They could have floated it. There's no way Unity would have picked it. But we get the Mirage and Ancient pick. So, yeah, as I say, strongholds for both teams. And then that decider of Ancient, if it comes down to it, yeah, Train will be banned out. And then down to Ancient. You know, that's kind of interesting that Fireflux ban out Train. Because if I was really expecting that to be a Unity ban. It didn't end up being the case, and Fireflux actually banned one of their stronger maps to end up playing on one of their weaker ones.
Now, I kind of get it because Fireflux are thinking of this from the perspective of a favorite. So you'd ask, why would they not float Nuke, right? If Unity was gonna ban it anyway. Well, that's because if you feel like you're the much better team, you don't need to take any risks. Like, that is prime time to just be playing maps that you think it's going to be a fair match on, because you think that in a fair match you come out on top every time. You don't want to throw any complications into the mix. You don't want to bring out that Nuke, which could accidentally throw a spanner into the works. You don't want to bring out a map like Train, which just doesn't have enough reps for you in the tank on it. So I totally get it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, at least Ancient is tried and tested. It's tried and tested with poor results, admittedly, but yeah, they've been playing a hell of a lot of Ancient. It's actually one of their most played maps over the last 3 months. In fact, I think it is their most played map. Yeah, it is their most played map. 25 times they played it in the last 90 days. So, yeah, definitely getting those reps in, as you say. But looking at those odds at the bottom of the screen, Fireflux definitely the favourites. I don't really doubt that at all either. As I say, I think that there are pieces here on Unity that could step up and make this work. For Fireflux, it's a very sort of Frankenstein roster at the moment. They've not been playing with Skrunk. That's kind of been the case for the last couple of weeks now, so it's not like a on-the-day stand-in with Maze. He has been playing with them in their last few matches. However, still a contingency, not having one of your core players. Dougie as well, coming in for Sensei. That was like a month ago. So it is sort of a very new team, and that does kind of go both ways because Unity have had their new pickups as well. But I think there's just this level of uncertainty when it comes to Fireflux because nothing's been officially announced. They've not officially announced they've picked up Maze. They've not officially announced they've picked up Dougie. They're still just sort of like playing with these pieces that might end up being permanent additions. They might end up just being like long-term stand-ins. I have no idea. So there is that kind of like level of uncertainty around the roster that could cause problems and could cause yeah, just some of those like communication issues within the server and things like that. But we'll see how things unfold. Hopefully we will have Mirage up soon. It's a Unity pick. They are the favorites on it. I think if there's anywhere that they can get something going in this series, it definitely would be here on map 1.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at the actual, like you said that it's their favorite, right? But like obviously for something to be a favorite, you need to have some previous confidence have to be built up on it. Now, they have previously beaten YaLLa on it, which is a really notable team, but then their other victories have been against like Eternal Fire Academy, Portuguese Family, Yano. So a lot of their win percentage and like the stats boost is coming from teams that I don't really rate very highly, and I don't think anyone does. But on the other hand, if you
That's a
look
bit mean.
well, it's okay, fine. I'll take it. I'll take that for what it's worth. But yeah, if you look at the other side, Fireflux, sure, their results are all over the place, but they've had a really nicely spread out sample size of having beaten very different varieties and calibers of teams. So I want to see if Unity can find some success. I mean, remember, YaLLa has been a very formidable force, so if Unity can get 2 wins against him, I'm very pleasantly impressed. End of the pistol round, though. Bit quiet, despite Unity's best efforts to speed things up. It's Fireflux who are going to have to go for a 5-on-5 retake.
Interesting approach. Ben's not broken either, so Neofrag can just tuck behind it. He'll be somewhat happy with this. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse because it does mean that he can't then get some kind of flank going. He'd have to break it. Woozy here and can't. I think they've just left this a little bit late. Halfway tick the bomb already. Big spams out of Purdy. With Feeder following up. The knife slashing away. Darby gets a little cash injection for their efforts there in the pistol round. Fireflux, a really strange approach to just give that up the way that they did. And it puts them at the deficit early on.
Yeah, it's a really interesting decision, but I kind of get why Fireflux doesn't even pop the vent on their way to the B bomb site, because they want to make sure if somebody tries to rush middle and rushes in, they won't get flanked, but that also kind of leaves them in an awkward spot where fighting for jungle just becomes really difficult. I think for Unity, this was a godsend. It was the best round that they could possibly hope for. A very clean round, an uncontested bomb site, a knife kill also being granted to them, so they're going to have a bit of extra cash, as you mentioned. Darber on that AK-47 in the second round. He's that one kid that would bring like all sorts of cool snacks and fruit roll-ups to lunchtime. That's cool.
You guys had fruit roll-ups as well?
We had like a really weird knockoff.
Yeah, I can't remember. How's it called? Fruit winders, I think. They were good.
You're a fruit winder. It does seem like some kind of slur, doesn't it? Well,
yeah, a little bit. Alrighty. Well, Galil's out on a couple here for Unity, but for the most part, it's a strong rifle by Fireflux with their first investment. A fair bit of util deployed early. And they're lacking on the helmets, so these Galils could actually pack a punch, but it's Maze to deal the first blow. It's a lethal one through the smoke.
Yeah, and that's a really cool little angle from him as well. The way he deploys that smoke allows him to get a tiny bit of vision, as long as he can just pop the first bullet to go through. Panjo.
Sounds a waste.
Ooh, not good timing for him. And as he's on the fadeaway, they're going to start closing up. Soulfly in the meantime does make it impossible to go through from short. I think Banjo starts to get a whiff of things, realizes that he's about to be swarmed 3 different angles, and nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, you just got to sort of bite the bullet. Give up the site, now playing for the retake. The problem that they face right now is no one's got a kit. And they've deployed all of their util early, so after this flashbang pops, that's all they've got to work with. They've got to rely on raw firepower right now. And they're all coming up from short. One here in the market, but he's smoked off.
Yeah, just too much damage being inflicted before the retake happened, which makes it kind of difficult. Oh.
What? Have this? Oh, wow. Wow. Maze was the only one that was smart enough to run away as well. He wasn't sure.
That is so strange. I really thought that they got their retake in time. Wasn't paying attention.
You know what's crazy about that Maze kill? you're right about the angle that he gives himself with the smoke to see into top mid, but there was also a top mid smoke. So it was just a random pot shot. It went through a second smoke as well.
Oh, that is brilliant. That is, in fact, brilliant. But regardless, Unity, they get a bit of a lifeline. I think I was talking a little bit too much smack because this is a fantastic way to be starting off Mirage. But hang on, Soulfly is taking their souls away with ease. 3 kills. And all it took was a Desert Eagle. Now he's got a little bit of extra oomph in his bullets as well. As he has that big AK-47, Unity. Options limited as they start navigating to the A bomb site. Problem is, Fireflux already have a player nestled deep into Palace, which means that trying to get a plant down will be a difficult endeavor.
Getting this 5-7 all the way up into Palace as well. If Darber or Woozy want to make a noise, he'll hear it. I think Woozy's been scoped in for the whole duration, so I don't think that would have given off a sound cue. But either way, Paz has got a brilliant spot here. It just comes down to whether or not he communicates this to Soulfly and how he plays this situation. Yeah, he is coming in on the flank. This is perfect.
They need to call in the rotation soon as well. I think they're so worried that it could be a last-minute B-pop because they didn't have info. But, oh, there's the head spotted. Now the rotation can come over, and Paz has already done God's work. Woozy feels a bit impossible to come out of Palace, but he's still going to go for it. Gets on the bomb. And we've seen some really good heroics from him yesterday on Train. I want to see if he can do that again. Molotov isn't going to catch him, but he needed to find that first kill if he wanted to make it possible. Soulfly, an excellent 4K to get it done.
I'm actually pretty surprised he even goes for that. When his teammate dies, there's 15 seconds, he's in Palace. I'm just thinking, all right, you just turn around and save the orb here, don't you? But no, he throws himself at it. I think, like, the problem is the symptom of that. Let's just look at these Soulfly Deagles again. Bang, that is nuts. Well, but yeah, as I say, the symptom of that is you save the AWP, that's great, but then you go into the next round where the rest of the team want to eco, you're double eco, and you've got an AWP with pistols around it, and it just kind of messes things up. So, in hindsight, I guess, just kind of coming out, getting the bomb plant, a little bit of extra money to go to everybody, and then, at the same time, you sort of even out that cash a little bit. I don't think it's the worst plan. Have a chance at the clutch as well, not that he was able to do anything with it. I'm trying to burst out into A now. Purdy. Oh, good timing.
Quick glance at the wristwatch, and he's going to get caught in the middle. That's okay, though. Soulfly still keeping things very tidy. Okay, Winfida to go for a little attempt with the Desert Eagle, if you will. Sorry, Darber.
2 casualties. I don't know if you can call this too tidy. You're definitely at a point where you don't want to be losing anyone else. Block flies out. Not caught in the air. That's going to give the Eagle a little bit of space to move, but no. Won't be able to connect the head. Yeah, follows up.
Kind of crazy to think that Fireflux, they would have been... They could have very quickly gotten back on their feet early if it wasn't for just not getting on the bomb in time, but then Soulfly is able to rip around away from Unity just to get them back in the game. So a couple moments where it could have been really uncomfortable. We could have been seeing that Unity 4-0, potentially even 5-0 start with just Fireflux scurrying for the hills as they try and get some money. But that crisis has been averted. What seemed like a very dominant start from Unity will quickly start to crumble. Fireflux playing the 3-2 setup.
Comes off the back of Soulfly just finding these like mega rounds. He's just star player on this team. Sometimes you sort of see someone as the highest rated and you expect greatness out of them, and not all of the time you get it. It's just sort of, you know, decent consistency, but Soulfly, at least at the start of Mirage here, having one of those superstar performances. He's 8-2. He's single-handedly winning rounds with these big multi-kills. The Deagle triple to convert on the Force Spire was something special. And I'm sure that's not the only one we'll see out of him so far. Strong bite. Dougie on and up. Unity back with rifles of their own.
Dougie, important shot to be missing. But I love how Soulfly's playing this. He's actually going to get inside the smoke because there's so many bodies in there. They think they're interacting with each other. What a play there.
That is so sick. And again, who's the man that's pulling it off?
Man, Soulfly
Soulfly doing all the business.
Yeah. And the thing is, right, that play could have been punished, but when you're 4 players trying to sneak through connector, even if you do bump into something, you're just going to think it's one of your teammates. But Soulfly doesn't have that info. Anything he bumps into is extra information.
Wow. Balls of steel. And he'll hit double digits first. No one else even close to it. No one else other than Dougie even halfway there. Soulfly again. Wanting to add to his tally a little bit, making light work of the pistols as a second and transfers down to the third. 4 rounds on the board here for Fireflux. It's a really good resurgence after a little bit of a shaky start. Unity since round 3. Just haven't known what's hit them. Haven't known how to respond to this.
I'm not really sure how often you can rely on a superstar performance to just keep taking you through a game. But with a 13-3 start, Fireflux, they need to be resting on their laurels right now. Just try and capitalize as much as they can on a hot hand coming through from Soulfly. And Unity probably feeling a bit hard done. Like, they had a really good start, but when you've got a man on the other team that secures 13 rounds in the 13 kills in the first 7 rounds, it does feel a little bit scary to be on the receiving end of it. Also, I never really realized that Neilfrag has some absolute pipes for arms. Oh, good catch.
It's big.
Oh, wow. Very awkward engagements outside A. Banjo does find someone through the smoke, though, to make sure that this is going to still be a more palatable retake. In fact, the HP being so low for Unity means that they're receiving bullets from across the map and dropping bodies like flies. Speaking of fly, this time they don't have to worry about the superstar, but there's still 3 more angles to find. K1 Fida starts to trim the hedges a little bit. Smoke is going to make it easier to get on the bomb, but K1 Fida needs to try and get them. Problem is, 5-second defuse just doesn't leave him with enough of a margin, and there's salt to the wounds, as Maze will also catch him through the smoke.
Yeah, that's good. Really great work being done. Especially with this spam from Banjo, just makes that impossible. That con smoke seemingly causing them more problems than good. As we go into round number 9. Fireflux looking to just make this a 6th round and put their foot down a little bit here. Woozy with a good start. Oh, Soulfly to pick up the entry though.
Nice to see Unity getting the shoelaces tied once again. Josh, I take you for more of a Velcro guy. Is that assessment correct?
What is that supposed to mean?
Like Velcro over shoelaces?
No, I actually don't think I own a Velcro pair of shoes.
As in, even if you don't have a pair of Velcro shoes, you would want them.
Maybe. I feel like they just get like loads of fluff on them and then they're just a pain. But I have a dog that sheds hair. I feel like that would just be a nightmare on Velcro shoes. But I am lazy and I don't like tying laces, I guess. But all of my shoes do have laces. But I'm the sort of guy that like does like on loads of my pairs of trainers, I have like my laces like you know how you sort of do them loose, you don't have to tie them up, just like the aglets poke out and they're just like that. Yeah, I like.
There's a solution for that. You can get like magnetic shoelaces with just like there's just magnets to hold them in place. You just twist them and they come off easily. Like it's the
yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, that's what I do for my.
It's like an AliExpress purchase.
Yeah,
you can send me some.
Yeah, that basically is. That's exactly where I got them from. I have to do that for all of my gym trainers because the hardest part about going to the gym is putting your shoes on.
That's why I haven't been in so long.
Mm-hmm. And invest in Velcro. Speaking of Velcro, they're trying to stick to the bomb site. Soulfly wanted to usher himself in with a flashbang. Good flash, but Darber's going to be turning the corner so he doesn't get caught by it. A 2v3, and Fireflux do not want that smoke. They know that with the extra bit of reserve in the money department, as long as they can save these two. Hang on.
I don't know. Yeah, they are going for it.
I mean, they just changed directions. This is a little too far gone, I fear.
Yeah, Dougie re-peeking as well, my god. This feels really like, yeah, the round is already lost. I guess they're they haven't got tons of monies. They do still need to hold on to at least something here. Yeah, it felt like a major risk to sort of go back in for it, and then for Dougie to even re-peek at the end there when the round was pretty much gone.
The good thing is that although it looked like one of them would have to go without a weapon, because it's the AWP that they end up saving, Soulfly can still drop a second weapon, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Buy down to $150, so now they're still going to have 5 rifles across the board. If they didn't have someone having a superstar performance that had $7,900 saved up, they wouldn't have had a weapon for their 5th player.
Okay, well, Maze trying to work around this smoke in top mid. Flashbang's good. He doesn't expect there to be one behind the boxes. It's just a huge oversight that's going to cost them another early advantage. It's painful to go down in that kind of way. Unity might just be teed up for 6 here. They've found another little groove, another little consistent streak. Sfida picks up another.
Oh! Difficult shot to be lining up for Dougie. He's going to do it anyway. Paz preemptively getting ready for the retake as well. They just want to cross over so they can start getting the bomb down. It's going to allow them some more mobility as the smoke drops into connector. Dougie wants to get them off of it. Ooh. Trying to find something through the smoke. Darber makes things harder. Dougie, another collection. And he does have ample time to start reloading. Wow, Paz gets not just the first headshot on Darber, but also an extra little bit of damage on the second potential assailant. He's got full HP. He can make it work. He wants to try and find that second player. But the crossfire is the hard part. Neofrag being as low as he is. Oh, if Paz slips the net, this could be a free one. No. Neofrag stops him, and Unity have at least guaranteed that it'll be a tie-up at halftime.
Neofrag has done such a good job at negating that low HP, right? So he gets tagged down super low. then takes the fight with the AWPer, so, you know, it doesn't really matter that he's low. And then he goes and picks up the AWP, which again, then doesn't really matter that he's low. He's done really well there.
Yeah.
It's a good attempt from Fireflux. Felt like Dougie was doing everything he could in that situation, but it just didn't work out. Trying to do the same here. Big pickup at the top mid. Doesn't take too much damage in the process as well, so a real advantage for them to work with. Oh, that was an opportunity missed by Paz. Unity going to start to work their way back.
Smokes being lined up for middle to give Unity late access into mid. A two-man setup and connector will be neutralized courtesy of the smoke. And short is on the menu. There's going to be a lurk into A main as well. Purdy, he's generally been good this game. He's the one that started off everything with some beautiful shots on the pistol round, but then he did quiet down a little while. Ooh, Purdy gets caught in the back. And with two more players scaling into connector, now Paz is going to need some help. He just needs to buy time. Soulfly pops in with the MP9, knows he can't double dip after he misses a spray. But in a 4v2, all he's got to do is keep himself alive. Soulfly swing is decent. Darber is going to be able to find his number and dial it. But a 1v3, Darber not having the bomb control either. He just needs to swing for the hills and hope for the best.
I mean, 10 seconds left. This one feels like a lost cause, but he will have a crack at it. And, well, gets a couple of them low, but it's not enough. So, 6-6, Fireflux to good recovery in the final round of the half. A little hiccup towards the end there that has sort of made me question their confidence a little bit. They went from being a really dominant force to actually, you know, looking a little bit questionable. However, I think 6-6 would suffice. T-side should still be a powerful one. Yeah, here on Mirage, they actually quite like their T-side. They seem to have a better win share, a little bit more success on that T-side generally. So we'll see how this one goes.
Pouring into the B bomb site, Fireflux already have the first defender out, but there's still one fighting. Darber goes down after a little bit of pushback, some resistance. Neofrag is going to be ushered into the bullets, though. And a preemptive attempt at a retake is going to fall on deaf ears.
Purdy left all by himself then. USP in hand, nothing really to lose, but yeah, not a lot to gain as he walks out. Soulfly strips his head off. There's another 3k from him, by the way. And I think the scariest thing about this is if Soulfly just wakes up again. You know, he had such a sick start to this game. Then he sort of slowed down a little bit when Unity were bringing it back. But if he's back to firing on all cylinders, then I think there's a lot to be worried about if you're Unity right now. There he is again, just dispatching of the Unity retake. They're going to go for a force here too. Ugh. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this. They potentially give up 9 rounds if they can't convert here. And Fireflux have gone quite heavy with the rifles.
Feels like short is going to be eventually where they have to go. The problem is they have to deal with at least 3 defenders. Flashbang is good, and a deep clearance from Maze is going to give them some advanced info. Darber does help out, doesn't want to allow his teammate to get isolated. And now, suddenly, You've got 55 seconds on the clock, no real control outside of just having a couple players on middle, and you've also exhausted a bunch of your utility. And this is where the decision to purchase into as much as you can comes through from Unity. Oh, 2 players, MP9. There's just a couple of chainsaws waiting to chop their heads off. Uh-oh. Crossfire broken up. It's all about interrupting the bomb now. That's the best case scenario.
Okay, well, Flash will go over. Darba, 15 seconds left. Yeah, knows that he has one job and one job only here, but he won't be able to fulfill it. As they'll plant reverse triple. The con player is too far away to be relevant. It's a nice deagle shot out of Woozy. But a 2v2. And the bomb beeping away. No kits on either of these defenders. Feeder coming to join the party. But the second he goes through that murder hole, we'll see why it has its name. Because Soulflow will execute. Paz will follow up. And Fireflux around it comes a little close for comfort. But they'll be happy to take it their way as they push this to 8.
Definitely got a little bit scary for a second, but I'm glad that Fireflux is able to find a solution there, because if you try and plant default, you have to deal with 2 CT players. Any plant can basically be interrupted, but to go for a bit advanced of a connector plant, a little bit more to the left side so your teammate can protect you from cons as he's fighting short, that's good. Just taking care of the micro details. Neofrag tries and swings for the fences, but the fences will fight back.
Never seen a fence fight back before. Actually doing fencing. Is that what that is? I've never done it before.
That's basically what it is.
Oh. Cool.
I feel like as an
I have
alternate...
actually done fencing before. I'm not very good.
Yeah. I feel like as an alternate career, you would make a very good fence. Not a good fencer, just a fence.
I could maybe do that. I get like really fidgety though. Like I always find it crazy when like people in the military like stand still for like a really long time. I'd like scratch my head and pick my nose, and yeah, I don't think I'd be real good at standing still for too long without doing stuff. And then when the fence scratches his head, everyone's like, "Whoa, fences aren't supposed to do that." So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, don't worry about it, because like if you ever want to join the army, right? Like they've recently added inspect animations to the world's patch. So now you can just like inspect your butterfly while you're standing there, but it won't show up on your third-person model, so you won't be bored in the army.
Oh, sick! That's cool. Does that work with emotes as well?
Not quite, because emotes are meant to be expressive and show.
I'm gonna do that when they say like stand still, and I'll get
court-martialed and killed.
Oops. Well. Purdy might get away with a little bit of something. Maybe not. Soulflight is in hot pursuit. Of course, he's not going to allow it. He's 23 and 8. My God, somebody put a stop to this man. So good. Fireflux are now pushing for 10 rounds. They will be up against a bye here. So, considering how tested they've been on rounds like this, considering how close it's come against pistols, I do expect Unity to give us something a little bit more in the bye, but we'll see. Feed it down to an MP9. Woozy's missed his jump.
Oh. Good connection from Paz. Opens up the A bomb site. The smokes are also good, so now you can comfortably get the bomb down. Double digits on the horizon for Fireflux if they can just hold on to their horses. Double swing in CT, about to be teed up. Banjo picks up a molly. Swings good, but Dougie's better.
Wow, alright. That'll do. Dougie's really starting to sort of find his form here in this roster as well. The first couple of times we saw him, there's this big question mark as to sort of where he'd come from and why he'd come back into this roster. You know, he went and He came from that Eternal Academy Fire. Eternal Fire Academy roster, and you know, he was alright there, but nothing crazy. And then that was back in 2023, and then he's just taken like a huge break. He's not played an official in 2 years. He then came back into this roster to cover for Sensei when he first left. There was no like official sort of announcement that he was, you know, being picked up or anything like that. We just assumed that it was a bit of a stand-in situation. And my sentiment towards it was, well, he hasn't played in 2 years, so I can't imagine he's going to be great. And he was all right. And I remember saying, like, you know, he's holding his own. He's doing all right. And now he's sort of solidified himself as, yeah, you know, a strong player within this lineup, and, you know, putting up big numbers and saying, yeah, you know, those last 2 years are completely irrelevant. I never left.
Like he never left.
Like he never left. He's back. I'm not going to break into song.
When I come over to you, we should do a little karaoke adventure.
Uh-huh. We should make a music video.
Yeah, you should be the microphone. A site will be served up in just a second. Don't do that again, Soulfly. Not for the sake of your KDR. 24 kills and 9 deaths after that sloppy sprite. And Unity, a shutter being put down on the A bomb site. Best case scenario is probably for Woozy to actually get away with the stop, make it a bit more useful in the next one, but they want to stick around. They want to try and do something with these pistols that they can afford. Woozy doing a little bit of damage, but he knows the time is of the essence. If he doesn't get an opening soon, then he's going to have to quickly curl into a ball and roll out a connector. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that
wow.
one wrapped up. Oh, wow. That is, yeah, filthy. Okay. You know, you're onto something there, bro. When I come to Pakistan, we could
Please don't
commission
right
a
now.
music video. Oh, right, yeah. we could commission a music video. That we could do that on the cheap, right? We pay a crew. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna make like a really cringe music video. Or maybe it'd be awesome. I don't know.
Yeah, like it's really cheap to get like fireworks and stuff here, so we can just go the whole 9 yards for like $300.
Go all out. All right. I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah, okay.
Except, you know, in the music video, when like someone rolls up in the Lamborghini, are we gonna have to do that in your Corolla?
Oh yeah. Don't
Yeah.
worry, it's a status symbol here. Okay, back to the game. Enough about music videos.
Fine.
If Unity can't be the one to win this round, they're gonna have to face the music. It is their map pick, in fact, so. Gotta be a little bit more
This
careful.
is becoming a little bit problematic now, right? A lot of these rounds have come really close, and they've had to give them up. You now start getting to a point where you start to feel a little bit frustrated, and it's not too far gone just yet, but it's starting to feel that way. If Fireflux can make this 12, Unity will be grasping at straws, and a big double entry to get things started. Soulflight just down below, knows that there's one still there in the ladder room. Oh, too many targets to choose from. He doesn't even end up pulling the trigger. Pazzle by himself, 1v5. This has been a much better round from Unity, and it's not like they've really innovated here at all. They've just won their fights finally. Firefly's given a little bit of a wake-up call.
Never gonna be out of arm's reach. And Unity, I really want to see a monster CT side. Very nice shot from Woozy. But the fact that Banjo's able to get a kill of his own against Purdy over towards the A-bomb side does suddenly nullify any advantages that Woozy might have been able to get. Neofrag, his position fully known, to keep creeping in through connector. Bad time to pull out the util. And an even worse time to be K1 Fida and Darbo right now. Just util being chucked at them. 2v4 feeling a bit impossible. And not a big cash, a big stack of cash to fall back onto, so they've got to watch out.
Yeah, holding on to these 2 rifles is actually paramount right now. You got 3 players around the 3k mark, so yeah, they can drop over to Purdy and Neofrag. Sorry, they don't need to drop over to K1 Vida. He's got money. They can drop over to Purdy and then they're chilling. It does surprise me a little bit that Fida's sticking around and playing for an exit here. As I say, the importance of these rifles is pretty great here, so they'll take it as a silver lining that they're allowed to hold on to them. Fireflux, though, more importantly, on to 12 rounds. And they won't take part in recreational frag hunting. It's all just about putting the rounds on the board. They don't care if Unity get away with a couple of rifles. They got 5 chances to close this out. Unity are going to call a pause before going into this next, though. 4 rifles in play. Woozy with that AWP. The rest is spent on utility. 3 defuse kits. Everything that you could ask for in a round like this, because there has to be. You lose it and your map pick is over. You play over to Anubis. At least they get the T-side start, but it's not a map that they've looked very good on recently. This might just be another Unity flop. We've seen little moments out of them where they've looked good, but outside of that, this map's not been good enough. That's been a bit of a recurring theme of their run so far here in Compass.
Woozy trying to go for something a little bit more advanced, try and get an angle over towards upper mid. Problem is, nobody gets thrown into his crosshair anytime soon. And Fireflux, they don't want to waste any time. Just want to go for that simple B execute. Leave a lurker over towards mid. The surplus of smokes being thrown by the T side does signify that they have mid control, so it's going to be really difficult to try and take care of this onslaught coming through on B.
Okay. Oh, Woozy.
So nearly had that.
Quick up. That's a horrible angle as well when you think about that from the AWP's perspective. He's done very well to hit that shot. Now they're going to burst into the B site. And, well, Feeder rocks up. Woozy arrives at the party with a big shot. But Maze and Banjo trading it back the other way. This would be a ridiculous round to recover.
No.
After everything done to start this off, Purdy there for the trade, but Maze with a very doable clutch.
And he's playing this carefully. He just needs to triangulate where that second player is based on the info he's got.
Oh, bad whiff.
Yeah, if he gets that, then suddenly things are so much easier. Oh, nearly catches Neofrag. But they are going to have to wait a little while before they can chomp down on a map victory. It's not even been like super clean rounds or anything from Fireflux, so their money is actually going to be dumpstered very soon.
Yeah, they might not have to wait too long, though. There is still going to be enough money to buy here. But as you say, yeah, if they don't win this one, then it is actually panic stations, because then Unity hit 9 rounds, Fireflux don't have any money, we go 12-10, and then you really do start looking at overtime as a possibility. Comes out again, though. Unity stacked up to the max here for Fireflux. There is Maze on that Mac 10. No AWP on Dougie. Backing on the util front on a couple of players as well, but creeping their way through underpass and saying if we don't have utility, let's just try and get sneaky. Neofrag on the other side of this smoke. Oh no. Oh, this is bad, but a good trade. We'll go back the other way. That's big. Good start from Fireflux.
Problem is, Purdy's suddenly gotten a very advanced position into Palace, which does make their options quite limited if they want to permeate through the connector smoke. Let's see how they want to play this. Quick boost. Trying to go into CT spawn does feel a bit impossible because there is a player waiting for them. Purdy doing a really good job at keeping them at bay. Double kill certainly useful. Maze, oh, nearly caught in the back, but he'll be able to cross over with ease. Soon to be clothesline though. Never mind. Big shot to be missed by Woozy, which would have suddenly made their lives 10 times easier, but this is still a round that should be going the way of Unity based on the numbers. Oh, look at how careful they're being. They want to try and trim hedges a little bit before they try and commit to anything. Woozy will be able to avoid the Molotov. Missed shot. No, instant connection for Maze. And the bomb will be planted in time. K1 Fida suddenly, it was a round that should have been gifted to him with a ribbon on top. But Fireflux inches away from having Unity's fate in this tournament hinge on Fireflux's map pick, and that is what is going to happen. Fireflux, not quite the most comfortable of victories, but on the opponent's map pick, they'll be happy to get it. A good game.
Yeah, not bad at all. It felt like another one of those matches where when you look at the scoreline at the end, you think, oh yeah, that must have been really one-sided. But it didn't feel like that throughout the majority, did it? Moments where Fireflux were dominant, but also moments where Unity looked good. They closed it up at the end of the first half. It really did feel like as well in that second, at any point they could have got that ball rolling. They had so many close rounds, even with the pistols and whatnot, that I was expecting. I was expecting them to give us a little bit more when the rifles came out and, yeah, close things up, maybe even snatch it their way. But I think the big factor there was Soulfly. He's just gone absolutely nuclear. I said at the start, Maze is supposed to be a hard hitter. Sometimes he has bad games. Right there, he was struggling to find impact, but it felt like Soulfly was just making up for that. 27-13 in a game where nobody else is even hitting 20 kills, right? In fact, no one else is really even particularly close to it. And, yeah, he's done all the lifting there. He'll be very, very happy with that. That is a great showing.
Yeah, it's a great showing, but you're right. In that same vein, it does mean that Fireflux, they do have some weaknesses, because relying on that superstar performance is obviously going to be a bit of a weak link if you try and talk about consistency. That being said, it's a great game from Fireflux, and they'll be happy to get their opponent's map pick. Now, to get it done in two bites, all they've got to do is win their own map pick. We'll see if Unity can fight back in about 10 minutes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Gotta phase me. I'm seeing dope like I'm back in the 80s. Because
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
on to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. That was a really nice showing from Fireflux, and at times I also felt like Unity were doing well, but maybe it's just not enough to be able to beat the favorites, right? And now, as we head into the second map, I can't help. Hang on, I can reach into your screen. What?
No way.
Wait, let me adjust your
Wait,
microphone.
I'm
Hang
sorry.
on. Let me adjust your microphone. Yo, can you pretend that you're? I'm gonna just.
High five, bro.
Wait. Oh, wait. I thought we were gonna go for a little.
Oh yeah, we can go for a little. We can
Oh,
go for a little
that's-
hard action. That is not easy.
Okay, that's
Wait,
enough.
you're-
That's enough. That's enough. Okay, we have a game to cast, but Fireflux Unity, it was a very good showing in my opinion. I had a lot of fun watching it. Unity had a couple of moments. I felt like there was some chaos in the ranks on both sides, but I'm not really sure if that same theme is going to carry on over to Anubis. I think this I think the fact that that Unity probably gets to start on the terrorist side, that's probably what they're going to pick into, because Fireflux picked Anubis. That's probably the biggest saving grace they have, but other than that, like Fireflux, they have a huge sample size, they've been playing some really good teams. Unity have mostly been knocked out of the park by any of the larger opposition that they've been facing, and like, I hate to say it, right, but like, that 50% win rate they have a win against Portuguese Family. And then do you know what other team they have a win against? I don't want to give you any spoilers, but it's GTZ. You know
Which,
who GTZ
spoiler alert.
is?
It's
Portuguese
Family, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
and that's 2 of the 4. That's 2 of the 4.
Yeah, so 2 out of 4 victories are against a team that has had potentially the worst form I've ever seen in Counter-Strike history. So it's really hard to give them any credit here on Anubis. Sure, the stats might be nice and dandy, but I'm sure
Both of those games came really close as well. Even just the one from a week ago, it went overtime, 16-14. So, yeah, it's not even like confident victories against some of the weaker teams. I'm apprehensive. But they do get this T-side start. They do favor their T-side start, as does, I think, every team here on Anubis. And Fireflux, also favor their T-side. But it being their map pick and one that they've had some reasonable success on in the past, you do kind of expect them to take like a decent share of rounds here on this CT side and then finish things off in the second. But we'll see. Fairly slow stuff to get things started as Unity group up, looking to try and take a bit of space in middle. Fireflux have completely given it up, actually. They're going for a 3-man B stack, 2 close A main. So it does give Unity a little bit of wiggle room.
Fireflux actually playing pretty advanced forward inside A main, which means that if they can find the lurk, if they can find that second prong, then suddenly getting back into a retake is going to be a much easier affair. Oh, they still need to deal with the second, though. Maze do some two brilliant kills, and he's going to get a little bit of support soon as well. Soulfly gets eviscerated by Woozy on the fadeaway. Purdy still keeping the fight alive, and I feel like Purdy's been responsible for even giving them a chance here. 2 kills to his name. Maze getting some good damage done, but it's going to be Purdy at the end as well, who dips his toes in the water to bring Unity back. A really nice performance from Purdy, but I can't help but feel like it almost went wrong.
Yeah, that was Purdy's round, though, wasn't it? Like, you see how much he does here. You think, oh, it's like semi-unimpactful just being on this lurk. But actually, if he goes down to that first fight in main and Unity end up with an instant disadvantage and 2 players coming in from the side, like, yeah, that goes wrong very quickly. But holds his nerve, converts all 3 duels, put Fireflux to bed there in the pistol, but they are on a force here in this second. Softly's got himself an M4 as well. If there's anyone I'd want a rifle, it would be this man right now. Oof. But dealt with. Good trade.
Yeah, it's really important for Unity to be racking up those early rounds. You know what happened last time? Fireflux were able to turn things around very quickly, even though Unity did look a little bit more dominant at the start.
It's such a shame there that Paz whiffs his gunfight onto Purdy. Because if Paz kills Purdy there, that goes into a 3-on-3, and he's still in con. So then he can maybe try and delay that push out of main a little bit. Those rotations can come through. And all of a sudden they're actually playing with an advantage and still a rifle. But yeah, it just majorly whiffs that duel, and Purdy doesn't give him another opportunity. It's a nice headshot from Maze. He'll stick around in CT, I think. See if that gun gets blown over to him. Running for it at the end. Can't get the M4's out of reach. So have to give that one up. It's likely going to be a third here for Unity as well. This has been a good start.
Lots of breathing room, at least. Unity can take a chill for a little while, and it's a great start. I mean, exactly what they would have hoped for on Anubis. Knowing that it's not the strongest of playground for them to be playing on. Quick little kill with the nade. No frag with the double. This is about as easy as it gets. I felt very close to you in that camp segment, Josh.
Oh, yeah.
I know we were thousands of miles away and probably about to be deployed or some shit, but for a moment, we were together.
It was sweet. It was a sweet little moment.
Mm-hmm. Unplugged your microphone while I was there.
Just been talking to myself. Oh. Big pickup from Woozy. Just to close things off, add to that tally. He hasn't died yet, neither has Purdy, so this has been a fantastic start. One that they'll feel real happy about. We go into number 4. This is Fireflux's time to bite back. It's not just the opportunity to bite back, but one that they really need to seize. As Unity will be on to 4 and beyond. Smoke into con, little spam, no one to be on the receiving end of it. And 3-0, like, is absolutely fine. You just can't let it get much more than that.
It's always a bit of a fight to stay alive when you're playing the CT side of Anubis. Unity have their eyes set on going to the A-bomb site. Banjo starting to dip a little bit. He's got some support. K1 Fida, though, continues to hold Mouse 1 and is able to find a double. Now, this A-bomb site's been fully opened up. Getting a rotation going is also very hard with a smoke being deployed, with the lurk watching for everything, and Fireflux, surprisingly enough, a devastating way to be starting off their map pick. And maybe Unity are going to make us eat our word.
Yeah, I don't
Beautiful
there's any
shot.
other way of putting it. This has been disappointing so far for Fireflux. Round right there that really should have gone their way. Just couldn't get anything more than that banjo pick. Feeder a little too strong. So 4-0, Unity with the best start that they could ask for. Not hunting at the end there, though, and I like the fact that they don't hunt. I think, you know, keep that economy where it needs to be and keep building it up. But it does allow Fireflux to just reinvest around those save rifles and still have a strong buy into this next. So, see where this one goes.
A very deliberate game plan from Unity. They're taking their sweet time, and the problem is that Fireflux have been playing like super passive, so they're getting shut out. And this late attempt from Maze to try and get his hands dirty is going to get him caught as well. Purdy, second kill comes through. Once again, a sight with little to no resistance. I honestly have no idea what Fireflux are doing. I would have really liked to see some initiative.
I don't really know what the answer is here, but I'm with you. Unity just running circles around him right now. Purdy's having a great start, but it hasn't even felt like he's needed to do all too much. It's just handed on a silver platter. As you say, Fireflux not really taking any initiative. They've looked very stagnant here. Leader start to work his way forward. It's, oh, just the one. Okay, Software's done well to stay alive, but it's just in pursuit of hunting.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate that this time Soulfly will actually want to go for something. Problem is that he doesn't actually get anything for his troubles. Paz exposes himself for no benefit at all, and Dougie will quickly follow him. Must get punished for his endeavors, though. B-side about to be unlocked, Josh.
This has been bizarre. This just hasn't felt like the map pick of Fireflux at all. You pick into a map that you know, you're good on. You're confident on. This has looked anything but confident. Maze behind this door. Smoke will fade. No one's within it. There is one to his close left, though. That's going to be Purdy. 7 KD right now. Maze would quite like to split that in half. He will definitely get cleared. Oh, it's going to be Paz to take that contact instead. In the meantime, execution's commencing here on the B site. Soulfly, I thought he was going to pop the nade. Instead, he's going to use it to blow open the smoke, and it's even better. Sight line down. Sprays are brilliant. And finally, a better round out of Fireflux, but they do still need to finish it off.
Yeah, thankfully that shot misses, so the AWP is not going to be an issue. And you're right, that nade from Soulfly is so important because instead of just doing the damage that one person can inflict with a nade, he pops it open because there's 3 potential defenders that can actually fire back. 2 in Temple, 1 himself. And Fireflux will finally be able to put themselves on the board. Problem is, Unity, they've already done so much work that a few rounds here and there will suddenly cement them to a very good spot. Fireflux, it's about damage control right now. I feel like dishing out the damage is something that might have to wait for the offense.
It might. Here it comes. Soulflight. Spamming away. It's going to be Dougie to fall first, though. He's had a really rough start. He's 0-6 right now. May's about to be called upon here in mid. Well-timed smoke, but jiggles back into the AWP. Fireflux's little success in that last round is very short-lived, because Unity are right back to winning ways.
The good thing for Fireflux this time is at least that their loss bonus is still pretty mighty. Oh no. Paz. Very uncomfortable duels. He will be able to keep himself alive for a little longer, but we will eventually want to try and catch him. Even with the saved AK-47, Unity being at the halfway mark before Fireflux can get more than a single round. It's not a good sign. I do feel like we were talking a bit too much smack about Unity. Okay, fine, it was just me.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving us something here. They're giving us something here. But whilst I will sing the praises to them and give them credit where it's due, this has also just felt like a very, very disappointing CT side from Fireflux. I think they've been given a lot of opportunities. Unity have just kind of been handed a lot of these rounds. Timeout called for Fireflux. Felt like this could have come a bit earlier, but the one saving grace for them is they're in a position right now where the pressure isn't massively on for them to, you know, pull together any kind of crazy round count. So the fact that, you know, they're in a position where they're 6-1 down isn't the end of the world. If they can find 3 more, 4 more rounds, they'll be very happy here. This will still be a very good half. So yeah, the pressure's not as on as it would be if they were on the T side, for example, but still need to try and convert here. Insta smoke onto the molly. Banjo get that HE in, does a big chunk of damage. That's huge. There's still pressure in here for the A side.
Yeah, damage is decent, but the actual defenders still need to be responsible for holding down the line. Banjo only able to find one, but the rotations are swift, and the rotations need to be deadly. Dougie able to find a double. Maze still responding, and K1 Fida left alone, starting to be mowed down. Has a little bit of HP to stick onto, and a double vertical angle will be impossible to deal with. Fireflux right back in it.
Yeah, it's better stuff. Banjo just not being caught on the timing that time. With that smoke being blown open, he saved just about enough bullets. I was really worried when he was going for those spams. I was like, you got to be careful here, my friend, because they're going to pressure for this, and you're going to be caught in a reload. But yeah, it ends up actually saving around 10 bullets. When that smoke does get blown open, he's able to rattle off some shots, still find a kill in the process. So yeah, good work. Paz, super aggro, love that. It's a good start onto Daba. And this is what I mean. It doesn't take a lot for Fireflux to just get a little bit of momentum, end up winning 2 or 3 rounds, and then all of a sudden, this is a decent half for your CT side. You can still do with 1 or 2 more here, but on their way there, it's a great nade. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Soulflight.
Very good sequence from Fireflux. Double nades and a little bit of bullets peppered on top of it. Boozy and Neofrag quite low, but one of them has an AWP, so he can make things tricky. Banjo has found the right timing. Will be caught to the side of the head. And Neofrag's going exploring. He knows that the best way he can solve this one is if he goes for the full wraparound. And if he can get a double quick, then maybe we can still talk, but it seems very unlikely. At some point, they're going to feel a little worried. They will feel like there might be a flank cooking up. There it is, now position known. The full stick on the bomb, though, and Fireflux do get away with not too many scratches.
Yeah, not bad. That nade into Con was sick, and then when he started going for the smoke spam, I was like, this is incredible, but he somehow actually ends up missing the shots on the smoke spam, and that round comes a little bit closer than maybe it should have been, but Either way. 6-3. Unity are now the ones that are going to call a pause. I like this. I think this comes at a good time. We're at a little bit of a crossroads here where either they win the next couple of rounds and, you know, have a very dominant half, end up with a 9-3 or something like that, or they lose them and all their hard work unravels and we end up at 6-6 and, you know, not a great T side. So, interested to see where this one goes.
Yeah, as long as Fireflux can find a couple more rounds, I would feel pretty confident that they can recover their map pick, but it wasn't a good start at all. Let's see. Unity wanting to pressure middle, a Molotov goes deep. Starting to find them the space to contest mid, but this is a much more passive setup once again from Fireflux. They're not going exploring at all. They're just relying on everybody being able to win out their individual engagements. A finger on the pulse being kept by the mid AWP player. Bomb mostly centered around the idea of going to B eventually. Good timing on the smoke from Paz.
Yeah, that's been every round here for Fireflux. They've not actually played an aggressive mid setup at any point. It's always just been, yeah, either give up that space like we saw in the pistol round, or, yeah, having someone holding from camera or temple.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of... I think we've seen a bit of aggression into connector and such, but nothing that is too decisive. Oh, here comes the util though. This is where Unity are, in fact, going to pull the trigger. They've got no option. They've made the full commitment. 40 seconds on the clock. And they've got to deal with two defenders. Fida finds for the first through the smoke. Soulfly tucked behind the pillar. Hard to find, but he's a bit too labored on the first fight, which means he'll die without being able to service anything. Taki's just holding the angle, hoping somebody will walk into his crosshairs, but that's a gift that will not be granted. Banjo, if that freebie came his way, then maybe we could have talked, but I'm not even sure at this point why they try and go for it. Just save those weapons, man.
Better stuff out of Unity again. They made the call to pop onto the B side. I was a little bit worried for a second, but when they get it done, they get it done very nicely indeed. Money's all over the place here now for Fireflux as well, as you say. Just got to save those weapons in that situation. That round was pretty much unwinnable by throwing yourself at it the way that they did. That forces them down to pistols in this next. They'll have to give up 8 and then they'll be playing for an 8-4 half. All things considered, bearing in mind they went 6-1 down, I think they'll take an 8-4 with open arms. I think that, you know, that's okay. It's a decent outcome, but that's not anything to brag about, nor is this mid-hold.
Nice couple of shots with a 5-7, but they're going to be largely inconsequential, Josh. And where I was talking about how Fireflux only need a couple rounds to make this a much more palatable half, that ship has already sailed. Speaking of ship sailing, have you ever played that game called Dredge?
I have not. Is it good?
Oh, I mean, I just started. I'm only about an hour into it. Like, it's so peaceful so far. I mean, I know I've heard it's got like horror elements in it, where like you're supposed to like be afraid of the water, stuff like that. But so far, it's just like my cute little boat, and I'm going out fishing. Like, that's what I imagined that Ex-Warrior initially wanted to leave casting for, because like he went on to become a sailor, but then he's like back in the scene. So. I kind of see his vision,
Got too scared of the water.
Yeah.
It's like when you first start playing Raft. It's like super peaceful. You're like, oh yeah, it's my little raft. This is cool. And then it ends up getting real stressful real quick. Your guy starts getting hungry, and then, oh, then it gets stressful. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look into this Dredge game.
The graphics are very cute. I like them.
Okay.
I've just been playing it on the Steam Deck, so it's just very comfy to sit in bed and do that. Speaking of comfortable, Unity's having no problems cleaning this one up. And I feel like all the smack we were talking earlier has just powered the spirits of Unity in some way or the other. Oh, Maze. Thank goodness Dougie's able to hit that shot. I think Maze had the advantage anyway, but regardless, it's really important that they're able to get this one done cleanly. Coming back from a 9-3 half can often feel like an impossibility. Paz is going to have to hold on for dear life. He sees them coming in. Soulfly needs to assist. Can't labor your sprays right now. You can't fumble your words. And it feels like every time Fireflux are granted fights, they just can't win them out. Firepower seems to be an issue on a team that had no trouble cleaning house before. Maze loses to an AWP emerging from the smoke. Banjo fumbling his util as well. You can tell that this is a team that is playing with shaky hands right now. And 3 players to deal with inside main. Thankfully, they're all low. A single spray could take them all out. But Banjo needs to be an expert, and he simply cannot. Woozy will have the last laugh, and Unity with 9.
Wow. Yeah, honestly, that round right there really epitomizes the entire half for Fireflux, I feel. Just whiffed gunfights galore. Everybody ends up being low because the M4s actually have the advantages in the duels. Every single one of those fights was, you know, onto somebody that was looking the wrong way or something. They just put 4 bullets into him or 3 bullets into him and then whiff the lines. But yeah, that was awkward. That was an awkward one to watch. Unity well on their way to close this out and bring us to a third map. Fireflux have fallen flat here on their own pick. However, if they can win this pistol round, I always still feel like there's a little bit of hope, especially here on a map like Anubis. I'll try and bring us that. Let's feed her in this corner. Oh, USP overwhelmed.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what Fireflux needed. They needed to be able to kick off the pistol round with not much damage done. Oh, Soulfly's in a bit of trouble. He's on an island, but he's going to thrive. Paz there to assist. Soulfly still up close, but he now needs to start hitting shots. The final bullet escaping his Glock to end up in the neck of Darber. And Neofrag's gonna have to cower and run away because there's not really anything he can do. I mean, he's not even got much to hold on to, but Fireflux, a much-needed start. And if they can get the conversions right, then maybe we can talk about having 6 rounds on the board before they feel any real resistance. A non-negotiable round being won by Fireflux.
Yeah, absolutely non-negotiable. That was a must-win, and they need to convert off the back of it as well, whether or not they get given the eco round here, or whether or not this ends up being a force out of the CTs. It is imperative that Fireflux make it theirs. Here we go. It's just going to be that aforementioned eco, Neofrag. Save Kevlar and Julies. In the meantime, the Mac 10's looking to try and farm a bit of cash here.
These next few rounds just have to be a red carpet being rolled out for Fireflux. If it goes any other way, then we actually have to start... well, we've already been entertaining the idea of a map 3 now with how good Unity looked at the start, but you know that converting it on the CT side is often something that even the best teams in the world will fumble at doing. Oh, Maze, cash register, chings in his eyes, but he's got to pull out the sidearm, still being a menace, but only good for 2.
will be enough. The round's already won, but... And to be honest, losing that Mac 10 is okay. I think they're pretty alright with that. 2 for 1 with the Mac 10. Just don't want to be losing these rifles, and there you go. Lid kept on it. Banjo doesn't actually upgrade. I thought there was one more Galil in play somewhere. Don't end up getting it. So 9 to 5, Fireflux clawing this back. They need to win this spy round, though. This is still part of the process, right? A lot of the time, you have an 8-4 half, you have a 7-5. It's enough to win the pistol and the follow-up. You're back in the game. When you go 9-3, you have to do a little bit more legwork. You have to win the pistol, the conversion, and the buy round, and then you're sort of back in it to some degree. Oh, God. It's a bad start.
Oh, nades are decent. Gonna keep Fireflux at bay. It's all about whether or not Unity can actually have their pieces in the right order. Oh, Purdy. MP9 behind the smoke. Difficult to deal with. Darber doing some damage. And it's 2-on-3 by the time the A sites opened up. And this is where Fireflux might be losing their grip on this best of 3. And the chances to close it out in 2. Unity certainly have a big advantage going into this retake. It's all about how Fireflux play this. I like that Paz wants to take it proactively. Knows that he's got to trim the hedges before it turns into a full-scale war. Paz's position spotted. Maze needs to be that second prong. Just start creating problems. Paz has to expertly take these fights. Flashbang is good, and he's going to be able to do some quick footwork.
Oh.
But a slightly faster spray could have changed the outcome. Unity switching bodies on the defuse because they don't have the full 10 seconds, and they will be able to get it in the nick of time. So Fireflux actually in trouble.
Yeah, they really are. And the bomb plant does them some favors there because they were playing somewhat of a bonus. They can come back in with an investment once again. But yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. Interesting as Paz was sort of jiggling on that site. It felt like, you know, he needed to take one of those fights a little bit sooner. As soon as all 3 of them got up in his face and he committed to that swing off the back of the flash. Bit off a little bit more than he could shoot. Smoke goes down. Darber crossing up on the angle, but no connection. Spams will be returned, and Soulflight takes more damage than he deals there from that.
Oh, this is... For Unity, it feels a bit like shooting fish in a barrel. Barely much resistance from Fireflux, but Paz is going to try and offer something. K1 Fida. As they pour into the site, they'll be taken out with just as much speed. At least the bomb's going to go down to give them some breathing room, keep their head above the water in subsequent rounds. Once again, 2v3 retake. With a big advantage for Fireflux. At least the HP is not looking so good. Soulfly is able to connect, and now Darber has to find 2. And although they're both low, it is still 2 angles to get Darber in the corner of his eye. Wow. Can't see Soulfly, and Fireflux, they'll keep themselves alive.
I was about to say there's surely no way that they expect all 3 to be coming in from Con here. And, that, you know, that was sort of read by the fact they threw the flashbang into Temple and whatnot. But then the second that the first comes out, the AWP was already holding Con, so they end up with 2 straight off the bat. And then the third, that sort of had this element of surprise, and I don't think would have been expected, throws the molly and sort of blows his cover a little bit. So Fireflux given that one. Now a lot left to be done. still for Unity. And they're close to this finish line, but they're not there yet. They're down to the pistols here. Fireflux will be able to take 7. And they just hold on by a thin thread, but they're still holding on.
Yeah. I mean, they can continue to add on to this pile of rounds. And I guess the one saving grace here for Fireflux, despite the fact that they weren't off to a great start in the first half, it's that the CT side will struggle economically, right? So that distance in between them and the finish line isn't as big as it might seem on the surface. Oh, Dougie's made the call. They know exactly what's happening. Should be an easy affair right now. Fireflux, 7th round of the board, a 3-round margin. And this is where we're just back in it. From 9-3 to 10-7, the journey for Fireflux has just proportionally been a little bit better than Unity.
It's felt that way. The problem is now, when you look at it as a 10-7 scoreline, we're into this bye round. This one's crucial as well. But when you then compare sort of the disparity between the T and the CT side, you'd actually tee this up as a pretty even game from this point forward. As I say, rifles in play here, Dougie. On the angle just around that mid-smoke, in case someone wants to try and play through it. Molly. Adicon into water. Maze will get up close. Right now, just patient.
Patience has been the name of the game for Fireflux, wasting the util now. And Purdy will be putting himself in a vulnerable spot. Flashbang avoided. Oh, but the movement's not quite on point. Woozy, full swing. Dougie's ready.
It's a huge kill.
A-side fully opened up.
Dougie doesn't get that instant trade, then there's problems. And up close with the AWP, I did think maybe he'd whiff his lines and they'd be in trouble, but no one in place to try and play for this retake. Unity have to just hold on to these rifles. Sort of breaking it down into gun rounds. There aren't too many left if they don't maintain this economy. So, yeah, keeping 3 weapons in play here, giving themselves a shot at another buy in the next. It's actually really important. That is what we'll see. Fireflux not going to go hunting. It will go 10-8. And they really are back in business.
Saying they're back in business, it feels more like they've got a monopoly over it with how consistently they've been able to pump out rounds now. Unity, their hand forced into taking a timeout. And once again, money could crumble anytime soon for Unity. And it makes sense that they take the timeout because they also have to kind of figure out their finances when you've got this weird topsy-turvy buy-up. You can save enough money to have a full buy in the next one, or you could send your team barreling into a weird buy again if you try and buy around it. Like if Uzi and Purdy decided to force buy now, it would certainly make things a little bit awkward coming into the next, because Neofrag, Darber, and K1 Fida, they're going to have way more money. Not sure why we're seeing a technical timeout.
Everyone's still here. I think it's really interesting they don't try and buy around these 3-save rifles, though. And as I said, they'll be on a buy in the next, so that's sort of the process behind it, but it does sort of mean that there's these huge vulnerabilities here in the 19th. Woozy just wanting to get that sniper out as quick as he can, and by not buying anything here other than that Desert Eagle flashed in the smoke, he will be able to afford it in the next. That's taking priority hit. Dougie, whilst he had a very, very quiet, very slow start, he's had a big impact in these last couple of rounds. Left his mark. I think Woozy's sort of starting to feel that a little bit.
At the very least, Unity will be able to put up a really massive stronghold on that 20th round. If Unity want to get to the 10-10 mark. Sorry, Fireflux. 1-for-1 trades.
Oh, that's huge. That's the bomb as well. I was about to say, Unity sort of get to a little bit of a point here where they can get into their own heads, but doesn't seem to be the case. That little aggressive prod there in 8 works so well. Paz is super low as well. So it has to be Soulflight to lead the charge, to carve a path back in this round. It boils down to a 2v2, but Darba in such an awkward angle to clear. I'm not sure Soulflight will expect this. Or maybe he does. Maybe he does. 30 seconds left, and it's all onto Woozy. A Deagle, no armor. There's rifles strewn everywhere, but he will not be in position to receive one. They'll both post up, and Fireflux dismantle Unity's hard work there to put themselves in a hugely advantageous position. That was a 4v2 for a moment. And it's all the Soulflight show to get it back on track. Him and Paz doing great work.
Yeah, Soulfly just coming back alive after that monstrous map 1. Because so far, like, although he's still been the one leading the charge, right, it didn't feel like he was as activated as he was in map number 1. Now, obviously, that's a big standard to be trying to overcome. That's a big bar to set in the first place. But it's good that Fireflux can keep their pants on in this instance. But yeah, like I was saying before, to make the equalizer happen, they actually do have to get up against a pretty Goliath of a buy. Uzi. For the fight! And that's good. Uncontested duel, Paz goes down. And I think Fireflux are going to be incentivized to speed things up a little bit towards that A site, try and reclaim some of the ground that they've lost. But there's still close to a full minute, a little bit more than a full minute on the clock, sorry. So they've got their sweet time to work with. Keep Unity guessing. This rotation of 3 players does suddenly make this B bomb site a little bit more vulnerable, especially if they navigate through from Temple. And the B side defenders, if they still have one player all the way deep in connector, then holding on might be difficult, but I like this adjustment. Now that they've got the advantage, they can just play a basic 2 and 3 setup and they should be fine. Wait a minute. Unity preemptively getting ready for the retake.
2 in from CT. That's huge from Dougie. I'm not sure they expect a second. The answer is no, they don't. They go for the open plant. They'll be punished as a result. Maze, oh, bad timing with the sniper. It's a little bit of a whiff from Birdie. He does stabilize. Soulfly now left for the 1v3. He's been a savior in this game so far, but he won't be able to save round number 20. As Unity will take it their way, and it's all just bad timings there from Fireflux, just when they were getting on the angles. You think, okay, yeah, they've got the right idea with this. They don't anticipate the second prod in CT, and Soulflare doesn't expect the third. It all just spirals from there. Ultimately, though, it's a good round from Unity, even if it could have gone the other way at the end. It's a good start, it's a good close. It pushes them closer to that finish.
Already an early loss, especially the highest impact player being gone. The engagements keep going the way of Unity. This is some really good work being done. Nate to pop the smoke. Purdy doesn't get a bit of a spray down going, but not that successful. Banjo, though, how low he is, that's all that's going to matter. Thankfully, he's up against an AWP, but there's still a couple of nades waiting for them. That's why they've got to watch out. A couple of pieces of util could take them out, Josh.
It's felt like all of these rounds that they've been winning have been these desperation rounds, and yeah, with Paz taking too long on that fight, I'm not sure he'd have expected the second out of camera anyway, but it doesn't get the opportunity. Not a lot of money here for them to rebuy. They need 3 in a row to take us to OT. This is now looking just like an impossibility with fights. Unity have been really good at just grouping up and taking these duels. That's what we saw right there. Just triple into Con. No answer. The other way.
It did feel like they had already climbed the mountain. It felt like Unity were on the back foot. But they'll still be able to bite back. Unity, a single round away from taking us to map 3. Against all the odds, we teed up Fireflux as an impenetrable defense, but with the likes of Woozy, it's actually possible. 4v3. The defenders slowly being chipped away, yes, but Woozy's already done quite a bit of work. Dougie on the site. Smoke deployed does impede the progression of Unity back in for a retake. But they've got plenty of util to work with. Couple smokes of Molotov, 2 flashes. Not sure if they'll be able to get through the crossfire setup though. Multiple variables in the mix. Unity, they're going to have to wager their purchases if they want to try and go for this. And this could make them extinct in the next round. Here it comes. K1 feed up. First one in. Dougie finds him. Darber in. Gets the kill. Just have to keep them off the bomb now. And with Banjo being part of the equation as well, Fireflux have certainly won it.
Yeah, it's just not enough time. It kind of surprises me right at the end there when they both go in for it. It's clear that the clock's expired. But into the blender they will go. And as you say, they kind of bankrupt themselves for this one a little bit.
They save that. They suddenly have 2 more rounds that they can play with.
Well, a timeout before going into this one.
Pancho. Double kills give easy access. And the only thing that's going to gatekeep Fireflux from that final round will realistically just be a single buy, because this round has really no stake in the matter. The flashbangs have been good. Hard to hold any angles. Neofrag stuck in between 3 heads. Won't even be able to find one. At this rate, Fireflux can surely take us to overtime unless Unity have something monstrous to say about it.
It's going to boil down to 1 round, and whilst I have been far from convinced with Fireflux so far, you do feel like it goes into a little bit of a coin toss, and if they're then able to convert and take it to OT, they'll then get a chance at, you know, a clean slate and 3 rounds playable on their T side, which there's no doubt about the fact their T side has looked a lot better here on Anubis after being 9-3 down at the halfway point. Here we go, as I say, it all boils down to this. Buy up for both sides. And the next 2 minutes will dictate whether or not we extend play with a 3rd map or extend play with overtime. Paz with a good nade. Molly will follow up as well.
Fireflux know that if they want to show domination on their own map pick, overtime is the only way to do it. And I feel like they understood that this conquest was going to be for overtime after it started getting a little more hot towards the end of this game. Uh-oh. Maze down. Woozy's going to be in a bit of trouble as well. They start to chase him down, but Woozy's shooting so good. Problem is, when he doesn't get a multi, things start to fall apart for Unity. Now it's onto the shoulders of someone else, anyone to start popping off, and it's Darber to get things kicked off, but it's Dougie who quickly puts lead in his body to make it a 3 versus 2. Some HP missing on Maze, but no util available to flush him out without having to take the engagement. Neofrag about to run into a fight. Hasn't seen the head just yet. He's going to get shot in the side of the body. Can't react to Paz. And K1 Fida. A 1v3 looks nigh impossible. Already blows half of his magazine into the wall. And time is of the essence. And it will be against him as well. Just cannot find the fights. And Josh, certainly this is overtime.
Oh, yeah. We're definitely going there. Peter doesn't even have a kit, so sticking around just to add a kill to this or something, but yeah, Dougie. Just finishing it off. 12-12 OT. Fireflux, they were 9-3 down at half-time for us. And they have somehow managed to manufacture a comeback. I think it's been far from convincing, to be completely honest. There has been nothing about this this game that has looked comfortable for Fireflux, but given a lifeline here, and I think if you're Unity, you start to get in your head. You start to feel really, you know, like you can't do anything here on your CT side. Nothing's working. Even when things are working, they end up not working.
And I can't help but feel like longevity-wise, Unity just didn't have it in them to close this out. I feel like if they were able to get a swing round or two a little while earlier, this could have been done, but the CT side hasn't been all that favorable. Despite building a monstrous 9-3 start, Unity unable to get it done. Dougie takes down Purdy, and some individual heroics over towards Connector. Oh! Maze! Not only gets a freebie, but also gets the AWP as a little bonus. And Fireflux on the B-bomb site will look unshakable For a moment there, I really thought that within the defense that was present in Connector, Fireflux wouldn't be able to get past it, but just a tiny bit of timing goes wrong as the smoke is obscuring, and I guess you can blame Unity for it because you shouldn't be looking away as the smoke is fading. I think Fireflux might have already recovered this game, Josh, and it's all about putting a lid on it.
Wow. For the first time this map, they are about to be ahead. They will have the lead here. Unity will be playing on the back foot. Not a position I think they were expecting to find themselves in. But they do. And that's where we are right now. Big shot from Dougie.
This little uptick in performance from Dougie, I think, has been largely responsible for finding them so many impacts. And although Soulfly and Paz have generally been the engine that is powering them through the treacherous waters of the domination that we previously saw from Unity, Dougie just finding so many openings against his counterparts, just all these little cracks in their defense. It's certainly paying dividends. And Fireflux, they've gone from struggling to make it an equalizer to just running over Unity without a second thought. And Josh, I can't help but fear that a flawless T side from Fireflux will be too much for Unity to swallow.
Yeah, it feels like that's the case, right? They weren't much better on their T side as well, so there's something there, but with the momentum going against you like this, with such a huge lead choked, as we established before, they were 9-3 up at the half. They even ended up with 3 map points in regulation. It sat 12-9. And now 13 will not cut it. They'll have to do it on hard mode. 16 the magic number. Fireflux are 2 away. Unity. Still that mountain of 4 to climb. So call a pause here. Talk things over. What is going wrong? How are we losing all of these rounds? How do we go about fixing it before it's too late?
Inches away from a flawless side, and you know, they probably feel a bit hard done by some of the individual exchanges that have happened, like Woozy being caught a little while earlier. Just the weirdness that happened in Connector with the smoke obscuring. But right now is not the time for micro mistakes because thin margins decide the fate of overtimes. This time around, a bit more scattered of a setup. The bread and butter for Unity has largely just to be playing that bait and switch setup with the AWP holding the angle and the M4 being available to help out in case of a missed shot. But Purdy also needs to keep his eye on middle, so it'll be hard. Almost feels like it's teed up to be the eventual B-side aggression, Josh.
Yeah, it's got to be. Look at this crunch. All the pieces in place. And, well, the dominoes falling here for the CT side feeder. It's a decent trade, but can't take both. So the press will come in. Darba rocking up from the CT spawn. Not smoked off, so an opportunity to take out Dougie on that AWP. Maybe getting a little bit big for his boots, thinking he can just swing into them, take these fights, but they'll keep them coming. Another whiffed one. And with Party. No,
turns
God,
away.
timing.
And Maze tries to do it individually, but he just can't. And that seemed like such a weird way to enter a bomb site from Fireflux. Honestly, I don't know where... I wasn't really keeping track of it, but I don't know where the smokes of Fireflux went, because they didn't actually have a smoke to go for the cross.
They didn't have a CT smoke, which was just bizarre. And then they went twice. They dipped in trying to take the CT fires. They lost on both occasions. And seemingly didn't have any smoke or anything towards Con either. I mean, maybe it was long enough for it to dissipate, and that's when Party came in. But, yeah, just really bizarre, right? Really bizarre. Going from having a man advantage and, you know, seemingly just being able to close out that one comfortably to basically hand-delivering it to Unity there. They've given an opportunity. They've given an in. Now they've got to do everything they can to try and claw this back.
Fireflux weren't able to make their CT side too flawless in regulation, so I'm not sure how high my hopes are for their performance here. Dougie on the angle. The dry peek from Unity, though, it's going to catch them. Woozy wants to keep pushing forward, makes that up work like a rifle. And Maze is the second point of contact available. No, it's Paz instead that has to take a bow to instead let his teammate shine. But Soulfly's flank is everything. The fact that he's there this early might be a little unprecedented. Is Woozy going to be ready for it? Swings out, headshot connected. K1 34 points of health certainly aren't helping his case, and Soulfly, all he needs is a labored spray to land one bullet inside Fida's body. But it'll be Maze to get it done. Unfortunately for Unity, they no longer have the gas that was carrying them through the start of the game.
Two chances to close this out now then. Unity. Yeah, even with that little lifeline that they were given at the end of the first half of OT right there. Looks like it won't be enough. Fida with the AK in hand. That last round came desperately close, but just another one added to the tally of close affairs that don't convert. Oh my god, Maze, what are you doing there? I thought for a second he might catch the timing, but ends up just throwing himself into a pool of acid below. I don't know why he's done that.
Yeah, and that suddenly opens up an opportunity for Unity to keep themselves alive and potentially power us through to a second overtime. Oh, this two-man set is going to be so hard to deal with. No, he doesn't tuck himself inside the doors, but it's Banjo! Oh, no. With a beautiful couple of connections. Dougie chases it down with a nade, and just that extra bit of damage being done is enough for a kill. A 1v2 if Purdy wants to not only keep Unity alive in this game, but also this tournament. Despite having a solid start, now being beaten within an inch of their life. And Purdy has to do it with their last few gasps of air. Bomb not in his control, 20 seconds, Op holding the angle. And it feels a little bit impossible. It's a bit of an off angle as well by the AWP. Purdy has to speed it up. Audio cue given up. There's no way he does anything about it. And the superstar that powered the engine on map 1 will also be the one to get the last laugh, as Fireflux are going to knock their opposition out of the tournament.
Wow, okay. Well, it's the expected result, right? I think we were expecting a Fireflux victory whichever way it was manufactured in this series. After they won map 1, I think I was really expecting a Fireflux 2-0. That came a lot harder than I think they'd have liked, but yeah, it still goes their way. A brilliant recovery on Anubis. Unity kicking themselves, really, that they're not able to shut that one out. Whether or not Ancient would have gone their way, it is largely irrelevant, because I think that just sort of plays on your mind a little bit when you're that far ahead in a map. You end up choking it. They've had rough results recently, and that streak continues. Soulfly, though, an absolute demon. Obviously, was given a few more rounds to play with there with that OT and second map, but 51 and 30, 111 ADR consistently throughout the series. Something special. That is... yeah, a monster performance from him.
Yeah, it comes out to about more than a kill's worth of damage every single round, and even if there was a chance that Unity could do it, just there was no superstar on their team like there was on Fireflux. I feel like if they're able to match that, we not only would have seen a comfortable Anubis victory, we would have also seen a very hotly contested map number 3. So it's a little bit disappointing to see no one really step up in that first game, but there is still another matchup to go. In fact, there's quite a bit of Counter-Strike action for today. The next match is going to be Favbet versus Sangol to see who can directly qualify and who is going to play in the 2-2 matchups. But for that, we're going to be waiting a little while, about 15 minutes on the clock before we come back into it. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got nothing phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s. Who cares about Kyrie?
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We're heading into the 2-1 bracket now. The last game was, well, one of the teams had their lives hinging on it. Unity, unfortunately, we had to show them the door. But FavBet versus Sangol, the game coming up next, isn't going to have any extreme results like that. But one of them will, in fact, qualify for the Contenders stage. And I want to hear your sort of preliminary thoughts on this, Josh, because I feel like we've seen quite a bit of both of these teams in recent times.
Yeah, this one's a little bit of an interesting game, to be honest, because if you put these two teams in front of me, I would say that this is a really even matchup. I'd say, you know, even in terms of the world rankings, they're 3 places away from each other. They've both been on decent form recently. They've both got good pieces behind them and whatnot. And they're both beating a similar caliber of opponents and whatnot. But when you actually put into the context of these two teams playing against each other specifically, FavBet beat them in every department. They played against each other just 2 days ago in CC, and FavBet absolutely smashed them. It was a 2-0, but it was a 13-3 and a 13-9. So, yeah, whilst, as I say, on paper I put this as an even game, I can't help but favour FavBet just because of what they showed us back on, I don't even know what day of the week it is. Monday. What's on Monday for us?
Yeah, you're right. It's a very recent rematch, I suppose. And it's also just that FavBet have recently been looking a little bit better, right? Any kind of opposition that they're running into, like, sure, they've already beaten Sangol, yes, but then they've also beaten the likes of Fireflux. They've had matches against Saber, Amcol, and, you know, maybe there are some inconsistencies with the rosters that they've been beating. But I think overall, just looking form-wise, FavBet have been looking really, really decent. Now, we get a chance to look at their map pool a little bit. It's going to be Nuke. That's a very favorite map for FavBet. But other than that, mostly even rounds, with the exception being Mirage. That's a map they completely stay away from. Now, I don't think they're going to have to worry about that too much because Sangol themselves aren't too confident on Mirage. But the problem with Sangol is that although they are supposed to have, like, a permaban, I'm not really sure what it is anymore because they've experimented with everything in the map pool.
Yeah, I think, you know, just trying to find their footing as quite a new team with some new pieces. Experimenting with this map pool is important. So they have kind of been playing all 7. We've seen them actually pick up Inferno a couple of times recently. We saw them play Eclot on it just yesterday. They lost it 13-11, but they gave us a reasonable showing there. It could, as a result, come up in the series again today. You just look at sort of the bans that with FavBet getting rid of Mirage, their permaban. There is a chance that it could maybe come up again here. So I do really feel like there's an open door here for Sangol. As you say, a very new team trying new maps. There's a lot of potential, and to be honest, without too many reps in on a lot of these maps as well, importantly, there isn't too much to go off of. They're going to be sort of looking at this series and look at teams saying we're not really 100% sure what maps we're going to end up on in this series, and even then, for some of the maps in Sangol's pool, they've got like 2, 3, 4 matches on record as a roster on HLTV, so there isn't really even too much to go back, watch, and counter-strat from.
Yeah, you're right. There isn't a lot of data, but It doesn't come down to what kind of maps we'll actually be seeing, because I'm not really sure where this one's go. I did get a bit of a spoiler from HLTV, unfortunately. But I don't want to ruin that for you too much. Generally speaking, though, I think if we are going to like make some predictions, right? Like I feel like from what we've seen so far, from what we've seen in the history of these two teams combined, I think Favbet, it's not like they're a completely different caliber or anything, but they're just that one step above Sangol right now. And I feel like all day with Sangol, when their prime fragger, these Danis is actually popping off, and if Beanox is playing to the standard that he's now started to set again, if Blitz is able to put up a performance that he was expected to back when he was picked up from Eklot, I think then they could even have a comfortable game against Favbet. But that's like, again, being able to fire on all cylinders. Now we're going to finally have the veto turning up, so we do get to
I just refreshed the page, Fraz. I'm about to look like such a genius. You ready? Bam! The Inferno pick.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love how you said that after it already showed up on our screen, so like then you just embarrassed yourself. But yeah, whoa, what would you know? It's Nuke. But yeah, so Anubis, Inferno, and Nuke. Now I do want to dissect this a little bit. So Sangol and Favbet, I think they're gonna have a very fun match on that first matchup. It's a map that both teams really like playing. I think there's also the X factor available on both teams. Like I feel like Danis AWP and the fact that Mass gets up to some really funny business on maps like Anubis, where he does have mobility on both sides. That's going to be a real fun watch. But then you look at the other side, Favbet also have some big X factors. Like we've seen Smash look really good. We've seen Merrick's have those moments. We've seen Tension on the AWP often rip players to shreds. So I think that little dynamic between Danis and Tension is going to be fun to watch. I feel like the superstars that are a bit underrated, perhaps, Mass and Smash, they're going to have some interactions in between them. So Anubis is going to be fun, yes. But then you head on into Inferno with Sangol. Although they've been trying to bring it back, although they had a decent showing against Eklot, they just don't have the experience of Favbet.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the thing is with it is they sort of float Inferno here, not necessarily because they're super confident on Inferno, but because they wanted to ban out Ancient. They've had a rough time on Ancient recently. It's also a map they don't play a lot of, and it's actually Favbet's best map. They pick into it all the time. They have a really, really high win rate on it. So, yeah, it was basically either play them on Inferno or play them on Ancient, and it felt like for Sangol, it was sort of the better of two evils, I guess. It was like the best of the two bad maps that they don't really like. So yeah, I don't think Inferno is going to be a major comfortability, but we'll see. As you say, they looked all right against Eklot yesterday. Yeah, it went 13-11. They had some good rounds. They gave us some good stuff. It just wasn't quite enough. So yeah, maybe we'll see something here. But looking at those 1xBet odds, Favbet definitely the favourites, and that doesn't surprise me. As I say, on paper these two teams are super evenly matched, but with the game 2 days ago, I think you definitely have to favour Favbet here a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like Sangol is one of those teams, like the core being brought in from Perimeter, right? Like these three players had such a variable skill ceiling, and even the floor, right? Like you would never know what kind of team you'd be getting into a fight with. And oftentimes, like I think as sort of the narrative you and I always had about Permita is that even against favorites, they would somehow always take it to 3 maps and always be the team that puts us in overtimes. And I think that comes largely due to the fact that they have inconsistency that is not always necessarily bad. It can also be pleasantly, surprisingly good. So what version we see today, I don't know about that, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think one other thing to sort of focus on here as well is Sangol have had an alright week. They actually beat Ents yesterday, which I think they'll be pretty happy with. That's one of the best results that they've had, to be honest, as a roster. So, yeah, definitely a sign of some growth and some progression. But for Favbet, they've actually had a really good week. They lost to Spirit Academy yesterday. I think that's one that you sort of take on the chin a little bit. But their recent results are largely 2-0s against Sangol, Fireflux, TNL, who are a team that have been on amazing form recently, Saber, Amcal, so some strong sides, and Favbet have just been making light work of them. And yeah, for me, that 2-0 over TNL really says a lot, because TNL have been a side that I've been massively impressed with over recent weeks, and yeah, they kind of wiped them under the rug. It was 13-9, 13-10, and yeah, quite comfortable stuff. So I don't know. I think we're taking a team that's on very good form and facing them up against a team that are doing all right at the moment. Luckily, this isn't an elimination matchup, so you've got I don't know, a little bit of breathing room, I guess. But for Sangal, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be an uphill climb, and you know, bouncing back off of the loss that they faced just 2 days ago is going to be difficult for two reasons. A, because there's only been 2 days, and B, because neither of the maps that came up in that last series are coming up again here. So maybe that's a blessing in disguise for them, but yeah, it doesn't mean that, you know, they can go back and watch those demos and try and patch some of the holes that were causing them problems. We'll see. Pistol round about to be underway.
Yeah, one of the issues with picking into Anubis is that you might have to go up against a monstrous T side to begin with, so already does feel like an uphill climb, you're right. A single player on the A bomb side, he's going to have to try and defend it all by himself. Instead, Mary is going to take a sweet time, just backs off instead, waits for them to actually get the bomb down because he's already called in the rotations. He wants to make sure that this is a 5-on-5 and not a 4-on-5 before they can even get their hands dirty. Lots of time being wasted, though. Fabbed, by the time Sangol actually start negotiating for this, the bomb is already going to be halfway takedown, or at least close to it. 2 pairs of dualies about to come in. They do have a kit available, so that's good. Oh, first shot connected. Mary's going to find one. Blitz with the dualies fighting back, but Smash has done God's work. 3 kills found. Danis takes care of 1. Bondik still fighting back. Danis, the Opper, needs to make this pistol work. Switches over to the Glock. And he just doesn't have much time remaining. Although he does have a kit, he would have to take care of the flank, and that is not happening. Favbet with the first.
Yeah, good start from them. Exactly what you need. Opponent's map pick, as you say, you get that T-side start, and you see it as a little bit of a luxury. You need to make sure that you make the most of it. The last thing you want is to, you know, get given those silver linings, those luxuries in. End up not converting. Forced by here for Sangal. Remember yesterday, this was the match that was all over the place, right? We saw these 4 spy wins coming left, right, and center. Let's see if Sangal can dish one out here. Jackie on the other side of this smoke. Oh, he's about to redeploy it. Bad timing. Really bad timing.
Oh, they need to book it to a side quick. Merrick, please hold on to that AK-47. No, now it's a problem. A 3v4, yes, but one with a rifle in the hands of the right man could change everything. And remember, it's BNox. He's been the one that's putting up the superstar performances, so gotta watch out if you're a Fabbed fan. Bomb being rotated over, regardless of where they want to take this aggression, it will be 2 defenders remaining. B site being locked down, bunkered down with a smoke deployed in connector, perhaps an advanced rotation coming in, which will leave Blitz hanging out to dry for a moment. And remember, the lack of mid information after that initial push does also make them think that this could be the full wraparound, but no. It's 3 players coming in from B main, and it's all about finding the aim duels. BNox, can he delay? Okay, I hate that texture too, BNox, I get it.
So bizarre that Sango went for this early 3-man push in mid and still end up sort of splitting this into players on the bomb sites, right? 2-2. Nice defense. Big kill from Bondik, though. That's super important. Just like that, it really should lock Sangal out of the round. Mary and Danis. We had high hopes considering this was a 4-spy. A forced away. Mary at least would be able to get hold of an AK, but they're not going to buy all too much around it in the next. It should just be an eco. So 2-0 start for Favbet. Exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, and Sangal being able to save 2 weapons actually does suddenly bolster their chances in the next one, because yes, it's going to be an eco, but with the money they have available, even if they don't buy anything, they still have those 2 weapons to play with, and they could maybe even wager having Kevlar without helmets on 2 of the players, just to give them a slightly better fighting chance, to be a bit more risky with the AK-47. I don't know. Don't know what the exact game plan is going to be, and I feel like Blitz might be singing my tune as he brings out the 5.7 and tad bit of armor. Smoke available for Mast. Some util being passed over.
Ready to roll again. Thought maybe they would get up to those shenanigans again with the forced by round wins in that last, but it didn't end up being the case. Mary trying to put this AK to good use. Super aggro, but knows that he can't overstay his welcome. Now they know he's there. They'll be looking to just prioritize space on this A site.
I love the hairline angle from Marix. Just holding it with a flashbang, so as soon as he spots a pixel, he can pop over the flashbang and waste some time. Perhaps even try and go for a kill. But a slower pace from Favbet. I do think we're going to see this as a bit of a theme. Nade to do chunky amounts of damage onto Mask. They do still have to worry about that pillar player still, who does get away with a little bit more than he bargained for. And before they can actually get those kills comfortably, the rotation's already been brought in, and Mary, the Juggernaut with an AK-47, can make himself relevant. Problem is, they're already booking it to be.
Another round, they've done a lot of damage, but it does feel like Favbet stabilize it. They take the site, they'll get this bomb planted. Now it just becomes a whole lot harder here for Sangal. No kits. Beanox only on a 5-7. Marik's here in main. It'll be tough to clear. There's no util either, so if they don't get given the fights, then they'll have to try and find them themselves and into the cross. Now Marix will spot him. Freebie on the first. Oh god, should have been a freebie. Ends up being a little more complicated. Still, they'll convert.
The pressures of picking Anubis actually already starting to mount a bit. I know it's just a start, Josh, but a start like this is certainly in the realm where you might be shook up a little bit. Slowly starting to gain space on B, but that doesn't seem like where the eventual push is going to be. Bomb lift all the way back, so maybe a bit of indecision. Good shot from Smash to find Mary. Didn't catch that on the cameras, but the headshot does mean that Mary couldn't fight back.
It's another really good start. Man advantage and a lot of space gained here as well. They've got all of the control in mid, the pressure mounting, that's for sure. Onto Sangal, it's masked by himself here on A. Tucked himself in the heaven angle. Big kill, but an instant trade. The numbers continue to go against them. Here on the rotation, I mean, timing's key. Beanox might just catch it, but oh no. Marix has spotted him now. Jackie will come and dispatch.
Not a great look for Sangal. Want to at least get the ball rolling on their own map pick. Largely absent from the scoreboard. We've seen a little bit of action, but this is about as convincing as it gets. And I want to remind you, Josh, that the big piece from Favbet has yet to even activate. Tension's generally the one that we have the microscope on.
Yeah. He is actually really scary with that AWP as well. He can have some big moments. He's bizarrely, like, I'm not sure. Let me go and have a look at his current ratings. I remember in the past, me always sort of wow, he's actually rocking some good ratings now. I remember in the past sort of always putting him under the spotlight, but at the time he actually had a really low rating. This was maybe 6 months ago or so. But yeah, appears to have picked that up, and yeah, absolutely. As I say, he's always been an AWPer that, yeah, is very flashy. He has this real sort of, like, I know it's so cliche to say like vintage Kenny S, but you know, he's just always going for these big flicks. He's always pulling off these crazy plays. I really enjoy watching Tension as an AWPer, and yeah, as you say, he's sort of playing 4v5 right now. They've not even activated that piece yet. T side of Anubis, it does have some relevance. I think when we move over to the defense, he might even be able to try and manufacture a little bit more with that big green.
Yeah. I do agree with your take about the AWP, by the way. I think there are definitely two categories of players. Like, there are players like Guardian who want to solve it like they're working on a math problem, like that's how they want to solve Counter-Strike, versus players who actually see it like a sport in a very different light, where they're thinking about like game day performance. And you know how if you're playing like tennis, for example, although you're going to want to be positioned correctly and do all of that, you know that the flick of the wrist does matter at the end.
Yeah.
So just being a bit more mobile, thinking of it on the spot, that definitely characterizes Tension a bit more.
Having confidence in his mechanical ability. He pulls off the entry here. Oh no! The flashbang. I think it actually catches Blitz. And whilst Jeky's blinded too, he'll get off on top of the fight. Mary trading one back. The MP9 though doesn't have anything more to say in this round. He'll fall away. Try and save that up with Danis. I think there's a rifle somewhere to be recovered.
I'm sure they're going to try and find him. Okay, so rifle recovered from Mary does give them a fighting chance in the next one. Problem is that they're not going to have infinite amounts of money to buy a round with. So, important that they can hold on to this. A little cinematic in the way that Jeky's body dropped, but all that flash doesn't really account for a round win just yet. This is an incredibly convincing showing from Favbet already, and if they can keep this streak up on their opponent's map pick, I'm not sure what we're going to be looking at by the time we head on over to Inferno.
Five to 0, still recoverable. We saw, you know, we've gone from one ancient game, sorry, not ancient, Anubis, one Anubis game straight into the other, and in the last, we saw a very similar theme, where we saw a very, very one-sided start. It was 6-1. It ended up being a 9-3 half, and at that point, you really just chalk it up, but sometimes you just forget the power of that T side. So whilst Favbet will be feeling like they're doing a great job here, they won't be feeling like the task is done just yet. There's still a lot more to achieve here. To close this out. Smoke in main is actually quite shallow, so there's a chance that they can maybe get a bit of a sightline over it if they go for a boost. That's exactly what they'll do. Now it fades, and they've just got this totem pole in the open if anyone dares to peek it. Jackie will be the one to do so. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Minute left to tick.
Oh, that's such an unfortunate Molotov as well, because it gets stuck in the little ledge and won't spread on the top. Doesn't quite flush them out, but one of them is going to cross over anyway. Favbet, this is one of those rounds where they haven't gotten too much space by the time the timer starts to tick down, but it doesn't really matter, because Merrick's has opened things up. Now all down to Dennis. We talked about how flashy and good he can be as well, just like his counterpart Tension, and now it's time to shine. B-Nox missing his words, is able to get a double as they're entering, but a 3v2 is still what remains when the dust has settled. Mary and Mast, lots of work to do, and this is where we would have to see a Mast masterclass performance. Seen it in the past. Too bad he's a little too far away from the action. By the time the flank actually starts to cook up, we're less than half the time remaining on the bomb. Ooh, head spotted. Quick tap. And Mary does want to start moving closer, and Mast knows that he's staring down two barrels, picks up the AWP, and he's going to want to run away, but he'll be chased in hot pursuit. Quick shoulder peeks to try and bait out the shot, but Mast will be able to hold on to his nerves.
And you can see Bondit kind of double take it on the site there as well, saying, Do I now try and exit out of main and kill him, or do I just let him have this sniper and hold on to my own? Mast, I guess, has done well to get out with that AWP. They would have been on a buy in this next anyway, but it saves them a bit of money. 6 on the board for Favbet. And I just can't believe that opening duel actually goes the way of Marix, right? The smoke was blown open. He was caught with a nade in hand, and he somehow manages to evade the bullets. He jumps, swaps to his rifle, and upon landing, hits the headshot, that AK. Absolutely gorgeous. Favbet zooming ahead here. But they're at a little bit of a crossroads, right? They either keep going, and they end up with a super half, or they slow down and give Sangol that opportunity, and it looks like it's going to be the former.
Yeah, not a single speed bump just yet, Favbet. The steeds of speed. Danis will be caught. And Beanox and Blitz, it seems like we're always seeing a 2vx. That seems a bit impossible. Always locked out of bomb sites. And regardless of where they go, best case scenario for Sangol is to have 2 defenders waiting. And I'm sure that's something that Favbet are going to be unfazed by. The only real solution here is if Favbet fumble and offer them 1v1s that they can try and navigate around. But Beanox not ready for it. Jackie with the quick headshot. And you know how I was talking about how Sangol just have these fluctuating performances based on how good of a game day they're having? Unfortunately, they're getting the shorter end of the stick this time.
Yeah, this feels like one of them, right? None of those key pieces popping off. Jackie just making light work of him in that round, as he has done so many times in the past. He's a super talented player. But to be honest, when he sort of hit the scene years ago, I really thought that he would breach into Tier 1. And that still hasn't happened, right? And it still could. He's not an old man yet, but he's 24 now. He's not this like crazy superstar that he used to be. But I remember his time when he first come into Majesty, then went to Akuma, and they had that crazy run in the RMRs for the Stockholm Major. Yeah, he was just unbelievable. Then had a decent stint at YaLLa. Again, was really, really strong within that roster. Hasn't sort of breached beyond Tier 2, but it's been a consistent force to be reckoned with within it. Favbet looking for 8 here. Sangol back onto a low buy. It's all a bit messy. I can't believe Tension goes for that.
Yeah, it's just pure confidence at the moment from the side of Favbet. And although Tension's sitting on only 2 kills, right, his counterpart has more despite having 0 rounds on the board. It really doesn't matter, so they don't even have that superstar sniper performance, and they still haven't dropped a single round. It's not like these rounds are even getting close. Like, maybe there's a couple of scuffles that go wrong. Oh, Beanox gets a bit lucky with the spray down, somehow finds the heads. But Danis, a 1v2, with Jackie and Marix comfortably on the site. It's going to be very difficult to thread, and we've been talking about how Danis can be an incredible force. He does have to do that now, has one of their backs turned. Jackie, full HP. A 1v1 possible. Can Danis bring the first round on the board? For Sangol, has to proceed now. Infinite angles to check. Audio cue accidentally given up, and as he starts to turn the corner, his barrel's showing, so his enemy's ready, and Jackie will put him in the graveyard. So, way ahead already.
Wow. A little close for comfort there, given what they were up against, but I don't think they're too phased. You know, it's just keeping the rounds coming. 8-0, Jackie staying hydrated. Playing from the kitchen. I love that. You got snacks on instant demand.
Yeah. It is pretty comical. It's really convenient because if you feel like your hands have gotten dirty after choking out a team like this, then you can just instantly wash them in a sink. Right next to you. Oh,
Eric's. Ooh, Beanox.
signs of life. Taken away from Beanox.
Yeah, it just doesn't last long enough, does it? It's these little flashes in the pan. And doesn't convert into anything there. Smash will get back onto this site. Bomb will go down, masked. He's a player that I always commend for his willingness to go for rounds like this, but I don't think there's anything to commend here if he throws himself at it. I think he just needs to stay alive. Bring that AWP into the next. As painful as it may seem, this is the Sangal map pick for us. It's all going horribly wrong. Oh, man. He doesn't even have a product here. I'm really not sure what the purpose of having a product that was. You know, the round was absolutely lost by that point.
Yeah,
Painful.
other than a couple of kills coming out from Sangal, this game has been an absolute snooze fest. Definitely not if you're spectating Fabet, which thankfully we are most of the time because they're the ones getting the kills. But double digits on the horizon and no real resistance from Sangal at all. Down to some pistols and MP9s and stuff. I mean, you've got Danis on the pistol, I guess. A couple MP9s. Rifles here and there. It's, yeah. A massacre.
Yeah, just same old. Painful way to drop there in the opening few seconds. Trying to innovate a little bit. Trying to get aggressive into main. Just sent the other way. Jiggle out of Bondic. I'm not sure if he saw one walking up. Maybe he didn't. He's not going to be ready for this close fight with the MP9 to let his teammate fall. And he's messy on the trade. It does convert, but... Oh, that was a scrap.
The fact that Bondic holds on to Mouse 1 for a little bit longer and controls the spray also does some extra damage, which then makes that final kill so much easier for Marix. Danis, definitely no AWP in his hands, and... I mean... very little to say about this game other than the fact that it's a stomp. And for the viewers, I'd like to remind you that this is Sangal's map pick. It's abysmal, to say the least.
10-0. I said a few rounds ago that, you know, we were in a position where, yeah, it was, you know, could have gone either way. Sangal at any point up until sort of 7 or 8 rounds could have, yeah, pulled together a few, given us a serviceable half, similar to what we saw in that last Anubis map in the second map of that first series of the day. End up bringing us something to work with, but it's just not been the case. It's 10-0. Even if they win the next 2, I feel like this is just too far gone. If they don't, then I think we'll be onto a break and into Inferno very shortly.
Okay, fingers crossed. 11th time's the charm. No, uh-oh. They've gotten caught out with their util. Flashbangs are decent, but the smoke's going to protect them for a little while. Smash all the way in the back of the site. Finally, some duels start going their way. But for some reason, Josh, I don't even feel comfortable in this round. You can tell that Bondic is getting sloppy with it because he feels like they have just an impossible lead. Going for something a little bit more crazy. Empties his magazine into the smoke, and listen. They're just teeing it up for a 1v5 for tension, okay? He just wants a highlight reel. Hasn't had one in a while. So, giving him a chance. Oh.
Yeah, but don't
Maybe.
speak too soon. Oh, he almost lines him up there. That would have been nuts. Okay. Well, first on the board for Sangal. They were so nearly caught with their pants down in the util on A. They actually were, but yeah, the flash and the smoke gave them a little bit of space to maneuver.
Just a
That
weird
MP9.
combination of those pieces of util is what allowed them to live for a little bit longer. But yeah, it does feel like Favbet have already completed the main quest on the T side, and they've done it with 100% completion. This is just bonus. Realistically, you're hoping for like 7 to 8 rounds on the T side. You get a few more on top of it. It's already too much damage. And I fear that recovering this for Sangol might feel a little bit impossible. Now, I am glad to see some signs of life, but I can't help but feel like Favbet have, in fact, been playing a bit more loosely with the advantage they have.
Flash in. Until over the top smash, ready for that aggressive prod in main, and yeah, they're both trying to fight him at once, and he's just able to isolate these duels. Running out of bullets, though. It's a real mess on Tamari. So won't get away with both, but I think he's maybe done enough if Tension can carve a path here in mid. AWP in hand, not scoped in because he knows that he's quick enough. When Mars pokes around the corner, seems like he presses mouse 1 and 2 simultaneously. Mary's taking a tick from the molly as well, so they know he's here. And they're just going to get this plant down and play the 2v2. How do they continue to recover rounds like this?
The salt has already been liberally rubbed in the wounds of Sangol. Oh, elbow spotted.
Oh.
And thankfully they're able to win their respective duels, but yeah, Favbet have already done everything they can.
Well, 10-2 gives it a tiny slither of hope, doesn't it? I mean, there's two ways to look at this. For Sangol, if they want to try and give us their best impression of the first series of the day, that was a 9-3 and pulled back. So, yeah, there's something there. Even if not, just winning a few rounds here will do their confidence some good going into Inferno. We've established the fact that they don't really play much of Inferno. They haven't had very good results, but yesterday it came close and they looked all right. So, yeah, there's something there. There's definitely something there if they can get that morale and that confidence going a little bit. Right now, seems like it's absolutely in the bin. But, you know, 6, 7 rounds, something like that here could just bolster them up to where they need to be. Get them in the right headspace. Got to win the pistol for that first, though.
Jackie, a great flashbang from a teammate allows him to get an uncontested trade. Sorry, an uncontested kill. And this is just a very disjointed effort from Sangol. They lose their first player. There's no instant adjustment to take that into account. And with 45 seconds on the clock, I feel like Favbet will feel very comfortable in their positions. Going to be an eventual two-prong push into A, though, and problem is the mid players are about to go up against the dualies. Jackie still wanted to keep an eye on things. There it is. Spots one. Instant connection with the headshot. Bondik's going to help out as well. Although Jackie doesn't need it all that much, by the time Sangol actually come through to a bomb site, there are very few pieces left of him. It's been all headshots from Jackie, who is going to continue to run it down with the dualies, and I'm... Oh! Interrupted. Okay, but an ace in spirit, maybe. Oh, hang on. Dennis trying to be a problem. 10 seconds, though, so it would have to be a pristine couple of connections. And even if they were, Merrick's was there to flank. So, Favbet, I'm willing to say that this game is already done.
Yeah, me too. I say that pistol round was a must, just to be able to sort of pull a few rounds back here. They're surely now just forced into this. And whilst, as I said, yesterday they gave us some very interesting rounds with the force buys. They were unable to do so again in the first half, and I think we probably won't see much of the same here. 11-2, Favbet looking to just get this done in a tidy fashion, not allow that confidence to build up at all. That's for Jackie. We'll pull it right back.
A little bit of resistance offered by Mary there towards the end. Nade, ooh, nearly catches him. Not a very doable round, but definitely a surprisingly doable round towards the end from Mary. But yeah, this is over.
Ten chances to close this out. Doesn't even feel like I need to say it, does it? It's just a given. Whatever they can muster here, Sangal, is what will be forced. 3 MAC-10s, 2 Galils, a little bit of util. But they'll face up against full rifles. Favbet are not messing around. They want to just get this finished. Nade falls a little bit short, so won't give them vision through the smoke. I'll just deploy a new one. Bondic to be sat on the other side of it. Oh. Better start. It's a very good start. Okay.
Apparently not. A bit too soon to call it done and dusted, but I mean, 10 rounds in a row doesn't seem very likely, Josh. I'm not holding out hope just yet.
Yeah, I don't know how many times you can really do that, right? But, they'll keep trying. There'll be another buy here for Favbet. A smoke that definitely did not land in its intended position, and the scout will land a tag onto Mars. So a decent chunk of damage dealt early. HG will follow up onto Mary. Just chipping away. Favbet doing a good job of it so far.
Yeah, rotations are already placed for Favbet over towards the A bomb site. Did you already have the right idea of where that eventual push is going to be based on where the bomb is, but I don't think Sangal want to dip their toes too far into the water. Oh, smash! Goes for the turn, and he's going to get caught inside because he's not expecting a second player. But regardless, when all is said and done, Favbet still come out on top. Now, lots of responsibility on the remaining shoulders of Sangal. And Blitz already has him out, as you can tell by the player cam playing with the tank top on. But he still can't avoid the heat. Maston B-Nox, 2v2. Intentions holding the angle. He's not getting too many opportunities this game, but when he does, he's quickly going to start to put his foot down. Very little HP remaining on the final member. That is B-Nox. Intention switched over to the right weapon for it. 20 seconds. Bomb at least in control. Does quickly go for the stick, so he can at least turn the clock around in his favor. But a two-man push from A seems nigh impossible to defend against. A singular bullet from either of the members will get it done, and Favbet, I have very little things to say about this, Josh, because Favbet, it was too convincing for this to be a map pick for Sangol.
Yeah, it just didn't look like a Sangol comfort pick at all, did it? It's always tough when you pick into a map like Anubis. It's why I like Anubis as a decider. I like Nuke as a decider, but it's always sort of up in the air in my mind when it comes to it being a pick, because you do just allow your opponents to get off to that stronger side and really materialize quite a substantial lead early on. And it just felt like Favbet had all the answers for that first half. Sangol just lost control and weren't able to recover it at any point. A lot of those rounds didn't even really come close, did they? That was just domination. 3 players over on the Sangol side still stuck on single digits. Beenox, normally one of the harder hitters, having a rough game. On the other side of things, it was the Jeki show, wasn't it? 113 ADR and just a monster performance out of him. I think Favbet should be able to get this one done in 2 bites.
Yeah, so far so good. Everything seems like it's almost lined up too conveniently. Now, I will say that Sangol were able to somewhat impress when they played against Eklod, because they got 11 rounds on a map that they pretty much had no experience on. So Inferno, maybe not exactly as cut and dry as we're expecting it to be, but it's really hard to hold out any hope when this first match, the map pick of Sangol, was as convincing as it was. That being said, we still have about 10... We're going to go to a break for about 10 minutes time, and when we're back, we'll be watching map 2, so we'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the first map. Oh, hang on. Nope, that's the second map because of how quickly it went by. I didn't even register it in my brain. Favbet, they're looking dominant. Now they're on their own map pick. Now they get to play a map that Sangal have only played twice, and they've lost both times. And although I think Sangal had a decent performance against Eklot, the lack of wins and the fact that Favbet are on an absolute tear today could mean something. And when none of the stars are shining for Sangal, I just don't see a world where they're able to do it. But I don't know. You got any thoughts for me, Josh?
I don't know. They're a team. I think if there's one thing that goes with this, right, and this does kind of go both ways because Favbet have also been a roster for a long time. But if there's one thing that goes with this, it's the core of Sangal have played together for a long time now. This roster goes back sort of beyond a year, almost 2 years kind of thing as a core three. So there is that resilience and there is that tenure as a roster. They've been in this position plenty of times before, even though it's really tough to take a loss like that, especially after getting absolutely destroyed by a team 2 days ago, going into a new matchup against them, changing the vetoes here on different maps and having the same outcome. I think that that's really sort of quite a tough pill to swallow. But when you find yourself in a position where you're trailing in a series, you lose map 1 badly, I think that kind of tenure as a roster is where you can sort of say, we've been in this position loads of times, let's not get in our own heads, right? Let's just go into Inferno, play our own game. We're not out of the series just yet. And as I said before, there is that added sort of I guess the pressure's off a little bit because this is a 2-1 matchup. So whilst you definitely don't want to be losing this game and going into the 2-2 bracket, it isn't like a do or die match. So they can sort of relax a little bit.
You're right. It's not a do or die match, but it kind of sets the precedent for what the rest of their tenure is going to look like. I mean, maybe not doom and gloom in that same capacity, but you can't be coming away from teams that are just supposed to be in your caliber, play them multiple times and get battered every single time, right? They had a very convincing loss to Favbet before, and for that to happen again, this time on completely new territory, you're right. I'll put it exactly the way you put it. It's a tough pill to swallow. And I think knowing that Favbet just get the comfort of now playing their own map pick, the only real advantage that Sangal can even deal with, can even have, is getting to pick the side, and I don't think it's going to be that huge.
My allergy pills are tough to swallow. They're really big. That's why I don't take them, and then I'm just sneezing all over the shop. Sangal. This one's rough, but they've got to try and make something happen here. Getting off to a good start on Inferno would start to tip the scales in their direction a little bit, maybe. Pissed around nice and slow. And they've got a 3-man stack over towards A. They're actually pulling a 4th man over already as well. That does seem to be where Favbet are heading, so Sangal have read this nicely.
The raid is good. But can the shooting match? Oh no, Mary starts shooting in between targets. Why is nobody hitting anything? Dan is the only one that gets away with something. And Tension
Jesus.
nails Blitz through the smoke. And even with all hands on deck, they don't get a single meaningful outcome. They don't even make it contestable.
That is insane because, you know, it's not easy to make that kind of read on the rotation, especially here on Inferno, where it feels like you do kind of have to go for those gamble stacks. And they do it. They get it exactly right. They're 4 players in place. And they just lose every single gunfight that comes their way. Favbet, nice and clean for that opening.
And I can't help but feel like it's Mary's responsibility to hold the line there on Apartments, right? And I feel really bad for Blitz because he didn't even get to be part of that conversation. So 2 of the pieces fumbling, maybe that's like unforgivable. But I can definitely excuse the guy that doesn't even get to see his assailant. Sangol. I'm not really sure where they go from here. Commitment to the force buy incoming. And I don't want them to fall down the same spiral that they did on Anubis, just losing rounds after round. Okay. I'm going to try and be a little bit more positive about this one, because that's one game brushed under the rug. And we have seen Sangol do well against Eklot, so maybe. Fingers crossed.
Well,
I don't know, I'm just feeling a Mary performance right now. I don't know why, but I just feel like this Eagle's going to do something.
you reckon?
I can feel it in my spine.
Oh, yeah. All right.
This
Well,
round is... Yeah, go on.
No, I'll take your word for it. I'm here with you.
Okay.
He's a player that does have these crazy heroic moments.
Remember when, like, back in the lounge days, there used to be this guy called Gut Feeler, and like he would just be deciding games based off of gut feeling, and he had a pretty decent track record for like betting. Know what I'm talking about? This was a while ago, like maybe like a decade ago.
I don't think so. It kind of rings a bell, but I don't really remember it.
He had a picture of a digestive system on Steam. I'm sure someone remembers. I'm not schizo, am I? Okay, this...
Hope not.
Dude, I don't feel good about this round at all. Look at how much time Favbet have spent. Just get on a side, quick.
Yeah, I really dislike situations like this as well, because it only takes you to run into a stack
Dude,
or,
have to get past
you know,
Dennis. Please get
one
the bomb
SMG.
down. What's going on? No, they've dropped
God.
it.
No,
They can't recover it in time.
they can't recover it in time. That is so bad. That is so bad. There's no reason for it either, you know. Sometimes the clock runs down like that and you say, oh, well, you know, they used their util really well and they kept dropping mollies and we were stuck behind them or whatever. But there is absolutely no reason to lose that round.
The truth is Favbet just played themselves. Nothing happened that should have led to that. They faced no resistance. They had full control of being able to wrap around A. At no point did Sangol actually fight back until the very end. And then they take forever to prioritize the one guy that they already have information on in the site. It's inexcusable. And these types of fumbles could actually power Sangol to a map 3 performance. Maybe. Because now we can already see that Favbet themselves, they're a bit light-footed with their decision-making. The confidence we saw in Anubis not on display in map 2.
I don't know why they'd have that sort of shakiness in round 2, though. It just, you know, they came into the pistol, they walked into a stack, and they absolutely smoked them. Maybe they were worried about walking into a stack again, but yeah, there's just no reason to lose any kind of confidence that we saw from map 1 or in that pistol. They just seem scared there in round number 2. Jackie, Bondic, Trying to breach this A site. It's heavily stacked, and there's a fourth on the way. Blitz does take one, but traded instantly. The YaLLa needs to go big. And instead, it'll actually be the second to drop down, but oh my. Mary holds on with a slither of health. And everyone else topples after the fact. Should be a freebie. Oh, Marix, did you see him? Yeah, okay, he did.
Finds a really nice solution there in the mid.
What?
He found the
This is a 2v2.
Yeah, he found a couple of angles where he wouldn't. He would get a chance to have two 1v1s, and with the weapon recovered, the MP9s are actually perfect to have for this. Though that's why I feel like this retake could actually happen. You start jumping in, it's really difficult to hit those hairline shots. Here it comes. The short player meant to be serving as a distraction now. Mast is going to start swinging in. Beanox finds one, and Mast instantly gets the second. So, Sangol able to keep a lid on things.
Yeah, that's a really difficult one, actually, because, I mean, Fatbet have done great to recover this from the 4v2 into the even 2v2. We see that from the YaLLa here of Marix, just as you say, his pathing's perfect, but what actually ends up being really problematic here is the fact that because they then have no control of anywhere else, they're not able to, you know, take any kind of post-plant positions. You're not really able to climb back into apps. You can't really play into short. So they're just kind of stuck on the site hoping that this crossfire holds up, and it doesn't. So Sangol put their second down, but that one does come a little bit close for comfort. Favbet bite back with another Force Spire, but it's not going to be YaLLa's this time. It'll just be those upgraded pistols. The momentum seemingly wearing off. So what now?
I want to see more of this game before we can start really having a conversation about how well the momentum's looking, confidence, whatever the nuanced details might be. But we can already tell that Favbet are looking a bit shaky. That second round issue just doesn't happen unless there's a pretty significant communication breakdown. Now the question is whether or not it's a flash in the pan or a full fire. Beanox, hold the line. These pistols could overwhelm, and surprisingly, even the A4 runs out of bullets. Rifle recovered, and Favbet could still be a problem. Jackie fumbles and is unable to find the rotator, which does give Sangol a much better chance all of a sudden. Rifle passed over to a much healthier member, and they're waiting for the obscurity of the smokes to go away before they start putting a decisive effort forward. Smash, good smoke, is going to delay their progression even further. And they know they can't wait for the full duration of the smoke, so instead they route two players towards CT, and one of them is going to permeate through it. Flashbang to usher them in. Bomb already a fourth of the way down. Tension in the back site is wasting time, and they simply don't have enough time to get on the bomb. So as long as Tension can keep himself alive for a little longer, that would have been all it takes. But he gets the kills anyway.
Good work from Tension. Yeah, they had run that clock down enough, but just sealing the deal there at the end, and a nice little multi-kill. Builds up his confidence, that's for sure. Timeout to be used by Sangol. Knowing this is far from ideal. A little bit of money to go for a buy, but far from a perfect one. I do like the fact, though, that Sangol and, you know, there's just always a team that utilize these pauses and, you know, don't get too hot-headed even when things aren't going their way.
I can already tell that this is going to be a back and forth. That is something I'm quite excited for, because we spent a whole game just waiting for something meaningful to happen from Sangol. And I don't think I can watch that twice in a row, Josh. I'm sorry.
No more force by walls, please. Consistency, Kate.
Bit of a back and forth on Banana, but an individual defender. And his job right now is just to make sure that they don't try and press forward. Sangol, all their resources pulled towards A. They try and chase down Jackie. There might be enough info being given up. I like the fact that he uses acrobatics to make that MP9 a bit more useful, harder to hit himself as a target. But Favbet still firmly in control. Dan is trying to thread the needle and find someone going exploring. Really good shooting with the Farmers. Don't see that too often. But B-side is where they'll be at.
Good crossfire setup between Binox and Masked, but they're actually going to go and dry here. They don't have the utils, so they'll just clear out both, and just like that, Favbet snatch away around. There was such little time on that clock, and the setup on B, really, they had no business in taking. Absolute masterclass. Now it's all on to Danis to try and recover this, but this doesn't feel particularly winnable.
Definitely still had a chance in the previous round, but Sangol unable to deliver. And this is one of those rounds where Favbet will finally have some breathing room, because I think, unbeknownst to them, they actually did have to fight quite heavily to maintain control in the early stage of the game. With the initial win, with the pistol round going the way it did, I really thought that they'd be able to stabilize much sooner. But it takes them a little while. Oh, pistols about to pop through. Could be a free M4A4, but no. Thankfully, the backup's going to come through, and the backup will be very useful. But 2 drones down, not bad.
Yeah, that's okay. Again, though, it's just that setup being dismantled there. It gets to me. Felt like an impenetrable crossfire, but you walk up dry. And it's not quite a crossfire, you know, if they peek from the far left like they did. That Orange's player goes down, and the second can't do a lot about it. 4-2 then. It's a good start from Favbet. They've had a couple of little hiccups early on here. That second round that they lost was really bizarre. They seem to have put it past them. Slow stuff again.
I think Favbet are starting to get their groove a little bit, but this round will decide it. Ooh, bonding. Great shot, Binox. Not expected, and the spray's good enough to get another headshot. But will still be punished by the AWP. Mary caught as he's trying to fall over. Blitz, a bit too far committed to the shelter. And Mast once again all the way on the rotate, stuck on the B-bomb site, unable to make himself relevant. And I'm really glad to see that when it's important, we did see tension start to step up a little bit. Did you notice that Tension passed over the AWP to Jackie despite Jackie being higher HP? That is the one violation of Bogdan's law that actually makes sense. It's when you want to save the weapon.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say what is the purpose of that? But no, it makes sense, especially with the blast radiuses here on Inferno. If you get hung up anywhere, yeah, they'll get far enough away. There we go, 5-2. Favbet keeping the rounds coming, keeping 3 players alive there as well. Most importantly, that AWP. Into number 8, Sangol. You know, grasping at straws again. Going to be another one of these crazy force buys. To be honest, they've had more success than their gun rounds in this series so far, but let's see what Mars can do. The one rifle in play pushes down mid. I think he's been hurt. He made the step. It is just 1 for 1. Doesn't feel like enough, but it's a decent prod.
Now, I know it's not do or die in the context of the whole bracket, right? But for Sangol, it kind of feels like a reality check that a team like Favbet that they think that is completely in their caliber is running them over. 2 maps already in the past couple of days. Now, today, Anubis was just a complete bloodbath. And Inferno could follow the same tune with how Favbet's recovering. Nice little setup here with the pistols. That's the best you can do to try and offset the angles, make it harder to hit you. Good damage, okay. The thing is, there's a flank brewing, and Mary comes in from behind. And somehow, the timing being really good for Sangol means that they can hold on to dear life in a very unlikely round.
And as I said before, this theme, it just kind of continues. More success in these scrappy pistol force-ups than anywhere else. Doesn't feel particularly sort of inspiring. It doesn't fill me with confidence, but anyway, they can get them and get a little bit of momentum going their way. They'll take, I guess. A good early advantage as well. Beanox picks it up towards Banana. Takes a lot of damage in the process, but that's fine.
Favbet able to get an opening here on B, though. But look at how they're situated on the map. They have to go already start teeing up for getting control back. Oh, flashbang's really good from Maston. He gets so much work done. Suddenly, what could have been an impenetrable defense from the T is already starting to get comfortable on the site. Becomes a much harder affair. Beanox nearly lines up the head, but Bondic being able to find this little corner nearly gets into a fight in CT spawn, but a 2-on-2 now, Josh. One coming through from Banana, one from CT spawn. And I think this church duel is going to be the one that matters most. Never mind. They both instead decide to bring their resources together, block out the one position that they know Bondic is in, so they only need to find one more member. That's it. Clear out the back of the bomb site. Does Bondic remember where he planted the bomb? Because it is a bit of an off angle. Found by Blitz. And although they don't have a kit, I'm sure they've got the time.
Yeah, just about enough of it. 4th on the board. And there you go. As I say, those sort of scrappy pistol rounds then give you that little bit of momentum, that little bit of confidence, and they're able to convert off of the back of it. Favbet with one of those rounds of their own. Only the 1 Galil. 3 Tech 9s. Tension with that P250. No, Marix, okay. Passes it around, so he's the one that ends up with that rifle. Interesting approach here. Molly will go into the apartments early. Seems like Beanox wants to take an aggressive fight. In fact, he's there with Mary as well. He'll go 1 for 1. And kind of a strange round to be getting this aggressive. Sangol might just get away with it, but against pistols like this, you have got to be careful.
I did think that FabBet will start getting away with it again, but Sangol, with a couple of upset rounds, have kept themselves in the game. The 3 remaining on FabBet, deciding to now start pressuring B. But look at how Sangol are playing this. They're actually bringing the AWP a little bit closer to Banana so they can get an initial shot off. Danis, freebie, but I'm not sure why he goes for the repeat when they know they've got the advantage. Now this leaves Mast hanging out to dry, who's instead going to posture up for a retake instead. Wants to keep himself scarce until they start coming in closer. They have to search for him, so he's got the element of surprise, but Bondik doesn't care. 2-on-2. Time to start getting the bomb down, and for a moment the bomb planter is going to be committed. So there is time to isolate a duel. Through the smoke, getting ready to pop through. Banana access gained. And it's all about playing the crossfire right. It's all about making sure that you don't poke through without having a helping hand, and that statement holds true for both parties. Flashbang to peek with. Blitz is the first one to taste blood, and tension will go down. With a very nice 3K overall in the round from Blitz, the retakes have been outstanding from Sangol.
Strange map for those retakes to be outstanding on as well. Inferno doesn't normally yield too many rounds like this, but they continue to make it work, especially towards this B site. Perhaps a little bit of overfacing happening there for FavBet, but they'll come at round number 11 with upgraded pistols again. A little bit of cash left in the bank though, so they'll have a buy up in the next. Really looking to take the lead here, though. After such a good start, it would be somewhat disappointing to be at a deficit at the halfway mark.
Yeah, if anything, Sangol actually look like they're going to be up ahead. You see how Blitz unpeaked and then scratched his left shoulder and then started peeking again? That's the kind of stuff I'm glad we can see in the player cams now. I do feel like... Hang on, I'm going to hold this dumb thought for a second. FavBet in with the pistols. Blitz the first one to take contact, and he will eventually be put down. Mary's still in the back lines, though. Very nice little spray to find a double. Danis immediately becomes part of the talk.
Ooh.
And we'll get some words in. And yeah, I was going to say that I feel like a tank top isn't very optimized for gaming, because I just feel like it makes you more prone to mosquito bites, and I feel like I'm thinking of it this way because I live in Pakistan, and like the mosquito problem here can get pretty bad. But like having to deal with a mosquito bite as you're playing, like I just feel like it can definitely worsen KDR.
Okay, I think you are thinking of that as, you know, living in Pakistan and
Yes.
there being lots of mosquitoes. That's not really a problem here. Lack of sleeves is good. I don't like sleeves, and I don't like having to roll my sleeves up because then they try and roll back down again. So yeah, I think no sleeves is good.
Oh, love this angle from Blitz.
Wow, that is sick.
He's the one swatting them like mosquitoes now, and it's really difficult to find the headshot on that boost because there's a ledge on the top that still gives you good vision, so you can fight back. But if they overcorrect their aim even a little bit, if the adjustment is a bit too far, then it just hits the ledge instead of your head. Jackie's able to make things even though. 55 seconds, FavBet. Their pace has been all over the place. Now they only have to deal with one player if they decide to go to the A bomb site. But Mary's still unknown. His job is to call in the reinforcements, waste as much time as possible, and maybe get 1 or 2 kills. I don't know, anything could be a bonus. Flashbang meant to be good. Blitz does help out to take down Jackie. Mask wants to push through the smoke, but I'm not sure he's going to wager it. Knows that it's down to the 3v3 now, so there's no instant inherent advantage. Danis used the pop of the smoke to find one. Tension is going to try and protect his teammate, and he'll be successful in doing so. Merrick's has to go for tiny little peeks, avoiding the ops bullets. Tension of the essence. Merrick's gets up on top of the ledge, and each player with a kill apiece will make sure that it's a tie-up at halftime. Favbet, a decent recovery, but it feels like should have never got to this point with how they started.
Yeah, I mean, they'll do well to not be down at the half-time, but yeah, you're right. With how this one started, you expect a little bit more. I think they'll be slightly disappointed that they don't get it. Either way, second half pistol round, still a chance for them to turn this around. Jackie. Oh my god, takes... Oh my god, that's so crisp! Wow! Ends up with 3.
Yeah, that's good. Sangol with a lot to do now. If they thought Favbet were going to continue to let them off easy, that is not going to be the case. Mast. He's done some good heroics before, but they won't show up in this round. Favbet off to a great start on the CT side.
So the lead back in their favour for the first time in a little while as well. It's a force bite from Zangal. High risk, high reward. Favbet with rifles of their own. Bondic down to the MP9, but the rest stacked up. A bit of early util damage. Could go a long way, actually. I sort of always say this. You pepper them with a nade, and you don't think it's anything too significant. But Mast and Beanox now in a position where if they peek into one of these M4s or the FAMAS, one bullet would send them packing. Smoke into CT, smash with a peek out, and there you go. Lines up one, that's Masked gone.
Problem is they've lost too many players and too much HP in the process of getting onto the site. And sure, getting the bomb down might be possible, but defending it, surely an impossibility. We'll see if Danis can make that glow work, though. Just a lack of HP makes things so much harder. Flashbang to peek forward. Smash hasn't committed to the duel yet, though, so he can just tuck himself back in. Danis has to find a double, and run and gun does work out for a second. But the flashbangs persisting means that Jackie can just usher himself in. Blitz, last man standing. And although there's not much time remaining on the bomb, there's not much HP for Blitz to defend with either. So Favbet not fumbling on the conversions, and that does mean that Sangol will still have to wait a little while before they can start making themselves relevant once again.
3 players staying alive as well, and actually the 3M... Well, not quite 3M4s. They've swapped one out to a YaLLa, but the 2 M4s. The YaLLa, 3 sort of premium rifles carried through. Sangul, interestingly, go for another force bite. I'm not the biggest fan of this, but when you end up with a couple of kills and a bomb plant, and you end up with enough cash to kind of go at it again, it somewhat works, because even if you lose it, you still then keep building up that loss bonus, and sooner or later you can just buy up anyway. Good start from Marix, though. Prods right in with the MP9. It's actually the HE to finish off Mask there, but the MP9 does a big old chunk of damage. That'll be the man advantage. Straight off the bat.
Smash instantly taken out. Marix Oh, he's going to have to watch out because they're up behind him as well. The long-range engagement being prioritized is what is the bane of his existence. Mary sees the barrel, slow walk into his crosshairs. Tension needs to do a bit more. Back to the 2-on-2. And Tension, although he gets tagged up, he's still alive long enough to finish the kill. Danis 1v1, and Tension gets the better of him. That really came down to the slim margins, and a single bullet decides it all. Very nicely done by Tension, which means that now Favbet are very close to double digits with little resistance being offered soon.
Well, this is what I said before. By going for that force again, Sangal are now in a position where they've got max loss. Oh, but they go for the force again. This is painful. This is painful. I was going to say, you know, they've got max loss in the next, so they can half buy here, then have a proper investment round, but instead they just throw themselves at it with the Galils. It's not that deep yet, you know. There's no need for this level of desperation. You go for rounds like this when you're down by a huge margin and your opponents are sort of on the edge of victory, but this still feels like a very recoverable game, and they just keep throwing themselves at these weaker buys. I don't like it. I'd have much preferred them to just, you know, bite the bullet, eat an eco at some point in this half so far, at some point in the last 3-4 rounds. And actually have AKs and util and maybe an AWP on Danis. Some real advantages. Right now they're just continuing to play on a deficit. There was a 4-man stack on A, now just the 3. They'll pull one off. Sangal's still reasonably indecisive, but it does look like it is going to be this A hit. I don't know, actually. Bomb's been left behind just outside Banana. Maybe they're just trying to get masked in on a flank. Oh, this is being read.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, see you later. That's so smart from Bondik.
This also makes it super obvious to Bondik that the eventual push will be into B, and now they can call in early rotations, but Bondik will be caught still. Smash tries to go in with a flashbang, knows he needs to keep himself alive to be more relevant later. Wants to try and set up the retake. Nobody's going to be pushing him. They don't want to run into an MP9 up close. No real util available. Look at that. Empty pockets, just weapons. So they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Both sides with not a single piece of util. Unless they can pick something up on the way. That's Jackie firing off the alarms. 2 players down. Mary has to play this perfectly. Blitz from the back lines being a problem. And even if Smash goes down, Jackie's coming around the corner. The headshot needs to be perfect from Blitz, and it is, to keep Sangal going and deny the double digits.
Wow. Okay. Well done, Blitz. Well done, Blitz. He's had a good game so far as well, whilst a couple of the key pieces have been missing. He's done very, very well there to keep them afloat. And make me eat my words, criticising the force bite. Favbet felt like such a good start, right? When Bondik read that wraparound, took out Mast early. As you say, it gave them all of the early warning signs that it was going to be a B hit. They just lost the fights on those entries.
Yeah, I think Bondik is just a second too late on the rotate, which means that he gets caught as they're crossing over. But yeah, the money actually being a little weird for Favbet suddenly makes it possible for Sangal once again. But I do feel like Sangal kind of have the same issue that Favbet were having, where they're a bit too slow by the time they want to execute on a bomb site, then they have to get a bit sloppy with it, not too diligent with clearing angles. And this time as well, look at how little space they have. They don't have any deep apartments control. They only have the Lurker wanting to poke his head around B. And Favbet, they're thinking about cheating rotations. Little do they realize most of the attention is actually going to happen on A. Unless they want to turn things around. Utility just being dropped by Favbet to give the impression that there's more players to worry about. At 25 seconds, dude. This can go so wrong, Josh.
We actually saw Favbet make this same mistake on round number 2 of the first half, where they just run that clock down a little too low. They ended up plaguing them. I'm not sure we'll see the same here, because there just isn't enough resistance on this bomb site. Jeky's found one, but he's not in position to deny that plant. Danis will trade it right back. Yeah, it is a good nade, but I don't even think they're going to play in for this. The damage largely irrelevant. They'll back off. Live to fight another day with what little they have. That means Sangala will be on to 8.
Although it's really nice that Jeky was able to find a kill before they get onto the site, I would have really liked it if, when there's barely any time on the clock, they just double down on the site instead, because that suddenly makes sure that Sangal have to go for the kills. They have to run into your MP9. After that initial kill, he just got locked into apartments and couldn't really do anything from there. But Sangal are certainly getting close, and this is powered by Favbet's lack of funds as well. I did feel like Sangal were about to drop out for a moment, but they've started to discover their groove to some degree. It's not the best yet, but powered by retakes on the CT side and some sloppy engagements on the T. As long as a couple of moments of brilliance can keep lining up for the individuals, I think they still have a fighting chance to take it to map number 3. The favorites, of course, here being Favbet, having one map won with ease, this being their own map pick, and they're also playing on the favored side for themselves.
HG at the ready. It's going to go into the CT spawn. Bondic. Very ready for this. He's got Util at his feet. And I think he's just going to keep bombarding these HGs once the contact's made. It's an interesting strat. It might just work. Nades come over. They'll start to work their way up. MP9 takes contact. There's the first. Now the HGs will start raining, but Sangol pull the plug. And how long is it going to take Favbet to realize?
Oh, this late smoke certainly telegraphs it. Yeah, look at this fast rotation as well. Jeky in the corner this time. Does he do the same ruse? Does he run into apartments? Yup, but this time he's not going to win. Tension can't even waste any time. The long range from the CZ75 won't be paying any dividends anytime soon. And the fact that 3 players actually have armor, have something to save, means that they will be disincentivized from going for this retake. The contest for double digits starts now.
Again, it's another one they've just kind of got to give up. I mean, Smash at least this time gets an AK out of it. It does really feel like a lost cause. Nine to 9 then. Sangal doing exactly what we saw from them yesterday, actually, where, you know, they give us a good showing. They give us a good showing on Inferno. Not been able to finish it off just yet, but they're looking in a strong position to do so.
Oh, damage. The exchange towards Banana definitely favoring Sangol a bit. They get some free damage without having to make any real commitment. Some Util also taken away from Favbet. Molotov starts to send the message that they might want to go exploring. But I think with how staggered the pace has been for Sangol in so many of these rounds, they might want to do something faster when they're against the rifles. They know that they've cut it a little too close, and they want to change that.
Okay, working its way out. Masked knows these next couple of fights absolutely key. Lots of damage dealt onto short as well. Tensions there from long, but whiffs his lines. Beanox ends up with a double. He takes a lot of damage though, as does Mary. And the tap with the span through the smoke actually only hits the full HP man. Could have made all the difference, given him an early advantage here and into the round. And they've got a bit of util, but nothing offensive. It's 3 flashes and a smoke. It can buy him some space, but won't finish off either of these low players. And they've just got to work their way up short.
It's all about the timing. Beanox is coming in for the flank. Can they find the kills on the site early enough? No. They've got to prioritize the fight against Beanox, and Merrick is stuck. Gets caught in the back. And some beautiful footwork from Beanox to prioritize easier duels when he knows he doesn't have much HP. Favbet going for the timeout, and it makes total sense. They know that they fumbled what seemed like a dominant game for them. They started off this game, I think it was 5-2 at some point? Yeah. Glad we get the round history to be able to account for it. But Sangol very quickly recovered.
Oh, in the lead. Thin margins, though. These 4 rounds have gone their way, and they've gone their way convincingly, I guess, but certain moments where there's been these key duels that Favbet lose by, a matter of 1 bullet. Sangol get away with 3 players alive there, but 10 HP on one, 30 on the other. Favbet just sort of inches away from pulling off those key fights that they needed to get that one going their way. Banana aggression not going to work this time. Denied by Beanox. Tagged down low again, but returns the favor with the damage.
Oh man, the problem is that they go for something like this after taking a timeout, so it almost feels like Sangol just get ready for it. They expect something to have changed up. They don't get caught at it by... Ooh, good shot from Tension. Give them a say in the matter again.
Necessary.
The problem with the smoke is that it takes a little while to expand. And Jackie does actually recognize that piece of utility.
Oh, look at this. Not expecting the push-up from Banana. Now, what's the call for Sangol? Because the whole idea here was to wrap A, but now they've lost the control of Banana. You'd think maybe they'd want to head back towards B. Favbet realizing that, so they're a little bit slow as they work their way up middle, but now the call has been made. They're pressing onto the site. You need to get here and now. Jackie, big kill, not able to deny this plant, is tucked behind the box, but Smash will take out his teammate and smash the head of the second as well. Dennis to drop. Favbet will make this 10. It was a long time coming, but 5th time's the charm, apparently. Sangol fall just short.
The rounds have been back and forth enough where no team can feel comfortable about the money. And Sangol, if they don't win this one or get a bomb plant at the very least, they could find themselves up against the wall. It was a decent round from Favbet in the previous one, but again, it comes down to Smash being able to do some individual heroics, right? And it really sucks that Jackie is going 23-16 right now, but nobody else is really able to bring the heat at that caliber. Bondik's kind of absent. We're not really seeing too much from Merrick's either. Definitely a different story in the camp of Sangol where everybody's kind of even-steven. Well, Merrick's, though, knows that he has to try and get the advantage back, but is caught by Mast all the way in the back lines. A 3v4. And any kind of defense is going to be a difficult endeavor. Tension, you can see him tiptoeing forward because he wants to try and bring it back a bit. Kill from Bond.
It's huge from Bondik. I had one eye on the minimap there. I wanted to know which way that fight was going to go. Won't give him sightline on the bomb. It's just around the corner, but boils things back down to a 3-on-3. Re-smoke on Banana as well to make things really tricky for Sangal. Just in case they were thinking about playing into B, that should put a stop to that thought process.
Oh.
Or maybe it won't. Trying to flash through the smoke. Bondic reads it like a book, follows up with another. And maybe all three on the cards. No, runs out of bullets. That's okay, Mary. Trades, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Walks right into the waiting arms of the Orc. Tensional finish. And Favbet on to 11.
And I was talking
Smooth
about
sailing.
how no one was really stepping up to the kind of performance that Jackie was putting up, but then Smash comes away with a 3K. Now Bondic does that to single-handedly defend Banana. Sangal are in a bit of trouble. Look at this. They have to buy down to just the pistols to give themselves a fighting chance to take it all the way to overtime. And Favbet, they don't want to be surprised. They're taking their time out. It's a good thing that they're letting the air clear a little bit. Don't want to get surprised by the pistols or anything of the sort. And I think Sangal also understand that they've botched a pretty big advantage. A little while earlier, they could have had the chance to take the highway to the finish line and take us to map 3, but closing it in 2 is suddenly a possibility again.
It's always stayed a possibility. Just the odds of it have gone up and down, right? But Sangal now just with the pistols have their work cut out for them. HG to go deep should do a bit of damage. Oh, it does a lot of it. Dennis and Bleat eat that nade. Tension's just going to go all the way back onto the site as a result. 3 here on long. Oh, okay. Oh, God.
What?
It's kind of checked. Oh. How is he not connected to the third bullet? There we go. Jeez, Jackie.
Oh.
Now the last thing they expect is a third there. That is so sick.
You could tell that Dennis got desperate because he brought the knife out, and I think he wanted to just try and stab him, but it didn't work.
Sometimes it's needed. The little bait there. The two teammates die. Don't peek out to trade them. Just stay tucked. In the meantime, though, with all of this chaos, Masters actually managed to just walk up onto B and get a free plant. Now, I think Favbet will fancy their chances at this retake. Yeah.
Okay.
Phoenix.
This is... Oh.
They'll now know that he's coming in from CT, though, so they'll have info.
Yeah, they're going to try and isolate the triple box player, though. B-Nox being a real problem. There's no way Merrick's is ready for it, and how does Sangal get away with that?
Oh, that's ridiculous. After all of the chaos on A, you just feel like it's a must to rotate over, right? They throw all the pieces at it and then realize, oh, we haven't actually got the bomb down. They end up having to dance right back. Masked, just kind of doing masked things. It's like, oh, right, okay, well, they're probably stacked up, so I'm just going to grab this bomb and walk round to B then. Give me a second. Winning around like that, it's going to hurt the Favbet money again. Sangal will call a pause. And you've got a really tough decision to make here if you're Favbet. You either eco this round, and you've only got 2,400 loss. You either eco this round and play for overtime, or you force... And then, if you lose it, then you're on back-to-back force buys to try and close out. So it looks like overtime is a likely prospect. In fact, we could even see a regulation win out of Sangal. It's a half investment from Favbet. They're going to call a pause after the Sangal pause.
Oh, dude, this was a chance for Favbet to just close it. And it's crazy to think that the man sitting on 9 kills right now, Mast, is the one that spearheaded the potential of that happening. He took the bomb all the way to B. Favbet were super tunnel vision on A. It's been a strange game, at the very least.
So bizarre how it just flips around like that, right? It goes from being, you know, Favbet heavy favorites to just close it out because all they have to do is win against Pistols and they take 12 rounds, to now that just going right back the other way. Shows how close, how fragile a game like this is. And Favbet actually make the call to go for the hard force here too, so... all or nothing here in the 23rd. Not wanting to mess around. HG, oh, doesn't bounce into ramp instead. Hits the corner and goes out, so won't do anywhere near the damage that it could have. On a knife's edge right now. Marik's in the corner. This gets cleared. It does, but he's good for 1.5.
Good enough damage for sure. Dan is down to 24 points of health. He's the heaviest hitter on the team by far. And some utility still being available means that they can keep holding off this onslaught. Both the players with their respective Famuses have smokes to try and stop. Smash, he's got to play this to perfection. Make that MP9 work. They phase through the smoke, and somehow, not a single kill is going to connect. Bondic gets 2 for 1, though, as the nade is going to gobble up Mast as he's fighting the first assailant. Dan is low. Blitz, responsible for doing most of the heavy lifting. A strong gust of wind could take his teammate out. But thankfully, Sangol just have to focus on the fights because there's no flashes in play for the CTs. Tension starting to move in. 5-7 works. AK picked up. Blitz, though, he's starting to spray them down. And Tension has to do a lot more. Is he going to stick the bomb? Is he going to do something about this? He gets around the corner. And I don't think he can get on the bomb in time because it is way too far ticked down. Is there time?
I don't know. I think he might have it. He's got a kit. He was the only man. He was the only man with a kit. And I think, to be honest, part of that swing out from Blitz was on the basis of they probably don't have a kit here. They're on a force. Oh, man. That is so sick from Tension. And we just continue to go back and forth. It's really in his name here. The tension can be felt on Inferno. Favbet seemingly making the right call to commit to that round of the force bite. And despite Blitz's heroics, his efforts.
Oh, dude, Bondic saves
gonna go 12-11.
Like, for that to even be possible, right? Bondic,
oh, yeah.
That double kill was so intense. And
yeah, if he goes down without a fight, they just save. That's it.
Yeah, and of course, Jackie's also just been this formidable force that has been upkeeping this monstrous performance. 26 and 17 in this map.
Okay. Well. All or nothing now again. Favbet only keeping one player alive in that last. Actually hurts their finances as well, so they're not going to have the best of buys. FAMAS, 2 MP9s in play on the other side. Actually, to be honest, a better investment out of Sangol.
Oh, good shot.
But they're scared. Yeah, it's a big start.
Yeah, that's the biggest impact player down. Everybody else needs to start turning up, though. Tension is able to even the scales. And with the time actually ticking down, he might even be able to tip them in their favor. Want to make sure that you don't run into that AWP available. Might be a bit too slow. Tension creeping forward. Gets on an off angle. But Danis is too quick. And Bondic will have to hold on for dear life as the flanks start coming in. Just somehow waste enough time so that the bomb doesn't get planted. Audio cue given up. He's being chased from multiple angles. Can't nail the headshot. And surely this is going to overtime unless we see some crazy heroics. MP9 close. Merrick's and Smash both on the worst weapons possible for this. Trying to find a gap through the smoke. Smash isn't seeing anything. Sees a little bit of the body. Can't connect. Merrick's a last hurrah. That doesn't go his way, and we're on for overtime.
Wow. You know, that really comes down to that second fight from Tension as well with the re-aggression. Somewhat unnecessary, but has a go at it, and Danis holds strong. He ends up with 4 kills there in that round. Yeah, it's just that repeat. He has to adjust quite heavily. It's a big flick. He does absolutely everything there. Gorgeous to push Sangol into overtime. I think they have looked that little bit better here on Inferno. It's certainly come at the right moment. Odds still shaping up in Favbet's favour. That's somewhat down to the fact that obviously they're a map up in the series, so they'll have a chance here, a 50-50 chance here in overtime to close this out, and then a whole new reset on Nuke. I said in our first series of the day as well, I always love Nuke and Anubis as well as Decider map, just because you play the knife round for the sides, it can really come with a major advantage. Here we go, 12-12. The clock's reset. All or nothing here in the next 6 rounds.
I'm not gonna lie, Josh. I feel like in a game of longevity, Sangol beats Favbet. Because they've been relying on quite a few contingencies to make it work. But then again, I feel like there's also been some really shaky stuff from the other side. This is definitely a good start, though. Favbet, now that they don't have to worry about the economy, really, this CT side could have a lot more promise. Sangol not really changing up their game plan too much, but this time, the one change they have is that they're a little bit more advanced towards B. Not taking their sweet time this time.
You can actually see on Marix's cam there just how frustrating that was. Just go for the little jiggle peek and just insta-connected by that orb. Mast, not the primary sniper, but picks it up after Dennis falls early and says, well, I used to be the primary AWPer in this team. I'll just give you a little reminder of what I can do with it. They showcase with the fast shot. Look how much damage has been dealt here, though. 4v4 and a retake, and of course they'll go for it. It's OT.
Dude, the util
I'm sure they realise just how low Blitz and Mary are.
The couple of Molotovs are going to change everything. First one already deployed to knock B-Nox out of position. And flushing out 2 from the corner. How is Matt still out to get away with this? What? 3K could have been converted onto 4. Tension and Bondic. They've got HP, but don't think they realize there's a flank brewing. Blitz finally starts to connect, and Sangol are able to come back from an early disadvantage to get the 13th. Really keeping Favbet on their toes.
All unmasked.
Yeah.
So sick. And after a bit of a slow game from him as well. To pull together something like that. We saw all the early util damage, this boost. Yeah, Mary's just jiggling it. He's not even looking for a fight there. And the fact that he's just playing around the edge of the molly. Eating them for breakfast. Blitz. It's actually super smart for Blitz to go for that flank because he's not, you know, if they anticipate it, that he's dead whether or not he's on full HP anyway. And by him being on the site, he's then really vulnerable to any retake util. So for him just kind of like saying, right, I'm just going to go on a bit of an adventure, kind of negates the fact that he's low. It's a great start from Dennis. He'll be tanked down to 21, but early advantage goes their way. Now let's try and build upon it here.
Sangol now a bit trickier with their pace. They've sort of just thrown in a little bit more complication, in my opinion. Sometimes taking aggressive banana, then slowing it down all the way. Favbet definitely being kept on their toes. Some lacking HP on a couple of players, but the numbers advantage firmly in the favor of Sangol. Holding down long, though, is of the essence. Tension needs to make sure he doesn't miss, and when he does, Mass will take care of him. Single defender on the site, can't delay them at all, and Sangol, once again, they've got their names written all over around. And dude, Matt's performance has been so good in these past few rounds. We've been talking about the narrative we've always had around Matt is that he steps up in a way that his rating doesn't reflect. And I feel like this late game performance is a perfect example of it.
Yeah. Yeah, his impact can often not necessarily be felt unless it needs to. Then he'll just show up, be the hero. He'll put his cape on at a time like this and try and recover what seemed like a lost cause, right? A series that I think we had already pretty much chalked up. I was expecting Inferno to be close, but not like this. And FavBet, seems like we just keep seeing this same carbon copy on the A site where, you know, you got one player adventuring a little bit, he goes down, and then it's just the second tucked behind the default box on the site, just gets swarmed every single time it's cleared. There's no escaping it. Here we go again. I feel like they really need one here, at the very least.
And this is what I was talking about, Josh. I feel like Sangol have been a little bit more well-oiled in the sense that longevity-wise, when the individual prowess of FavBet isn't activating outside of Jackie, things can get really tough. Oh, beating the flash. Merrick still really bad spray down. Tension not quite baited. Still a couple defenders remaining, though.
I like Tension's angle here. No one's going to play into it, but just the idea, play in front of that smoke, around the molly. A little bit of aggression. Out of the balcony, Jackie. Oh, lucky that Bondic saves him there.
Molotov's really nicely placed.
That'd be a little bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, and this extra bit of time being purchased means that they can call in the rotations. Huge. And it's a good angle from Smash, as Dana's body's showing without him being able to see a damn thing out of that scope. Blitz and Beanox. All to do, not much time to do it. Blitz a bit lacking on HP, and you're right, they had to get some rounds. They had to get at least one on the board, not let Sangol let it be flawless. That is exactly what's going to happen. You can tell that this is just a desperate hurrah from Blitz. Hoping for some kind of fight to work their way, but instant headshot from Jackie certainly starts to disallow it. 3 barrels you're staring down at. 10 seconds. Beanox about to walk the plank as certain doom awaits him, and Smash just makes it even harder. So FavBet, small recovery, but it's all about how this translates into half 2 of overtime.
It's difficult to gauge, isn't it? Because we broke even 6-6 at the halfway point. Obviously, both sides. That's how we ended up into OT. But it did really feel like FavBet had that early momentum, right? And then it was Sangol towards the end that sort of clawed it back a little bit. You can see from the cams, Bondic. Looking a little bit... I don't know. He sort of had his head in his hands a little bit there. This one's getting stressful. Here we go. Oh, good start from Beanox.
Yeah, the advantage immediately being traded back, though. That's the problem. Masked, knocked out of position. And he's just trying to keep them at bay for a little while longer. FavBet could be one round. Oh, Jackie! What the hell did he just hit?
What?
He has no idea how he got that kill.
It's just a certified Jackie moment.
You're right.
He is dead to rights there. He's making loads of noise. You know, as the CT player, it's just like, okay, I can just swing and just pre-fire this. And Jackie just does some kind of weird smoke reaction shot. It pushes him onto 30 kills. If you're Sangol, you just kind of got to take that one on the chin a little bit. I mean, saving here is interesting. It's OT. They got plenty of money. They didn't even have an AWP. When you save them with an AWP, it makes sense. But I don't know. It is a very, very hard round to recover. So pulling the plug on it, I guess, makes sense. It'll be 14 apiece, though. Favbet back in the picture.
Yeah, I think they're just thinking long-term. They don't want to be in a position where the third round is barren for them economy-wise. And Favbet instantly springing up right back on their feet.
I think the joy of overtime is, you know, the finances give you that extra luxury to be able to go for some of those unlikely clutches. I think that's why, like, I know 16k overtime would sometimes get a little bit silly, but that's sort of what it would bring us. But yeah, you are right. Saving that, a bit of a masked inferno strips us of those fun retake shenanigans. Where retakes are just so tricky. Early util into banana, 3-man stack, blowing the smoke open. Peanox wants to get aggressive, try and activate. No one's here. And they're just burning a lot of utility. I mean, in turn, they'll get good space, but it's space that Favbet seemingly don't even want. It's information, though. That rotation will come back towards 8.
Favbet not wasting too much time. They know that previously they weren't getting enough information before they headed into a bomb site and they'd be left out to dry. But this time a bit more advanced. I really like this from Favbet. They still have a lurker, making sure that nobody wraps around because flanks have actually been a problem for them in the past.
This is not really a boost you ever see, but I like it. Oh, Flick doesn't connect. By no means a routine shot for Danis. That's a tough one, but one that I'm sure he would have really liked to hit. His teammates start to fall elsewhere. Jackie. Of course it's Jackie.
25 seconds, man. They really need to hurry up. They need a handle on things soon. Danis starts getting activated as well. They need to fish Mary out of pit. They need to find the site player. They just don't have the time for this. Why are they running around like headless chickens, not taking the fights? 12. Please get into a fight immediately. There it is. Mass finally goes down, but Mary's still sticking around. There's tension on the bomb. And Favbet, they end up getting the kills to get it done. Dude, this is so stressful to watch.
Yeah. The thing is with running the clock down so low, it kind of does two things here. And especially on Inferno, it's just so dangerous because firstly, you run the risk of if Mary swings out and denies the plant there, that's it. It's round over. Despite the fact that they'd insta-trade him and it would be a 3v1, that's it. It's round finished, right? And secondly, with them executing so late, Sango can just commit to the rotates, right? So it's not even like, you know, on Inferno where so much of the time you're second guessing because the T's can bounce between the two sites so quickly and whatever. When you're leaving it, if you go for a little prod at 30, 40 seconds, you're not necessarily going to pull rotations because Sangler's still worried that it's a fake. You go for an execution at 10 seconds, it's right. Well, you know, they haven't got time to go anywhere else, so pull everybody over, and it can all get very, very messy very, very quickly. Favbet onto 15, though. They've secured themselves double OT at the very least. They've recovered this sinking ship, and they are trying to pull it to shore right now. And it's behind the smoke. Molly deployed. He'll fall back. Skadoodle stickers on his AWP. He's looking to try and give us a little bit of that action. He has been so far. He's had a really good game, but not sure it's going to be enough. Jackie's on 33 kills.
Yeah, at that point, what else can he do, right? He's done all that and more. Banana being aggressed again. Flashbang is good. It catches both defenders, and I can't believe, after all the scuffles, all the slowdowns, Sango might actually be just pummeled in overtime. I talked about how Sango might have more longevity, but Favbet are going to pull another rabbit out of the hat. Blitz and Danis, 2v5, an impossible order being inflicted. And one of them can't even rotate over, so it's just Danis against the world. Smash will take care of him. Blitz too far away from the action, and Favbet will get on in 2, regardless of how labored it may be.
Jeez. Sango showing, again, there are some wheels behind their Inferno. They're an alright Inferno team, but they can't seem to close it. We saw a 13-11 yesterday, a 16-14 here, and honestly, that was not comfortable at all for Fazbet. Map 1 was, no doubt about that, but Inferno was not comfortable. But they get it over the line, and I think that's all they're going to really care about. They'll breeze through to the playoffs. Sangal will have another chance. I think that they're a team that definitely could still get it over the line. I think Inferno probably would have gone their way if Jackie wasn't just doing Jackie things. 54-31, 113 ADR. I just don't know how you play against that.
Yeah. The thing is, right, I know that 30 bomb used to be the gold standard because it was like, it's a round number, it's a big enough number, and there were 30 rounds back in MR15. But if you scale that down to like the equivalent of getting it done in MR12, right? Like 24 kills is basically the equivalent of a 30 bomb. So if you combine both maps, he's gotten the equivalent of 2 30 bombs and some change on top of that, right? So this is real good. Like, it's amazing work from Jackie, and you're right. If it doesn't turn if it wasn't a performance like this from Jackie, we certainly see Inferno actually going the way of Sangal. Now, this does mean that Favbet have made it through, but Sangal, it's not like they're out just yet. They still have a chance to make it out in the 2-2 bracket, so that's something we're going to have to wait and watch out for. That being said, though, we still do have another game coming up. It's going to be Amcal versus Portuguese Family up next, but you're going to have to wait for that a little while longer because this one was done in 2 pieces. About 15 minutes time, we'll be back, and we'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the final game of the day. It'll be Amcol versus Portuguese Family. Josh, how you feeling?
Pessimistic, I think is maybe one way of putting it. I really don't have high hopes for Portuguese Family. I think they've looked really poor recently. But maybe, just maybe, this is the start of better things to come. I feel like we've said this the last few times we've covered them, that this loss streak has got to come to an end at some point. They have had a couple of victories, or I say a couple, actually one since last time we covered them. It was against Delta, which I don't think counts for all too much. That was yesterday. But yeah, Delta are a team
That's kind of mean.
You know, on just a...
Straight up just saying it doesn't count.
Well, like, okay, it's something, but Delta are a team that are on a much lower level. Like, they're on a much lower level. It's like, you know, going and beating an ESEA main team or something. It's just, I just don't think it kind of has that same kind of weight behind it.
And surprisingly, Delta is still higher rated than Portuguese Family because of how bad their recent results have been. So, yeah, like, the reason our pessimism is coming through is because in the last 24 games, they've won 2. And before that, we were able to say that in their last 23 games, they've won 1. So, yeah, it's not been great for Portuguese Family. And I don't even know what is actually going on with their roster situation. I know that, like, last time, I think Nopej was substituting for someone, and then Rafax as well. Today, Rafax is going to be substituted by Nopej as well. So, like, they've generally just been having trouble, like, outfitting their entire team with the final piece. Like, J2's finally came in, and then they're still never actually coming to any of the games where they're with their full, decided, practiced, polished lineup. But I guess in that sense, they do have something in common with Amcol, who haven't been able to field Frost either. Also, can we just skip past this map pool because this is painful to look at? Thank you. We get to see we get to see Amcol, and they've been playing with Tommy instead of Frost. Now the good thing is Tommy is actually their official substitute, so it's not like he's just being borrowed or anything.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one actually, because they just brought in Frost, so I'm not sure what the whole sort of deal is there. But yeah, Tommy, a strong player with strong ratings. I just want to, like, something just really interesting that I just discovered about Delta, right? The team that Portuguese Family beat before. I was trying to work out, like, sort of where they'd come from and why they were now getting these invites. So at the start of last month, they won a regional LAN in Uzbekistan. Against, you know, teams that we just don't really see at this kind of level. Off of the back of that, they then got a load of VRS points because it was a VRS ranked event. And they ended up, because of that, with an invite to Thunderpick, CCT, and Compass. In all 3 tournaments, they are yet to win a single map. So when I say, like... Yeah, and in all 3 tournaments, by the way, they've played seven best of 3s, and they haven't won a single map in any of them. So that's what I mean when I say that they are just on a lower level. It's awesome that they're getting this experience in and playing against some higher level teams and whatnot. But yeah, it does seem like it was just VRS points off of a regional LAN that sort of put them in that position. And even then, they took Portuguese Family to the distance on one of them. It ended up getting 13-11. So they almost end up winning their first map. But Yeah, Amco here. To be honest, a team that haven't had, loads of success recently either. I think these boys have looked a little bit shaky in some of their previous games, but it's, definitely not as bad. A lot of their wins have been against sort of slightly lower caliber teams. They've taken a couple against Yano in the past couple of weeks. But I think the one that sticks out to me is that victory against Zero Tenacity the other day. I actually watched that game. And yeah, they looked pretty impressive. So hopefully that's the start of a little bit of a resurgence for Amco. We'll see. That was with Artfrost, though, and Artfrost was playing very well that game.
Yeah, I think having Artfrost does certainly change some things, because the last time I watched Amcol, although Tommy was fine, like Tommy was serviceable, he wasn't exactly particularly awe-inspiring. Like, he was towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but kind of going neutral, against Yano. It was nothing too special, but we'll see. Maybe he can do better today. That being said, video about to pop up on your screen. I'm not really sure how much that's going to matter. I think regardless of which way you cut it, this is going to be a tough matchup for Portuguese Family, but maybe they can at least try and stifle the blow by playing some stuff that Amcol isn't particularly good on themselves, and that is exactly what's going to happen. It's Anubis. That's going to be the second map. So yeah, Dust 2 should be a specialty for Amcol. I think it's even better with Artfrost on the team, because Travis was telling me about how Artfrost is one of the top 3 players on Dust 2, like rating wise, despite not despite not actually even playing in a team for the last few months. Like, he would manage to get to like a top 3 rating while just playing in like a pug sort of situation. So sorry, in like mixed teams and such. So to be able to do that, obviously it does bolster Amcol's Dust 2 quite a bit. But Anubis, I don't know, man. It's shaky for Amcol, so maybe Portuguese Family have a puncher's chance there.
I mean, I'm just casting my mind back when it comes to Anubis to the one map that we saw them win. That was in the actual main event here for Campus a month ago, something like that. And
against Metasport.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago against Metasport, and they took it to OT. They won it. It was the first time we'd seen them actually look half decent in a long time, right? So I do think that I do sort of think about that when it comes to their Anubis. We also saw them play against Unity the other day, and that also went to OT, but they lost it 16-14. So their Anubis is all right, to be honest. It's not great, but it's all right. Of all of the maps in their pool right now, I do kind of feel like it's a pretty decent pick here, knowing that Amcal are weak on it. They could maybe pull a map out of this series, but I still think going the whole way will be tough. When it comes to Inferno, Amcal definitely have an advantage there. I'm just interested to see how this dynamic's going to work without Artfrost in again after, him bolstering them up over the past few games. We also have a little bit of a stand-in situation over on Portuguese Family, but again, it's not really a big deal. They're playing with No Peach instead of Rafax. I think this has been a substitution that they've made a few times recently. So, yeah, again, not going to be any kind of, there shouldn't be any teething issues with it. I think sometimes when you end up with like a stand-in on the day and your coach has to play or something, then it's like a major contingency. But that won't be the case for either team today.
Yeah, I think regardless of whichever way you cut it, right? Like, I'm trying to think about maybe something we can figure out for Portuguese Family, maybe like some kind of weird win condition. But I think if every player is somehow like on top form, right? They're particularly feeling themselves, and then you're somehow getting Tommy, like Tommy's like being totally dominated. Okay, so Dust 2 is just not going to happen. Like, just you can take it from me right now. Spoiler alert: Dust 2 isn't happening. Maybe that's a bit too pessimistic, right? But dude, Amcol are actually such a solid team on Dust 2. Like, I barely ever see opponents within their caliber match up to their Dust 2. Like, and I know it's kind of hard to. It's kind of hard to justify that, but if you just like look at some of the losses that they have had, but like the losses that they did end up suffering were close enough where I don't really put too much stock into it. But we're about to head straight into the game, and we should be able to figure out how Dust 2 is going to unfold. Portuguese Family on the CT side, Amcol starting off on the T.
All right. Important to try and get off to a good start here. If you're on Portuguese family, you get the pick of the sides. They'll start off on their defense. You said Dust 2 is not happening. They want to try and prove you wrong. Renato will have some good information here. He's in towards the tunnels. He hears them stomping around lower. Timing important. Kalash is very aware. But you can see on the cam, he's scratching his nose, hand off the mouse for a second there. Doesn't get punished in the gunfight. Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, it's a good way for Portuguese family to be starting things off, but Amcol, they want to start pressuring the A-bomb site. Renato stuck inside LT. And I feel like Amcol might have wasted too much time here. They've shown presence all the way on short. The fact that Renato has all the information in the world towards B. He sees them going towards long. Now they can start stacking up a little bit. And yeah, I am teeing this up to be an Amcol win, but certainly not the pistol round with the way things are being handled right now. 20 seconds on the clock. That might just be the amount of time it actually takes them to get onto the site, but they are starting to lose players now. And if the short player can activate, then maybe we can still talk, but the time is quickly ticking down, and it's just going to be Cynics remaining towards the end, and he's trying to put up a fight, but being rained down by bullets. So Portuguese family, a good start.
Yeah, very good start. Opening kill, opening round. Amcal don't really get anything out of that either, so they're not even going to go for... well, they are going to go for a force, but there's not going to be too much behind it. It'll be a couple of pistols. Mac 10 on Av, Tommy with the scout. Won't have any Kevlar behind it either. There you go. Oh, yeah, not connecting there. Wishful thinking from Svede. The thing is, when it comes to rounds like this, is by forcing into it, you really are expecting to win it. You're hoping to win it, but I just don't see how here.
So far, so good, though, for Portuguese family. Definitely not a round that's teed up for Amcol at all. Short aggress, Snappy has a W locked down. And getting onto the B site might be possible with the fact that Portuguese family are playing this kind of conservative, but if Stinik starts to peek forward, Nopej is waiting with the M4 ready. That's one. Bit of damage courtesy of the scout rifle, but yeah, they're just going to try and rain down on him. Don't want to overcomplicate anything and try and avoid the bomb plant. So, one casualty, but I think Portuguese family will be fine considering that they were up against a 4-spot. And eco's in order.
All right, round 3. As you say, eco in order. Not a lot that you can really bring to this one. So rifles out, couple of MP9, Snappy and Linko. We'll look to farm a bit of cash here. Snappy getting stuck right in. Down in the lower tunnels. It won't be Glocks for Amcal. This is, you know, what always excites me a little bit when it comes to this team. Even an eco round means Deagle's no armor. MP9 should have been able to make light work of them. Does only end up with one. Needs to be careful here. The M4's whiffing as well, Jay. Honestly, my friend, just get out of it. A little bit too much heat on him. Renato will come and call it off.
Yeah, you can't really expect this to be too interesting until Amcol actually get their hands on weapons, but What's really intrigued me already is that Amcol looked a bit flustered on the pistol round. Now, I want to see if that turns into a bit of a theme. Now, I think you and I, before the cam segment even started, when we were just discussing it in the break after the last game, I think the idea both you and I had was that Amcol should be getting this done in 2 with pretty much no difficulties whatsoever, but I'm happy to see that Portuguese family are able to at least offer some resistance very early. A 3-0 start can be turned into a bit more because money will also be stabilized courtesy of keeping most of your players alive most of the time. A total of 4 deaths across 3 rounds is good.
One thing that was a little bit concerning there, and I don't want to, just feel like I'm being hypercritical all the time of these guys, but very messy with a lot of those gunfights, right? There was nothing super clean when, we saw Jay taking the fight in top mid, and then with that lower tunnels player, having a hard time with that one. Does eventually convert.
I really like how Portuguese family actually took a bit of initiative towards middle. The fact that they go for that boost, it ends up connecting on a leg as well as Faded. Handed over the AWP. Tommy's down to a rifle. Just wanting to poke around short. One of the easier areas to gain access to. In the meantime, the Lurker's got to pull some strings as well. So mid control's been available for a while, but they haven't really done anything off the back of it. Some resistance offered as a smoke will be deployed. 50 seconds to go, and Amcol certainly want to get a little bit closer to the action. But I am starting to think this might be the eventual mid to B push. There's a smoke. Their tunnel sprung is also going to be taken care of, so now they only have one avenue to approach B side from. Oh no.
Oh wow, Jay, that's a big double to find.
A triple. How are Amcol looking so lost?
I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what's going on here. These opening rounds, you're right, have just looked so disjointed.
The problem is that the tunnels player exposes himself a little bit too early, and then when they start pushing in from mid to B, it becomes a bit too easy to just be picking off players that are coming in from one angle, and not too much elaboration on crossing over from CT either. Like, they're quite exposed directly going into the doors where you will be visible if you're if the CT smoke is just a standard one. Nopech nearly dies there, and I think if that happens, then things become a lot easier as the window player can't commit to the fight. But yeah, Jay creeps in from the left side of the smoke. 3 easy ones for him as they're simply not ready for it. And this time Amcol want to speed things up. I love that. Nade to try and get closer, but Faded has missed a very important shot.
Jump spot from Jay. Pick from Snappy to get things started. Exactly what you want to see.
This is Amcol's map pick.
Yeah. Against a team that have managed to win, what, two games of their last 35 or something completely insane like that?
23.
23? Right.
Yeah.
24. Okay.
All of this is happening because I said that Dust 2 is a foregone conclusion and that that Amcol is just going to win it with no resistance. But it's still kind of early. I mean, 4 rounds, not really enough to chalk up an outcome just yet. And I do believe we are going to see an uptake in performance soon because I don't expect Amcol to just consistently be getting blown out like this. Nice shot from Kalash. B-side access gained, but Nopech will still be another line of defense. Instant headshots, however, will make sure that Amcol cannot proceed any further. So, back onto the weapons, yes. Faded maybe missing a few bells and whistles because he did have the debuff of not having any money saved up in the previous one. But a 5-0 start is exactly what you need, and Amcol go in for the timeout because they themselves quickly realize that this is not the standard of performance that they themselves have grown accustomed to.
Yeah, far from it, to be honest. They're not going to be happy with the way things are looking right now. It's still early doors, so this is still very recoverable, but we know how quick things can get out of hand. I mean, it feels like we're already kind of semi-getting to that point. Portuguese family, they've already sealed themselves like a reasonably good half. I think they've won one or two more to call this a good half, but they're on their way, and they're staying super clean about it as well, right? Jay and Linko have died once. No Peach hasn't died at all.
Yeah, very clinical coming out from Portuguese family. Amcol. This has been a consistent theme. They start taking control of short, and then they abandon it at the very end. Try and go middle, try and go B, but this time I think they might actually be making a commitment. Problem is, there is a Molotov on the other side. Renato, if he can time it right, he could totally shut down everything with a single can of flames. Yep, that's exactly what he's going for. Shoulder peaks as soon as he sees the util coming. He's going to stop him. Flashbang is nicely timed, and he preemptively throws the Molotov a bit deeper, just to avoid it being extinguished instantly by the smokes. Kalash, in the meantime, has gained access to the B bomb site, and as Amcol is starting to commit late, they have to deal with Jay still. Noped still fighting back. AW needs to take care of Renato. Portuguese family being allowed back into it. No, no way! Oh, they can't get him off the bomb, but this could have gotten so bad, Josh. Amcol get away with it, but at what cost?
Yeah. Another one that's a little too close for comfort, but at least it's a step in the right direction for this team that have had no success so far here on their own map pick, as well. As you say, the T side is where you expect them to maybe having this impact. You've got Tommy playing today. He's 1 and 5, but you can't even put the spotlight on him because no one's stepping up. Looking for this opening pick. AWP in hand. Snappy on the other side of it, but not wanting to take this aggressive fight. Instead, just hold him from an arm's length. Waiting for this flash to come through. Sees the cross. Where does that bullet go? Not like it was on the money. Might have taken a step back as he pulled the trigger because it doesn't connect. At least he's got the info.
I think the timeout's doing some wonders for Amcol as they're having a bit more control. It's very interesting because I really thought that just based on the firepower difference that Amcol have been able to establish within the scene, within similar caliber opponents, they wouldn't have even had to be as elaborate as they are right now. But I really appreciate that Portuguese family is really making them sweat. Look at these little individual plays. Jay and Renato, total shutdown. Linko gets a bit of help to start taking control of short. And Amcol actually look like the underdogs right now. Kalash might be able to do some damage, but that's it.
That's how this feels. The underdogs for sure. Their map pick is just slipping away from them round after round. There's not been anything that's looked convincing here. Even the one that they were able to win came down to the wire. there's anything that you can really sort of lean on as a crutch of confidence right now. Scout in hand for Tommy. No one to be on the receiving end of it. They'll clear out the tunnels. There just isn't really a need for Portuguese family to be giving them these aggressive fights. So, yeah, a little prod into short. Snappy will get on that angle just in the nick of time. Svede eats the AWP bullet. He's got the support there for him as well, so HG will go in.
Wow!
That is gorgeous. I don't know how you play against that. There's no way you can find that kill as the rifle on the swing.
Dude, it feels like Portuguese family as a unit have some kind of collective flow state.
Yeah,
everyone
maybe that's
is nailing their respective duels, and even the ones that aren't really at the top of the scoreboard or anything, they've done the important bits. Like, look at this. I already know that Nopage is going to be very useful, at the very least be able to delay them. They want to try and flush him out with a Molotov. Yep, that's it. Take away the attention. Nopage takes a sweet time to get into the fight, but that is okay. They're low enough that he can pick them off, and 7 kills for the man as he buys enough time, maneuvers this expertly. And Amcall's second timeout already being deployed within the first 8 rounds of the game.
Maybe it's just a result of sort of an attitude shift. Saying there's nothing to lose, right? As much as we're being quite critical of them at the moment, I massively commend them on the fact that they've stuck together as a roster. I can't think of any other teams that have had this level of rough form and not just disbanded, right? The fact that these guys are sticking it out and they're saying, look, we're going through it right now. We're in the mud, but we'll climb our way back out. And at this point, you know, you're playing in tournaments saying, well, we've got nothing really to lose here. You know, there's no expectations. All of the pressure's off. Everybody expects us to lose this game as we have done for the last 25 matches we've played or something, right? So it allows you to just maybe enjoy it a little bit more. Right now, they're playing some of the best CS we've seen out of them in a while. Amcal don't really know how to respond.
This is also a very one-dimensional game plan from Amcal, which I haven't seen before. I mean, maybe it's because they're just losing all the aim duels that they've generally been winning in past games, but they look like they're just magnetically attached to the idea of taking control of short and then pivoting into something. Becoming a bit too telegraphed now. A single smoke to start taking them in. Snappy, a very uncharacteristic miss after this game. 2 kills will be found. There's still a prong all the way in long, and an AWP is going to be recovered. No, it's a scout rifle. My bad, sorry. Ronaldo doing some damage. AW down to very low HP. And it just feels like it's another round that's going to be folded into the mix. I mean, fair play to be a nuisance, but he just didn't have the HP to do anything about the third. I'm in disbelief. Yeah, because if... And the worst part is that the next map that Amcal has to head into is one that Portuguese family have at least shown some presence on And it's not great for Amcol. So if Amcol can't do anything on their own map pick, this is alarm bells. And I'd like to remind you that the losing team here gets eliminated. We had a bit of a break on the Bleak stuff in the previous game, as it was the qualification match. But this time it's for survival. Oh, flashbang's amazing, but the anti-flash from Faded is very advanced. Snappy being caught as well. Renato is going to try and even up the stakes. The AWP still activated from Tommy. Little corner in the smoke. It's Faded. I'm sure he's going to be ready for it. Renato will go down. Portuguese family, I can't help but feel like they've already done all the heavy lifting. And even if Amcol can chain together everything, this might be enough work having been done on the CT side.
This one just feels a little bit doomed. We're into another pause here as well. Looks like a technical one.
If anything, it almost acts like a freebie pause for Amcol, just to be able to discuss some things, or at the very least clear out the air. This is easily the worst form I've seen Amcol in a very long time.
Yeah.
It's really hard to even diagnose what might be going wrong. Because so far, it feels like this one-dimensional playstyle from Amcol that it doesn't really pivot into anything. We've seen constant short pressures. We've seen maybe a little bit of action on middle, but somehow Portuguese family, they always thin the numbers before it actually turns into anything decisive from Amcol. Just saw Renato pop in. Just walked into the room. Seems like they've taken the unpause as soon as he's back, so surely that was the reason for the technical timeout.
I think so. Okay, Snappy.
Oh.
Oh, God. Not sure how Tommy went about that, whether or not he was holding for that boost up or if it was a reaction flick, but beautiful shot nonetheless. It'll give them an early man advantage, something that they've really been gasping for in a lot of these rounds. Tommy actually somehow manages to find them another, so after such a slow start, he's creating a path here. Nico and Jay might even want to just hold on to these weapons. There's not going to be much of a buy in the next. With or without these guns staying alive.
At least Amcol are able to make a late game recovery, because otherwise the CT side would have just looked like it's done for. I think Portuguese family are going to be pretty happy with what they were able to cook up. Dude, AW really needs to get his body physically closer.
Just getting inside the monitor.
Yeah, like... Hang on, I'm just gonna try and do it. One sec. Let me try to get into his posture. Dude, I'm sure this is not healthy. And like he also has his like elbows hanging off the table. So it's like this weird puppet master posture.
Yeah, bad for your back. Don't do it at home, fellas.
Yeah, this one's reserved for the professionals. After seeing some of these postures, I feel like we should have a disclaimer, much like WWE. Like, do not try these stunts, such as sitting in a chair like this for 9 hours in a row.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. I promise.
Source, my back doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Well, it's going to be able to pick up an early duel of his own. Stinix just around this corner. Nice kill onto Renato.
Okay, so Portuguese family kind of running out of the win that was involved in their sales before. And Amcol, surely a sigh of relief as they get at least a bare minimum to keep themselves relevant in the rest of the game. Because if they now win the pistol round, then maybe we can still keep having that conversation. Before that, it felt next to impossible. And I will say, this is easily some of the worst shooting we've ever seen from Amcol. Like, it just... and of course, Fade8's amazing spray transfer pops up on the screen as I'm saying that. But in general, it's not been great. Like, nobody's broken double digits. Nobody's really, like, doing a great individual job, I guess. But I hope that can turn around. Oh, Amcol trying to hold on for dear life. Kalash in the back lines. Ooh, getting completely overrun by Portuguese family. Not a good look. And this is something that they were heavily relying on, Josh, to be able to win the pistol round, to be able to bring it back.
Stinix. Yeah, all by himself. As you say, this pistol round becomes really important, and it doesn't feel like they recognize that importance, or at least take advantage of it. She gets overwhelmed at the end right there, and it's a good start to this second half for Portuguese family. They had a little bit of a shaky end to the first, so yeah, they'll be happy that they make that one go their way. A bit of contact. It's just a low buy here, though, for Amcol. That's what's kind of the problem. Previously, I've never counted this team out when they've got Deagles in hand and whatnot, but today they haven't really been doing anything with them.
And if the start of the previous half wasn't bad enough, Family might be in a bit of trouble if they run into this MP9 without being able to take care of it early enough. Jay got a little bit dicey, but yeah, I was just gonna say, like, if the first half wasn't bad enough, losing the pistol on the second one certainly puts a nail in their coffin. At least Phoenix can try and offer some resistance, but not really. Bomb recovery should be difficult at all. Headshot found. Another attempt to stick to the bomb. Stinix knows that he just has to try and go for gambles, pot shots, you name it. That's desperation right there.
Feels it a little bit. Oh, yoy. I'd love to see one connect, but... Oh. Oh, wow, okay. It was a little bit, you know... sloppy. Snappy wasn't quite on it straight away. The crossfire was almost broken, but... Look at this. Not allowed the transfer, but still just making all these entries work up on the site. Portuguese family. Proving that this isn't just a good start to the game. This is a good beginning, middle, and end. So I want to just close this out. Amcal's money been all over the place. They're going to go for another half buy. Nice shot from Svede. I said I normally get excited when these guys are on pistols, but they haven't really done anything to show that today. Maybe. A little bit more. A couple more of those, please. There we go. This would be a disastrous round to lose.
No.
Oh my god.
And of course they start performing when you say that you haven't seen anything to get excited about. Faded, 3 crispy deagle shots might be bringing them back into it. And if Portuguese family end up not converting this game, this is the round they'd be looking back at. But Linko can still do it. Oh, knows where they're coming from. Here's the audio cue from both, but what a shot from Spade to get 4 kills, 4 headshots with the deagle. And Amcal certainly have put some more distance in between Portuguese family and the finish line. And now it's recoverable.
Yeah, well and truly working his magic there. Look at this again from Svede. Some monster shots, and even that at the end, yeah. Sort of epitomizes the other 3. Just crisp, 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 and then crisp again. One was even right through a smoke. Hey, cheat. To a little bit of early damage. Portuguese family, they're on a force hit. Haven't got too much behind it. Renato's on a Galileo. Everyone else just with the pistols.
Oh, Portuguese family get away with a little too much, but Kalash still wants to be a problem. Linko finds him. Weapon having been recovered. And just as you think that Amcal might already have it recovered, they still have to fight up against an awkward buy. Renato up close, personal with the Galil, a second casualty. And if Amcal thought they were going to start and run away with it, well, think again, because Portuguese family has got themselves covered.
$11 rounds, and Tommy just desperate to hold on to this AWP now. Oh, and he won't be allowed to. Jeez, 4 players staying alive in a round that Portuguese family really didn't have much business in winning. One more closer to the finish line.
Think this many fumbles might actually be enough to put Amcal 6 feet under. I don't know if Anubis is going to be just as positive for Portuguese family, but it might as well be with how good they've been. Let's see. Long control starting to be established. A little bit of action, but nothing culminates into a kill. AW stuck in lower tunnels, though. This could be a problem. Never mind. He's going to be the issue for Jay. Does still have another player to take care of. Very good on the adjustments in Amcol. They've been very consistent and at least giving themselves some breathing room. Now, problem is their head is barely above the surface. One or two more mistakes is all it's going to take for Portuguese family to march on over to Anubis with their chest buffed out.
Jiggle here, Kalash. Deploys the smoke, but is it too late? The answer, I guess, is yes. The trade is there. But Av now in a lot of trouble. Linko picks up his teammate in the meantime. Bad timing to pull out a nade, though. And it all gets cleaned up. Much better from Amcal, but is it too little too late?
The good thing out here is that it's just a 5-round difference, right? Like, this is doable. This is possible for Amcal. But I don't know how probable it is.
Not very, I don't think. I don't think they've looked good enough at all this map, to be completely honest. You know, we've seen these little individual moments. They've been great, but there's been so many vulnerabilities. So, smoked off.
Yeah, we've grown quite familiar with Short at this point with how much both teams want to pressure it, but certainly Amcal more. Oh, good shot from Renato. And does that pretty much give them free access to the A site?
Seems like it.
Oh, that's good from
Goal.
Stinix.
It's a good shot from Stinix. Yeah, that's massive. The thing is, it's just giving up this site. It's a little bit concerning, isn't it? When you look at the buy that they had, I mean, I'm confident that Amcal should still be able to retake this. They haven't got Util. Jay's just managed to find another kill in the meantime.
The thing is, having a player all the way in long does mean that it stops them from maneuvering around ramp, maneuvering around long, and that makes it so much easier for the Kalash to start picking up those kills. Jay, he could find 3, but Kalash will find the final nail as well. So, good little recovery from Amcal. And perhaps they'll still have a little bit more breathing room as Portuguese families struggle to get their finances in order.
Right, well, it is just going to be some pistols again, but this one is not a force buy. This one is just a couple of deagles. Tech 9, P250, Snappy holding on to his cash so he can buy an AWP as soon as possible. HG will blow that smoke open. No one on the other side. They're just around the corner instead. And Amcal are starting to materialize this a little bit. Tech 9, oh, almost ends up with the entry. Does add enough of a spanner to the works that maybe they can slip up short. No. Alright. Wishful thinking. Doesn't happen for us. They get shut down.
Interestingly enough, Amcal have had more of a team overhaul to get to this point. And, you know, if you look at the actual kill counts, it doesn't feel like Portuguese family are the ones that are supposed to be on top. But then you zoom in on one guy, and you understand where those 11 rounds came from. 25 and 14 is a bit egregious to allow.
And some Renato as well, who's a good player, but he's not been like this X factor necessarily, has he? You know, in the previous series when Jackie was popping off, it's no surprise that Jackie's popping off, because that's what Jackie does. For Renato, he's not even been the highest rated player for this team recently. It's been Snappy that normally puts up the numbers. Snappy's been good this game as well, don't get me wrong, but Renato's normally one of the weaker links, or sort of middle ground of this team. Doesn't want to just be this consistency today. He wants to be consistently brilliant. Shining star. Stinix on the other side of this door. By how they're going about this, it's very clear they're going to clear it. Yeah, but only 1 for 1. It's a good trade again, Renato. Lightning fast.
Problem is they don't have any utility to try and stop this, but Tommy preemptively goes for the peak. Clears up long, makes it a little bit easier to hold short, and he's going to need support soon. And I like this approach from Tommy. He backs up instead. He knows that he'd rather play the long game of a 3 versus 2, especially after his teammates rotated over. Kalash on the flank. Tommy waiting for the call to emerge from CT once more, but Snappy's been good, and he's been staying true to his namesake. Looking for the fight, Tommy collects him. No pitch. Lots of work to do. No util to stop him. 2 heads to find. And he needs to play this perfectly. That's one. AW. What is he going to do when No Pitch isn't offering himself up? Quick tap of the bomb. No Pitch going for tiny little peeks. And yeah, that's enough information to make sure that AW won't be able to do anything. The Portuguese family. Great footwork from No Pitch to get it done.
Yeah, it's just... He doesn't necessarily know that Av doesn't have a kit there, but... Yeah, the second that he realizes he's off the bomb, you can't even get back on it, right? There's scenarios where if you've got a kit, you can play a little bit of a 50-50, yeah? And just tuck yourself down, hold the 5 seconds, hope that they don't call your bluff, but 10 seconds, not a chance. Jump spots, Tommy, that is a very fast shot. Stinix follows up. All right, Amkala's still got a little bit of fight left in them, it seems.
There's just been enough mistakes where I think this is going to happen again. It feels like Portuguese family will find one chink in their armor and exploit it as much as they can. It's so weird because when Amcal are getting rounds, they look convincing. They look like the better team. They look like they've got more firepower, but Portuguese family definitely have gotten away with a few fast ones. We've seen a couple of Tech-9 rounds be swung in their way as well. Can definitely blame Amcal for some of those. Good connection from Tommy.
Tommy. Yeah. Doesn't seem like No Pitch can do a whole lot more here. 1v4. Ideally, to be honest, doesn't want to survive here. He could do with just taking a fight. Dying. Best case, bomb plant, sees one close. Yeah, okay. I don't think he's going to be too bothered about the fact that he's gone down there, because that'll then just even out the finances a little bit. I mean that they can all take an eco now. It'll go 12-10, and then they can buy together. The last thing you want in a late stage of the game like this is to lose control of the economy. And for Portuguese family, this is also where a little bit, whilst they've been absolutely fantastic this map, I can't help but feel that sort of this invisible force starts to come into play a little bit, where they've had so many losses recently. They've had a lot of really close games as well they've not been able to close out. And you do start to feel you hit 12 rounds. Maybe those nerves kick in a little bit. Are we about to do it? Are we about to break this curse? Break this streak? This is the Amcal map pick. They'd definitely be the favourites to take the series if they end up winning it.
I don't know about Anubis, man. It's definitely still up in the air, especially with the mistakes we've seen Amcal make. But this type of recovery where we started off with a monstrous showing from Portuguese family. What were they up like? I don't know. Can we see the round history real quick? Because it was like, what, 8-1 or something? that kind of...
Yeah, it was 8-1, yeah.
Yeah, so that kind of domination being converted into this scoreline from Amcol definitely tells me that they've at least woken up now. And I hate to say it, but if Renato slows down at all at this point, we might even see a world where this goes to overtime and PT Family still can't do it. And I'd also like to commend Tommy. He's been doing a good job at keeping them alive. Has been a tricky place to get some work done with the AWP. He's had formidable opposition from Snappy. He's been keeping his cool. Portuguese Family, I really hope they don't overcook this.
They need to make sure that they don't. It's really that simple. They found so many really good rounds in that first half and even at the start of this second. Just don't fumble. Run back one of your previous strats. They had a fair bit of success on the B site in the past, but here, Av reads it. Span through the smoke is brilliant, and up on top of the boost. Look how messy this is. The communication is just all over the place, and going through the smoke, they seem lost. Spinning around in circles.
Oh, wow.
Not only does it take ages to trade the player on top of the box, they actually don't trade him. I don't even think they fire a bullet his way. It's 11 on the board for Amcal, and with no round and no bomb plant for PT Family. In fact, only one kill in that round. There's not going to be any money. I think we're going to OT here.
And I fear that the longevity of Amcal now is going to be way more potent than what we can see from Portuguese Family. So they must get it done now if they want a fighting chance. The momentum being built up by Amcal to allow this kind of comeback is amazing. And Portuguese Family, this is where they need the stars to align. We need Renato to be the shining star that has carried them through this game to once again shine.
This was 11-5.
This was also 8-1 at some point.
Yeah, but... I think getting that momentum in the first half is, like, you know, a little more common than it seems, especially at the moment. But then picking up the pistol in the second half and actually, you know, pushing yourself to that finish line and then fumbling it, no. You can't be letting that happen. Surely not. Svede's going to open things up with the first kill. There's a little gap in that smoke as well. Tommy might see the head. No, he doesn't. A second one deployed. They're going to go for this B split, but weaker weaponry. M4 through. It's a big whiff. But it's having Kalash back the other way. Khalil needs to trade him with Zelenko 1v3. And the spray is on point. A fumbled high five. That's okay. It's not like we caught it on the cams or anything, right? 12-12. They won't care. What a recovery for overtime.
I want to see this final kill from AW as well. You can tell that that is just pure flow state stuff from the players. They're locked in. They know that they've got to go round by round.
A little tiny bit of luck. A little tiny bit of luck.
And the crazy thing about flow state is that when it does happen, everything feels a lot luckier, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I have days sometimes where, you know, you flick the orb, you get a kill, and you're like, that was nowhere near the guy I just shot at, right? But we'll take it. It's another early man advantage. Amcal. Now, surely the favourites to close out their pick. Especially with how good they've looked on their CT side here. I think they'd be eyeing up the idea of taking 3 in this first half of OT. And just kind of shutting the door in Portuguese Family's face. Love that aggression from Stinix. Previously, we've seen him get aggressive on long, but he's never ventured beyond the doors. Just normally tucks himself behind it. Right there. It's a big pick.
And dude, already, like... I honestly just lost my train of thought for a second with how lost Portuguese family look as well now that they aren't the ones that are dishing out the damage. I don't think... I don't think Portuguese family have it in them to now suddenly play like the favorites again. To muster up that courage after botching what seemed like an inevitable victory for the men.
I just think you can't help but feel so bad here, you know? The Portuguese family, everything that they've had to face recently. All the hardships in their recent games, finally. One that looked like it would go their way, and... still... they fumble it at the end. Stinix picks up another. I said before, they'd be eyeing up the idea of winning 3 in a row here on their CT side, but how good it's looked. That now applies. 2 on the bounce, 3rd to come shortly. Maybe. This Portuguese family can do something about it, but these last 2 rounds have just looked so rough.
And I'm sure Amcol are feeling unbeatable right now, untouchable, after what they've been able to muster up. They took it 1 round at a time. And when they started winning, they made it look clean. Look at the rotations. Look at how ready Amcol are. As soon as they start getting the info that there's players along, somehow, Portuguese family get out on top in all these engagements. AW caught through the smoke as well. And all of Amcol has been ripped to shreds. In a duel
That's so bizarre. AW is in the middle. He's in the middle along, and he's not spamming or anything. He's just there, and he just gets laser beamed.
I mean, I kind of get what he's going for because they just got 3 kills, so they'll think long is clear, and they might just push past the smoke and run into him.
Oh yeah, I'm not blaming him. I just think it's insane that Jay has landed that spray so precise through the smoke like that, and expecting another one.
Oh man, it's crazy that if Portuguese family were able to pull out a round like that just a few rounds ago, they would have been over the line. They would have been going to Anubis.
Wow. Yeah, it's a little bit too late for 13 now, isn't it? Even with that round win, they are going to be at a disadvantage. The one saving grace is their CT side was really good. But that was a while ago. And I don't think that you can, you know, draw all the parallels from this and say, let's see this from Jay's perspective. That one was ridiculously lucky. That was one of the last bullets in the clip as well. And then that's the spray I was talking about onto Av. It's just perfect. But yeah, I think with the momentum and whatnot that Amco have now, Portuguese family, whilst, as I say, they were great on their CT side, I think a lot of it was them just coming out of the gates hot on this map, and that momentum's worn off. They could really be in trouble here.
Okay. Amcol, they still have the lead. Portuguese family, you've got to remember that they were doing a lot better on the CT side, so we're hoping maybe some of that momentum comes back if we want to see that underdog upset, and it would be a pretty significant one at that. So Snappy goes exploring. He's gonna chase it with a nade. Explodes right next to Fade8. But he's still down to 3 HP, not quite in the bin just yet. Also, I'd like to quick pat on the back to Fade8, who has been largely responsible for sort of powering some of that AmCall comeback. Snappy. His position must be known, so he's got to get off the angle after he gets hit by the smoke. But AmCall are teeing up for a B-side presence. Will they be able to stop it? Just one flash.
Oh.
Is that it?
Nah, he's done well there. A little bit messy on the spray, but converting needs another. That's okay. Snappy.
What?
Plugs the bleeding and the repeat. What is that?
I'd
So
love to see
quick.
that. I'd love to see that from Snappy's perspective because he barely popped up on the screen as a bullet escaped his barrel. I'm really happy to see the Portuguese family have locked back in, and that was always going to be the problem for AmCall. If they can't get it done in regulation, they would have to play the terrorist side, which they were struggling on quite significantly. And I really hope they don't go back to the same one-dimensional playstyle that was plaguing them. They were constantly getting stuck in tunnels. They were getting stuck on short. Even when they're able to pull the rotations, they just can't win the fights. Like, even if you talk about that previous round, all they had to go into B was a single flashbang. Even the door wasn't smoked.
Flash over the top. A deep molly. 14 apiece. One of these two teams needs to take the next 2 rounds in a row. Otherwise, we're going double OT. Tommy, off to a good start. It's a big pick. Snappy. It's been an integral piece in these last couple of rounds. It's still been Renato pulling off the big numbers, but Snappy's AWP has had a lot of relevance here on their CT side. A couple of big shots to close out that last round. Stop them from getting onto the B side. If he doesn't hit them as they cross, they get that plant. It becomes a whole lot harder to retake. Seems like they've got the right pieces in place here, though, for this short hit. If AmCall commit, they don't. They're going to back it up. Might even head towards B. I'm not sure. There's 30 seconds left. They need to make their mind up.
Oh, that's
big
a good
kill.
That's a very important kill from Tommy. Suddenly gives them way more access to middle, but they still need to win one more fight, and Tommy's activating. If you were missing Art Frost, well, at least he's showing flashes of him. 20 and 15 right now. And I talked about how AmCall often relied on Art Frost to be able to get some stuff done. At least Tommy's not going to make us feel like there's too big of an absence. And Josh, I'm not going to lie, this really feels like this is teed up for a second overtime. With the way AmCall have been playing, they're cutting things close. Yes, they're able to get away with this round, but Portuguese family look a little bit better on the CT side in general.
Oh, wow. That round is all on Tommy right there. I mean, it's so poetic that he's the one to close it as well. 4 kills. And you sort of feel, if you're Snappy, not that he's whiffed a shot or anything that he should have connected. That was a really tough fight. You see, just so quick from Tommy. But that round quite literally sort of teeters on that knife's edge, right? It becomes a little bit of a 50-50 of if Snappy hits that shot and kills Tommy at the start of the round, then they probably don't win it. But Tommy's staying alive, then pulling off all the heroics following. It's this butterfly effect that pushes AmCall onto 15. And they're now playing for the map. They haven't been in this position yet. They haven't been on map point before. Pushed up from the AWP.
Wow.
Oh, that's filth. That is so filth. There's nothing Snappy can do about that.
This uptick in performance from Tommy has been so good and so important. Head spotted. Information communicated to Fade8, so he'll be ready on the right side angle. Renato tries chasing it with the nades. Fade8 avoids it because he's tucked into the ledge inside the tunnels. And this could be the sign of times to come. A 5v3 that AmCall have to keep a lid on. Just play the basics. Play the fundamentals. Simple trades will power you through to a victory right now. And Amcol have worked really hard for a potential comeback. Oh, was there some info there? I don't know. AW gets away. Lenko's able to find something towards long. So with 30 seconds to spare, Amcol will finally be powering it through to short. Problem is, they still have a player tucked into tunnels, so... Ooh, Renato, that kill suddenly makes it a 3v3. Now it's doable, Josh.
Tommy. Little poke out, swaps back to the AWP. M4 should expect him still on this rifle. But he'll proceed with caution, knows that this is for the game. No Pige. Does manage to find one, but an instant trade out of Avlinko. All on his shoulders now. HE will land, but not for much damage. In fact, it does do a fair bit of damage. But the player's full HP. He just doesn't know where this second resides. Pulled away from the angle at the wrong moment. Amcal make it 16. They pull off a map they had no business in winning. And whilst it was far from convincing, and it doesn't fill me with confidence going into Anubis, I do really feel like Portuguese family are going to be disappointed that they weren't able to close there. And maybe that will play on their mentality a little bit. We'll see.
And of course it does, right? Because Portuguese family did everything and more in half one. In regulation, they looked like the better team through and through. And with how many rounds of Amcol fumbled against pistols, this or that, I really felt like they had ran the margin dry. But heading into Anubis, Portuguese family certainly were hoping they would have at least 2 chances to close it out against Amcol, because they didn't go they probably didn't go into this game with a lot of confidence. It's just been a loss streak upon... It's just been losses upon losses. The streak has barely ever had any interruptions, and when it has, it hasn't been against very inspiring opponents. So to find a win against Amcol would have certainly powered their confidence. But a bit of a recovery from Spade 8. Tommy doing lots of damage with the AWP, and one of the issues I had with him last time, that he wasn't quite flirting with the top of the scoreboard. Well, there you go. That issue's been fixed. Even substitute, he was responsible for a lot of the work that Amcol was able to do. So, not a great result for Portuguese family, but at least I think Renato can feel pretty good about it. He had a solid performance. Definitely no complaints there. Unfortunately, not enough to power them to a victory. It did go to overtime. It was a valiant effort, but now they're going to have to pull out something even crazier on Anubis if they want to get it done. We'll see you in about 10 minutes to see how that unfolds.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
If you tuned out a little bit earlier on map number 1, you might have thought that we'd be heading into map 2 with a Portuguese family victory, and perhaps you were cooking up fantasies about how Portuguese family are finally going to get a 2-0 and get back into it, and GTZ are going to regret dropping them, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not happening. Amcal came back. They went into overtime. They won. And now Anubis is up in the cards, and the problem is, like, going into map 2... Amcal even get to start with their favorite side. This isn't looking good.
So weirdly, I actually said on broadcast a couple of weeks ago that GTZ dropped them, and then I got a message from one of the Portuguese fans that said that that wasn't the case and that they weren't dropped and that it was either some mutual thing or something along those lines. So I was like, okay, that's stand corrected. But yeah, it does really make me wonder because obviously it comes off of the back of like this huge loss streak. So yeah, either way. That was painful, right? That was really painful. As I say, you can't help but feel, even if you're not a Portuguese family fan, you can't help but feel bad for them in the way that that one unfolded there on Dust 2, especially considering it was their opponent's map pick. Felt like it was in the palm of their hands for the series as a whole, and it just slips away from them. It's so tough when that's sort of the way it goes. But you can look at it both ways. If that was on their own map pick, it would feel like this series is over. The fact that it's on Dust 2 and it's the Amcal pick does actually mean that whilst I think their morale is going to be in the bin a little bit, and they're going to be feeling a little bit down in the dumps, they are now able to move on to a map that they are confident with and still try and make something happen in this series. So, I don't know. I think it goes both ways, but there's not too many positives here for Portuguese family, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at their victories, actually. If Portuguese family have actually gotten any decent wins. Obviously, like, the one that stands out is going to be that win against Metasport, but other than that, mostly just a streak of red on Anubis. Before that, a couple months ago, they had a couple wins against Iberian Soul and Zero Tenacity, which are good, I guess. But thankfully for Portuguese family, Amcal don't exactly have a great win record on Anubis either. Like, they've only played it a couple times in the past 2 months, and both of those have actually been pretty devastating defeats. So this is exactly the kind of grounds that they should want to be fighting Amcal on.
Yeah, I'm with you. As I say, and I said this at the start as well before we actually went into this series, for Anubis, even though you look statistically and, you know, poor win rates on this map, but that goes for every map at the moment. This is one that they consistently pick into. It's one that we did actually see the manufacturer win against Metasport in overtime in the main event. And we've seen fairly recently overtime losses against TNL and Unity, who are two pretty formidable teams. I think Unity have been a little bit hit or miss recently, but TNL have been on fantastic form. So there is definitely something here. There is definitely something here for their Anubis. They seem to be a reasonable Anubis team. I'm just going to try and put what happened on Dust 2 behind them. Focus on what's ahead. And try and close this out. Early contact made. A little bit of damage. No kills found, though. Stinix just spotted. It's out to open things up here in Con. Oh, look how much space that's given up.
Yeah, and that also gives them access to a set of dualies, and look at what Stinix is cooking up. wraps around them, and makes it so much harder to even get ready for the retake. Already down a couple members is Jay and Nopej, who want to try and get something done, but the bomb's already going to start being rotated over. Sorry, that was a word salad. And Amcol pretty much have this under lock and key. Tommy, he starts hearing the pot shots going off. Kalash will quickly put a bullet in Jay's head, and Nopej has an infinite number of angles to worry about. Great stuff there from Amcol.
Yeah, Team Ace, actually. Everybody getting their piece of the pie in that round. Almost everybody staying alive as well. It was only Av to drop. He was the one to actually open things up there in Con. It was a great start from him. Right now, aggression down middle. Pistols kind of just want to get this one done. See if they can bring some damage to the table as well. It's only going to be that single Mac 10 lost. Everybody else traded back. And for Svede, he actually finds 2. He goes 2 for 1. So, yeah, 1,200 bucks in the bank. He pays it off. He's more than happy to fall there. Reinvest into a rifle here. 2-0. Good start for Amcal.
Yeah, I'm sure Portuguese family would have wanted a much better start. At least they can fantasize about it with the HUD having been flipped around. But, yeah. This is cool stuff from Amcal, making sure that they can keep things under lock and key. And I want to see how far they can take this.
Mac 10. Those will probably be the weakest weapon in this round. Not going to be easy to service something out of it. Snappy just around this corner. Does take contact. Does he realise there's one super close? Well, if he did it before, he certainly does now. Molly bounces off the wall. I was going to try and put on some pressure here. HE to follow up. A little bit of damage dealt. Jay was about to re-aggress. But Snappy's fallen in the meantime. By himself, aggressive into B main. I think there was a flashbang to accompany him, but a bold move. And they just lose the early advantage. They'll drop a smoke. Linko pulls it back. A lot to do here.
Amcal's eyes set on B. In we go. AW will be that second prong coming through from Connector. Great defense from Jay. 2 kills found. Stinix and Kalash. The one-by-one approach from Amcal will be met with deadly force. And although Stinix just keeping himself alive, being a bit of a nuisance, he will eventually be put in the dirt, surely. They catch him, and maybe that's a blessing in disguise, because if he dies after time, then that would be a problem. My Portuguese family. And good stuff on that first round right after losing the conversions.
Yeah, this was really good. You can't even say they were up against much of a bonus or anything there either. It was just a great round. Ronaldo finding his form again. That sort of 2-piece in that round is his first couple of kills of the game so far. Great pickups for a first on the board. A little bit of a pause here for Amcal. We've got just about enough money to reinvest. Svede. Does he have a gun on the floor? He must do. Okay, yeah, because he's just put cover on a helmet. Smoke grenade. Tech 9 dropped over. Maybe he doesn't have a gun. Just have to rock without. He's had the highest damage output so far. He had a good first map as well. They want to try and bite back here, though. It's important to have a good start on your T side.
Always a slower default with Amcall.
3-2 setup from Portuguese family. And nothing of substance is going to happen very early on, other than Amcall starting to take some space on middle. Portuguese family very careful, just managing the limited amount of util that they already have. Based on their positions right now and the fact that... do they want to rotate the bomb over? I'm not really sure what they're going for. Okay. So that's the full wraparound from T-Spawn. Problem is, as soon as the mid-prong dies, suddenly it becomes very difficult to actually break it into A. Oh,
Kalash just found a little gap. He should be good for this. Oh, God, no. Could have taken for a freebie, but Renato was hyper aware that they might have lost that space and goes into Temple fully expecting to take a close duel.
Okay, they're on the palm in time. That's a good sign. Tommy goes forward and gets a freebie as Renato throws himself at the retake. Maybe not the best of ideas. And the two individual duels being offered suddenly change everything. Amcall in full control. Stinix takes care of Flinko. Aggression from Tommy into connector. Will mark his third kill. And a round that should have always been Portuguese families' round. It will go in the bin. Molotov to guarantee the round. And dude, this is such a fumble.
That is painful.
It's interesting.
See the same kind of level of pain.
They faked B with a flashbang, and then they actually went A, but then their lurk set off Portuguese families' alarms and rotated them back over to B. But when the lurker dies, they realize he's the lurker, and they start going back to A, and that's when Amcall comes back to B.
It's just such a mess. I'll be honest, Renato jumping through the smoke the way that he did is such a foolish move. It ends up costing them. They have a two-man advantage there, so if they just stay composed on the retake, they've got a really good chance at winning that round. Instead, they just feed Amcal and give it to them in the only way that Amcal could really comfortably win it, which is one-by-one fights, especially one-by-one fights where Amcal have the advantage. Stinix in main. Those are just against pistols here. Will be no Peaches M4. Just to maybe pose a bit of a threat. Maybe these pistols pose more of a threat than I'm giving them credit for. Av will be here to try and stop him from retrieving that rifle, but he won't swing wide, so yeah, they will get an AK out of that. They've got Kevlar behind it as well, so a chance to do some damage.
Being brought forward. Really good shot from Renato. They're able to keep things at bay. A couple of casualties, but it's just going to be Spade remaining. Nate to pop the smoke. And instead of popping the smoke, instead he gets vision. Sorry, he gets damage on one player. Renato should have been the easy kill there, but
wow,
we'll be able to fight back against Fade. And Portuguese family keeping this very competitive. The lack of money from
That was a round they shouldn't have been winning. That was an eco round with one saved rifle. Two of the players didn't even have Kevlar there. Just a couple of upgraded pistols.
And I feel like this timeout just once again signifies that Amcall have been a bit shaky all day today.
Yeah, I'll second that. Shaky's one word for it. Even though they were able to pull it off at the end of Dust 2, and we really do commend them on that incredible comeback and overtime performance. The reality is they were the heavy favourites, and it was their map pick, and it should have never come as close as that in the first place. They had a miserable first half. And as I say, even the fact that they had to recover it in the way that they did isn't very inspiring. It doesn't fill you with confidence, but that's sort of been the nature of this so far. So we're back into the action. Amcal narrowly have this lead, but a narrow lead doesn't really cut it here for the T side of Anubis. You need to give yourself a 7-5, an 8-4 half. That's still doable. They got their work cut out for them. Portuguese family back on a buy. For Amcal, it's a force. There's only one rifle. The rest are just on these upgraded pistols. And if they don't win it, it will be an eco in the follow-up. And Portuguese family will be on to 4.
Amcal. Just a little bit of weaponry peppered across the players. It's only Cynics who can really make any big negotiations happen with the AK-47.
Super slow stuff here from
They
Amcal.
can find Renato.
Flashbang. Oh no! And they can overwhelm this AWP as well. At least they should be able to. Yeah, it's a nice first shot from Snappy. But the AWP's a bit of a one and done in that position. Tommy now retrieves his favourite weapon. And he slams down as he finishes it off. Amcal with the pistols. My God.
Reversal of what Portuguese family delivered.
It's so sick.
And you look towards the left side of your screens and you'll realize that money's also kind of weird for Portuguese family. Like, I'm honestly not sure where the hell they pulled those weapons out of, but there's lacking utility. There's Linko, who's down to the 5-7. Head armor is missing on everybody. But it's a good collection from Snappy.
Early man advantage here for Portuguese family, at least. Still a ways to go. Snappy. AWP in hand, posted up, hungry for more, and in the meantime, he'll be this air support as his teammate will start to creep up. He finds another kill, and more importantly, Tommy actually doesn't get the info that second prong, Jay, is pressing so close. So while the molly goes down in main, Av's going to play behind it. It's another kill from Renato. And Av might not expect this fast flank. He does, and he won't be able to find it. And a 1v4. Oh, it's a nice shot. He might be able to take a couple down with him here, but I don't think the prospect
There's
of
a
the
1v1
round
on
is
A.
all too plausible. Yeah, this is weird that they haven't rotated anyone over yet. He should know there's one on the site. Yeah, Molly will flush it out. No, Peach. Lucky that he wins that duel, to be honest, because you're right. If he goes down there, the bomb can be planted, and he's actually got a bit of room for that 2v1.
Rounds having been exchanged, and the problem is that you might think that this is an even game so far, but as long as Portuguese family can keep this tug of war going, they have a monstrous advantage by the time they get to the terrorist side. You get 5, maybe 6 rounds on the CT, you will be more than happy. So it's Amcal's responsibility right now to actually break ahead of the pack so they don't get stuck. Very common to see the plateau happen once you head on over to the CT. One of the hallmarks of Anubis almost. But we'll see if they can crack anything open once again with the pistols. Snappy shot nearly being baited out, but he won't react to it just yet. Mid-control being fully established. Amcal, a desperate effort to get into B is about to ensue. Timing is everything.
Oh, big kill, Jay.
Oh.
We'll get traded right back out. Svede follows up. Now no Peach. Needs to go big to try and buy a bit of time here. Instead, he's actually just going to fall away, play for the retake with his teammates. Smoking to CT. Comes a little late, but I really like that, actually. That little micro for Svede. A, not to peek before that CT smoke goes up. But B, not even to try and cross with that bomb. He just throws it, knowing that there's a decent chance that, you know, there would be a spam. And if the spam connected, it would throw a real wrench in the works. So, yeah, 3v3, post-plant. It's a good smoke.
AW's duel here is everything. If he gets found, then this could be a problem, but he's safe. Enough time, enough space being bought. Both angles smoked out, though. Can they get them off of the bomb? They do eventually need to commit, though. Stinix comes out, and now it's Fade's job. Get some vision over the top of the smoke. Quick pot shots. The commitment to the bomb hasn't been made yet, and Fade will find the last laugh. Amcall. This is what I'm talking about. They need to break away from the pack no matter what it takes. And I think this might be the round where they get to do it, because PT Family's money is finally unserviceable. Only one rifle can be afforded, and I'm sure they don't want to go down that rabbit hole. We get a chance to look at the replays once again. AW and Sfaded finding two very important kills, and although Linko made it possible there for an instance, Sfaded just held on to his nerves. 2 kills, but very impactful ones at that. What?
Oh, wow. Svede just caught with his pants down. Snappy. This is the damage. And he's just still there. He's just so aggressive. He's going to wrap around the T-spawn and just be this thorn in their side.
The problem is right now they have to constantly worry about this side quest of Snappy. And this gives so much more breathing room to Portuguese Family, because they always have this this UAV that's keeping an eye on their rotations with, and if he dies, that's when they know the full commitment's been made to go back around. Oh my God, Snappy, what a nuisance.
Yeah, now we'll reel it in, but he's done more than enough here, right?
Maybe not, I don't know.
Trades.
Yeah, I mean, with how little HP they've got, surely this is over.
If there was a nade, we can finish off the job without it. They actually give a little bit of room here, because they've rotated 3 on this A site. Luckily for Anubis, CT side can bounce between those 2 bomb sites quick enough, so Snappy will arrive at B and actually crosses to the pillar as well. I like this. They're not going to expect him here at all. So swing out, line him up. So low health means 1 bullet for each will do the trick. And 4th on the board here for Portuguese Family. I said before, Amcal have sort of narrowly edged ahead. They've just looked a tiny bit better on Anubis. But that doesn't cut it for the T side. They need to find some momentum. They need to find a chunk of rounds here. Because trading back and forth and ending up 6-6 or 7-5 isn't going to do it.
Always feels like Amcall's playing with some kind of contingency. So many moments where you'd expect Portuguese Family to start to crumble, but this is already a pretty good Anubis. And if you thought they did a decent job on Dust 2, they might still have more in the tank. The crazy thing is that if they get away with Anubis, then they'll be kicking themselves knowing that they could have actually gotten away with a 2-0 with how close they were to the finish line for as long as they were back on Dust 2. Amcal. B site. Locked and loaded on the radar.
Galil takes the contact.
Oh, no.
Smack 10's actually going to fly out. Svede identifies that there's 1 in there. Do they expect a second? Doesn't matter. 1-for-1 trade will do the trick.
Wait.
MP9 of the re-aggression, though. That's big damage. Can't convert onto the second. And Milinko being wiped out by the Deagle. Renato knows he's got his work cut out for him. Molly goes down, but a tad too late. Bomb's already been planted. He's got the info that a couple of them are low here. Lucky that Stinix doesn't strip his head off his shoulders with that one, but walking in to the Bermuda Triangle. And Stinix makes sure that the legend stays true. If you go inside of it, no one comes out. And Amcal make it 6.
And there's no coming out of this economic collapse either for Portuguese Family. They either have to completely sacrifice this round and buy up in the next, or they have to go for two very shaky instances. Obviously, the loss bonus not doing them any favors because it's just been all topsy-turvy. 1,900 and 2,400 in the next one. Looks like they've opted to go for two force buys, or at least give themselves the chance to win this one so they can still afford something in the next one. Amcol should be able to get away with this in general. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got the weaponry advantage. Set the water on fire, ironically enough. Renato will be sent packing. Oh, Zaki. He can be a problem. He's done that before. But caught by AW. The bomb site they're going to does have a defender. How potent can this MP9 be? Dancing around the pillar, caught by Tommy. Brought down to the 1v1 by Jay, though. An advantage for Kalash. Needs to play it very carefully lest he get drive-by'd by the MP9. OJ shows himself. Snaps good. But Kalash just has the better weapon. Amcol. Their 7th round, sure, but more importantly, Portuguese family. A 2nd round of not having any money. The back and forth has broken up.
Yeah, much better. Much, much better. This is finally where, you know, they hit that little bit of form.
What?
Find that streak that they were looking for. That is chaos into main. The trade to their man advantage here for Amco as they look for 8, and it seems like they will be hand-delivered it.
Okay. Still doable for AW, but definitely not around. That should have looked like a Portuguese family victory being teed up. The problem is that the man getting all the work done, Renato, is only on 1 point of health, so these aren't even particularly difficult duels. Maybe the idea is to use one of them for information, and right now they're hoping, praying that AW doesn't find the higher HP player first. Renato might be a bit of a freebie for him. There's the headshot. No. Does AW get caught in the side? Yes, he will. And Renato
1 HP.
with a beautiful 4K. The final nail being landed with 1 point of health. Ooh. This becomes a much more palatable position for PT family to be in. 8-4 versus 7-5 is a world of difference.
This is nuts. Yeah, just not anticipated at the end there. Final round of the half that shouldn't have gone their way. And honestly, 5 on their CT side is absolutely fine. They'll be reasonably happy with that outcome. Round number 13. So important. This second half pistol, absolutely key.
Okay. Pissed around in the second half already. Showing some promise. And Portuguese family, a much needed start to the second half. It's kind of crazy to think that we might actually be seeing Portuguese family get away with the map that we almost teed up as a guaranteed victory for Amcal after what we saw on Dust 2. No momentum needed. Even with the devastating loss, taking Amcal all the way to map number 3 would actually be a really good result to be proud of, Josh.
Yes, it would be. Winko. Mac 10. Oh. Yeah, a few too many there for him to deal with. YaLLa just on the other side. Bombs already. Third of the way gone. It seems like Amcal don't really want to touch this. They went for the gamble, stack the force buy, and with it not paying off, they just say, I'm happy to sort of give this one up a little bit. Bring these weapons into the next instead of just burn them here.
Yeah, it's not a bad call to be making. Much better to give yourself another chance at a force buy, but yeah, it's pretty sad that they don't get away with it. Still, Kalash and Tommy having a couple weapons is nice. But dude, Amcal have to stop Portuguese family now on the CT side. This is actually really worrying because we haven't seen anything of real promise from Amcal before on Anubis.
Okay. It's just going to be an eco around the couple of sort of forced weapons that were saved in the last. Portuguese family the opportunity to take the lead now. And it'll be Linko to draw first blood. Tommy flying behind this smoke in mid. Here's a bit of util rain over. He might try and use this as an opportunity to walk through it. Catch him off guard instead. Just stay tucked behind. And they've already lost control of this B site. Yeah, finally Tommy activates that MP9. Will upgrade into an AK. It'll be tossed over to Stinix. I think it has to be another save call here.
It's good because having an AK-47 for Tommy suddenly means that he can actually prioritize an AWP. Recovered weapon does certainly help their finances. And Portuguese family, this is prime real estate for the taking. They're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't do a better job on Dust 2 because a performance like this on Anubis would have certainly almost kick-started their comeback into the scene. Oh, good shot from Tommy.
Big pick from Tommy. It's a really interesting angle to play with. The nade does so much damage. The ragdoll, yeah, as you say. Gets a 10 from me. But wants to win the acrobatics competition. He won't win the duel. Goes down without a fight. 4v4. Does Af want to peek this? Oh, missed the timing now. All the meanwhile, while Jay was walking back, Adia swung. Probably would have had a freebie kill. Misses the mark on that one. Tommy on this angle still, though. Oh, down. He'll still hit the shot. They peek a tiny bit too early. You can't find the trade.
What?
What?
What a flick from Tommy. And I certainly thought that they would have control of the A site, but no. The one prong that could have changed it all. Tommy not unable to be as fast this time, but he's already done all the heavy lifting. Now his teammates got to do something as well. Tap on the bomb. Stinix, not expected.
Wow.
And the bomb defuse should come in comfortably. Amcal I sincerely think that that round was gifted to them by Tommy because there is no way they should have been winning that. I hope we get to see that in the replay because that looked like a really fast quickscope from this end. What? Dude. Sorry, Art Frost, you can stay on the bench.
Yeah, Tommy giving us got a special showing here, right? I thought that he was supposed to be a little bit of a contingency coming into this game, stepping up instead of Art Frost, but yeah, my God, he's hitting just about everything. He's been a real difference maker in this series so far, and especially in this map.
Oh, dude, mid's just completely opened up. Renato. They're going to have to watch out for him. Tommy, unfortunately, unable to hit the shots he was hitting before. Sfaded is at least going to find some space. Maybe even an extra kill? No. Pushed off the angle, but this is the big problem. There's no way that this amount of space being granted to Renato is not going to yield any dividends. At least they're split up, so if a kill does come in from behind, it won't turn into a multi. In the meantime, they're exploring mid. AW, oh, goes big. Oh, peeks into his angle. Snappy's really fast. A 2v3 possible, but Portuguese family favorite.
This is so tough if you're Stinix right now. Swaps it out to the AK. That would have been heard. They know he's here anyway. And the AWP. Oh, misses his flick. Hang on a minute. Fire at his feet. So I think this gets tough, but flashbang over. HE won't connect. He has got a kit. He'll tap this bomb. Knows exactly where the last one is. Hasn't got a lot of bullets, though. And Renato will convert.
Once again, it's Renato that's doing the heavy lifting. It's his second game where he's just popping off. 19 kills and 11 deaths, an ADR of 97. Almost a kill a round so far. And actually, more than a kill a round. Amcall know that they are in deep water. I don't think they were anticipating this kind of pushback from Portuguese family. But Dust2 certainly set a bit of a precedent. Kalash. It's a really important kill. Oh man, I really don't want him to keep going forward. He gets tons of info, yes, but at the cost of losing his life. Not sure why Tommy doesn't just get the weapon and get out of there. Trying to prioritize audio cues instead. Maybe he doesn't want to show that he's there and in the process of picking up the weapon, fumble his life. A side opened up though.
There's just not a lot you can do here with only the one M4. That bomb now down makes it a whole lot harder. No kit, no real into this round. If you're Tommy, just about trying to toy with this AWP and see it if you can catch him out. Oh, overwhelmed. So that'd be 10.
I don't want to get too excited for Portuguese family just yet because I know that they fumbled a huge lead on the first map. And Amcall still have quite a bit left in the tank, I think. But I think the one person we're going to have under the spotlight has got to be Tommy, because he's got the AWP. He's generally the one that can take initiative a bit easier than the others. Lots of space taking has been done by Renato. You've got to admit, so many times you find him in middle, find him with all these kills. And despite the fact that his teammates are far, far behind, he's still powering potentially another Portuguese family special. It would really suck to be in his shoes if he gets 2 performances like that in a row and doesn't win either of the games. It's faded. Flashbang is good, but he walks right into Jay's crosshair.
Kalash, back of the site. This is a really awkward angle to clear.
Yeah, but to mid-prong
They
will
do
take care
decide
of
to
him.
play through. The re-smoke goes up. That will now sort of confirm where he is. Tommy's going to draw that attention away. Jay needs to keep tabs on the fact that a smoke did come from the left-hand side of that site. Orp wants to provide the cover from camera, but can't do so. Site player gone at a 4v3. Portuguese family keeping the kills coming. They have to pull the plug. Just play for the save hit.
Stenix surely doesn't even get away with anything because there is a player in hot pursuit, 2 angles, and nothing he can do. So Portuguese family, they continue to be carried by the Portuguese breadwinner, that is Renato.
Really, I mean, not surprising. It sounds a little bit toxic to say that it's surprising that he's keeping up this performance, but it is really interesting that he's keeping up this performance. You know, it's a little bit of a surprise for him to be the hard hitter, the superstar in that first map.
I've got to remind you, though, that their ratings have been criminally low, like even worse than they should be, because they've been losing so many games. Like, they would be a lot better if they were actually getting some wins in.
Oh, for sure, but it's more even just the, like, obviously his rating is lower than it would normally be if they were winning, but it's not like he's the highest rated player on the team or anything, right? Even in these poor performances, he's not topping the scoreboard. Right now he's going like above and beyond. It's not just playing well, it's playing exceptionally well. It's 28 kills map 1, and he's already on his way there to match that here in map 2.
And Amcal required a little bit of magic last time. Oh.
Oh, wow. Just look at how well he's maneuvering himself. Doesn't even need to take the fair gunfights. It's just executions. There's another one. They're not even looking at him. Nice and easy. Look at him just sat back, relaxing. He's chilling right now.
Yeah, he's just playing unreasonably well right now.
Stinix. It's a good start. For a must-win round for Amcal to stay afloat here on Anubis, their CT side. It's been far from desirable, but this AWP is firing on all cylinders. A triple as he looks for the quad. The flick won't connect. But his teammates will find Snappy. It leaves it all down to Nopige. And all 3 coming in from Con. Might be a nasty surprise. It's a nice tap onto a Spade. Tommy returning the favour. Amcal on to 9. They live another day. How long can they keep breathing?
This kind of pressure is exactly what powered Amcal to overtime in map number 1, so I'm still holding out. The Portuguese family, certainly this is the best case scenario for them. And once again, I want to draw your attention back to what we saw in Dust 2. There was a chance where a Portuguese family could have actually walked away with a 2-0 today against the Goliaths that are Amcal. Will certainly be a big confidence booster after what they've been suffering as of late. Previously under GTZ, winning like 20-something games, having switched over to the Portuguese family brand name. Now, still struggling just as much.
You know what concerns me? They're going to be getting flashbacks right now to the tail end of Dust 2, right? That inability to close it out. It was this exact scoreline, 12-9. After such a great first half and a good start to the second.
But this is no Dust 2. It's Anubis. I don't know. I feel like this is where they close it out. I'm really feeling a map 3 here.
I mean, me too. But man advantage for Amco. You look at the money here for Portuguese family as well. If they lose this round, they'll have to give one up. And then it comes down to the 24th. And it's anyone's game. Av confirms another with that MP9. Stinix follows up. And Portuguese family, again, the second that they hit map point, they're not really looking like themselves anymore. Big kill. Bomb plant should go down. Sveider's going to try and deny it. That will actually be his demise.
No.
Bad move. Snappy follows up. Not like this, guys.
This is duels being given up left and right. Linko takes full advantage of it. And where Amco would have been ushered into potentially the 24th round and only have one round to fight, Portuguese family steal it very early. And like I said, this was the best case scenario to close it out early, to deny overtime. And that is exactly what Portuguese family have done. Really well played on the clutch there, but I can't help but feel like Amcal did fumble their words a bit to try and interrupt the bomb plant when there's no reason to go for the individual fights with the AWP. They had everything lined up. Next round, PT family wouldn't have had any money, and it would have been up to the 24th like you mentioned. So yeah, definitely a huge oversight that leads to a pretty convincing scoreline at the end for Portuguese family.
Yeah, that should have actually gone down to the 24th, but Amco choking out 5v2 there. That is just unforgivable. Yeah, the initial call to run through the smoke dry and try and deny the plant was just very foolish given the numbers advantage that they had. But either way, Portuguese family did look like the better team there on Anubis. There's no doubt. I think they deserve that map win, especially after what we saw on Dust 2. And they will be given a third chance here to try and convert this series, to stay alive in Compass, and to try and sort of break the curse that has been their loss streak recently. Renatu keeping it up as well. 104 ADR, finishes that map with 24 kills. He had 28 in the last of Dust 2. This has been a special performance from him. I think Portuguese family need another map like this from Renatu if they want to get this done in that third, but maybe he's got it in the tank. It seemed that way. He's been fantastic.
It does feel like it, right? Looking really good on that final round. Looking really good throughout that game. I mean, I'm really glad that we see someone other than Renato actually step up, because it was Linko to close it out with a triple, even though Amcal did fumble it. Now, of course, this brings the conversation back to map number 1. We could have seen the 2-0 from Portuguese family, but if they can win it out in the extended 3-map series, then that would be a win to be proud of. But they can't get too excited just yet because we have another map in the cards. We'll see in about 10 minutes time to let that unfold.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Ain't got nothing that can faze me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s. So catch the car,
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. I cannot believe we are going to map number 3. In fact, there was maybe only one way this would have been more unbelievable, is if we did end up seeing it get done into bites. Dust2 was inches away from being the Portuguese family victory, and Amcol have definitely not been on the pace that we've generally grown accustomed to. Now, obviously, Anubis, one of their worst maps, so I'm willing to give them a pass, but they need to show up on Inferno.
Yeah, they do, and I think that, like, to be honest, it actually makes it just so much harder for Portuguese family that they weren't able to close out Dust2, because this could have been that 2-0 victory and one that they've really been looking for. After the win yesterday, I did say that it didn't really count for nearly as much because, you know, it was against Delta, a team of much lower caliber, but yeah, winning this one, especially 2-0, you say, okay, right, the curse is broken. We've actually won 2 best-of-3s. We're actually finding a little bit of form in the tournament. It would put them in that 2-2 bracket, and, you know, there's something there. But I don't know. Inferno is a little bit of a coin toss. It bizarrely is actually a map the Portuguese family have maintained a reasonable win rate on, despite their loss streak recently. It is one that in a series, here and there, well, against Novak and Passion U8, they were able to take a map and they still lost the series. What worries me is the times that they've played it outside of that, and we're still talking in the past sort of 6 to 7 weeks, it's bad losses. It's really bad losses. It's 13-2, 13-4, 13-1 against Zero Tenacity, Chimera, and 9. So, yeah, I think that this is still a little bit up in the air for me. We've got to see what Portuguese family we end up with on Inferno. I think on the day we've actually got a pretty good version of them, but yeah, can they still sort of keep it in the tank for map 3? Because this has been a long series so far.
Yeah, I found it kind of comical when you said we have to find out which Portuguese family we end up with. So I like imagine that this is just a collective effort from multiple Portuguese families who play on those team accounts, and it's just a luck of the draw on who ends up playing for the day. Like, is it just like 3 random housewives and a couple of kids, or is it actually a pro team? You never know.
Do these ones know how to play Counter-Strike? We'll wait and see. Maybe that's what's been going wrong for them recently. But, yeah, it's, as I say, it's a tough one. You know, one of those win conditions I was talking about at the end of that last map was Renato's been popping off. He popped off on map 1, and it's insane that they weren't able to win it after him getting 28 kills, but the fact that he got 28 kills is really one of the only things that made it that close, I guess. And honestly, his performance there with the 24 on map 2 was a major catalyst to them pulling it their way as well. So if he goes quiet on Inferno, that really, really could be problematic. And I think it's very difficult to sort of call upon a player to have 3 standout games and maintain that level of performance over like a 3 to 4 hour period. Bearing in mind, these 2 maps we've seen so far have been long maps as well. We saw an overtime in the first map. We saw a close one in the second as well. Kind of went the distance. I know the scoreline shows 13-9, but it did feel a lot closer than that. So yeah, if he doesn't step up, someone needs to step up in his absence, and I don't know who that could be. Maybe Snappy, I guess, but Inferno is a really difficult map to AWP on, especially if they start on their T side. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think Renato needs to just play well.
The issue is that, like, as you've already mentioned, right? But just to sort of emphasize the point, He's already gotten over 50 kills. I think he ended that last game with, what, 24 kills? And that first game had 28 kills, so that comes out to about 52, maybe somewhere in that ballpark, if I've missed a couple of kills. But he would have to...
Bang on.
Yeah, so he would have to end this game. Like, if he wants to have a similar performance, right? He would have to end this game in the tune of about 75 kills across the best of three. So... I don't know, it's a high standard to be maintaining, but Portuguese family already kicking off the pistol round with some success. Amcol losing a member. Stinix, the heavy hitter of the last series, will go down, but the rest of the ship is still standing. B-side on the agenda, but 3 defenders will be difficult to swallow.
After jiggling around this corner, Glocks to try and work their way up. It's Snappy with the USP on the other side. Here comes the smokes. He's going to try and play in front of this CT smoke. Use it as a little bit of cover, a chance to back away. He won't find the shots, but there's still 2 on the bomb site. I'm not sure they'll expect it. Oh, they are. They're going to clear it. They're going to clear it hard. Av, Svede, dispatching of the Portuguese family on the B site, and Linko and No Peach have now got a 2v3 to try and recover with no kick.
Oh. This is doable. No Peach can still make it happen. Does have audio cue on 1, so can narrow down the options, but a double swing will certainly take care of him. Now they know where he is as well. And as he's checking the coffins, AW will be checking him out of the server. Not sure if the camera's supposed to look like that. I'm just gonna break my neck bending it to see AW.
You can see his shoulders coming out the side of it as well, so it's like the camera is his head. Well, Amcup off to a stellar start. We're going to try and follow this up. MP9 round the corner. Like 10 with the little jump spots. Fade's going to just bomb it forward. Ooh. Good tag with the scout. And Amcal have gone very heavy with the SMGs into this round, considering they won that first. So 4 Spy versus 4 Spy. But Tommy keeping hold of cash for the AWP in the next. This actually feels very doable for Portuguese family, and they've done a lot of damage early on.
This is kind of reminiscent of how they were playing Anubis, just constantly doing damage, even in rounds where you would think that they have no stake remaining. Amcall. Ace site. That's what they were on track for. Regardless of what bomb site they choose to opt for, it will just be 2 members that they have to deal with. Thankfully, none of the mistakes on Inferno that we saw in the first game so far. Not taking too long entering the site. No Peach. Will be able to do some damage on the fadeaway, as he is eventually put in the graveyard, but Amcol should have no trouble getting this one. And good that Snappy and Jay are prioritizing saving these weapons so they can still have a bit of a scuffle in the next one, but other than that, everybody else should be economically dry.
It feels like a decade ago, that first Inferno game of the day that we saw, right? But yeah, you're right. Some interesting mistakes being made by the T side. A little bit too slow to entry into these bomb sites, and it really did cost them. As you say, though, right here, Amcal keeping things as clean as possible. It was a dangerous call to somewhat underinvest into this round, but they make it work. And there'll be a second on the board.
This one's surely going to be one that Amcol can get wrapped up in just a couple of moments. Easy connection from Stinix. The man who was having all the impact in the past couple of games off to a slow start. Can't blame him too much because this is the start of the game, but 0-3 isn't a good look. Obviously, things obviously makes it a little bit harder to reach that coveted 25 kill goal.
No peach. Just around this corner. Gonna be snappy to come off with the scout. "40 seconds left, Amcal. Should have a freebie here, but I think Snappy's scout looks a little menacing, especially with Cynic somewhat low. If he can connect the head, this would be big, but no. Snowpeach instead, actually, with a 5-7. Now the scout activates, and yeah, don't get too complacent.
What?
Mistakes being made, a ridiculous flick from Snappy, and he wants to follow it up with a no-scope as well. Will tag the body, no peach finishes. And Portuguese family, what a ridiculous round to win.
That is unreal stuff from Portuguese family, and it feels like every time I say that something's gonna have to be smooth, it isn't. Gets real rough around the edges for Amcal. And you look at the start of that round, went pretty comfortably. They took out the highest impact player, then you take your camera, put your camera on Snappy for a moment, just incredible flicks coming out, even keeping that final player busy, softens him up with the scout rifle for a teammate to pick him up. I believe it was Nopes to find the final laugh. Fade 8. Oh, very quick. But two players will be punished for their troubles. Fade 8 actually goes down to a nade. But Renato, hopefully this is where his hot hand starts if Portuguese family want to manufacture a victory here on Inferno. Decent nade. Why does it almost feel like Portuguese family are the ones in control most of the time? Because we saw that all the way on Dust2 until it wasn't. Then we saw that at Anubis. And now Amcal once again feeling a little bit lost. "3v4 as B site is what they start calibrating their targets for. And Nope stuck into the corner will be particularly difficult to clear out. And the chaos should ensue.
Well, they have chosen the wrong bomb site here. They're walking into the one that's stacked up with 3. Kalash doesn't seem to care. But there you go, pushing through the smoke. Tommy there for the trade. Hang on a minute, 10 seconds. Rotate through Banana, but then look at the flash from Linko. Even though he's not massively relevant in the round, he says, hang on, I'm going to pop a flash over the top of the building as I come up from Banana. You can just swing out. It's absolutely perfect. So 2-2. Portuguese family able to tie things up off the back of the round, winning the last. Not bad at all. We go into round number 5. Amcal are the ones that are limping. They're struggling here. It's just the pistols around that saved AWP. Sorry, AK.
Oh,
A bit of money behind it. They invest.
Oh,
Amp needs to do it.
So sloppy on the spray. And Portuguese family are starting to look like they have the CT side under wraps. Good shot from Sfade. We've seen a couple of more nice moments with the Desert Eagle before. The MP9 had a couple more bullets. He might have been able to get away with that kill, but the stuff we've seen from Portuguese family is actually really impressive now, Josh. And I'm happy to see that somebody else is stepping into the big boy shoes that Renato was wearing just a while earlier. Nopage going 7-2. Maybe Ronaldo gets to rest a bit. And if they can keep being a formidable force when the highest impact player isn't present, then I'm very impressed.
Yeah, me too. I said, who's going to step up if Ronaldo does go absent? So far, it has been OP that's been putting up the numbers, but generally, it has been a bit of a team effort. And Linko to finish things off, just to add to that further. That is his first kill of the game, so he's had a little bit of a quiet start. That's fine. Sort of just, you know, lack of opportunity, lack of relevance in a lot of these rounds, because he has only died twice. I'm kind of going to call a quick pause, a timeout needed to talk things over. Because no doubt, things are going wrong.
Holy hell, someone just sent me a screenshot that GTA 6 is supposed to be like a $120 game. Like, come on, dude, that can't be real, right?
Yeah, I've actually heard the same. I think that is what it's going to be. I think, yeah, maybe that's like the premium edition or something, but it's going to be really expensive.
Dude, that is crazy.
Uh-huh.
This has to be the worst time to be a gamer. I mean, I guess you could just go and play the old game, so maybe not.
I turn my nose up at that, but the amount I spend on skins, it just doesn't, you know.
I mean, it makes sense because like that game then ends up being like a 10-year-long purchase, right? Because like the GTA 7 is like a 20, 30 something. Oh, Amcal. B-site entry underway. AW is the only one really wielding anything special. Oh, Jay. What? I don't think he was expecting that second kill. Clash the only one that gets a consolation prize towards the end, but Portuguese family are on point.
So part of the just going back to that point very quickly with GTA 6, right?
No
Part of their justification, they said, apparently the production budget for it was $2 billion. Now I don't know how true that is, but yeah, because GTA 5's budget was 275 million. Apparently GTA 6 cost 2 billion. So they're sort of saying, right, we have to make the game expensive to recuperate some of that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Like if it's that expensive, because GTA is like always the highest grossing piece of media. Like if you include movies and stuff, like GTA ends up still being the most expensive, the highest grossing thing in the market.
I don't know, man. Still sounds like a lot. Don't you know a guy that could do it for like half the price? You always know a guy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't outsource GTA 7 to Pakistan, or I'd have done it in a heartbeat. It's so funny that back in the day when when I was younger, we would have like these knockoff Grand Theft Auto auto games in stores, like just like these pirated versions where it would just say like Grand Theft Auto Karachi, like the name of my city. Like I'm not even kidding, and it would be like a picture of a Bollywood actress on the cover.
I desperately need a copy of this for my birthday.
I'll get you one. No pitch. Holding the line on Banana.
Oh.
And this feels like it's... I can't believe this game has gotten to the point where while we're getting sidetracked, we're just expecting Portuguese family to put Amcal down. Like, when did it go from Amcal being the heavy favorites to Portuguese family being the ones that are expected to dominate?
Yeah, this is quite a nice sight, to be honest. They've taken 5 in a row. And Amcal, somewhat similarly to the first map of Dust 2, they're just kind of mishandling that economy a little bit. We've seen a lot of rounds where, yeah, they've overinvested, but the force buys are tad, so then when the buy rounds come out, we're still seeing like a couple of Galils and things like that. You do have this one sort of added element that you don't always want to get that AWP out on the T side of Inferno, so, you know, it's a little bit cheaper to go for those full buys, but so far this hasn't really been good enough. It's going to be another half by round here for the Pistols. Amcal dealt a blow by Snappy. It's a good start. Another one spotted by Renato on those logs, jumping over the smoke.
And it's it's a tricky bite. Sorry, my voice sounds a bit under the weather because this is in fact our third best of 3 of the day, so feeling a bit strained. It's also why I decided to go down the route of having a more casual of a conversation. I did send you a picture of GTA Pakistan though on Discord.
Did you?
Yeah,
oh my
I
God.
did. It's
Yo, that's sick.
and I like how it says GTA San Andreas Pakistan, as if like San Andreas is a city.
GTA San Andreas, Pakistan, and then it's got a picture of Michael from GTA 5 and some other video game character from a different game. Oh god, that's goated.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. Like,
it's like looks Assassin's Creedy, but they've got a gun.
Like,
I have no
I
idea.
don't know. Maybe like that's one of the new Assassin's Creeds. I don't know. Haven't been following. Snappy, easy does it. Nate should be good to take out Tommy. No, actually, somehow stays alive. He's all the way back in pit. Makes sense. Through the X-ray, I thought he was a bit closer to the bomb site, but a 2v3 that's kind of doable for Amcal. AW's HP is of the essence, though I love the fact that those weapons are going to exchange hands. Now makes the AWP more relevant. That AK-47's got a bit more mobility as well. Flashbang. Both should be able to avoid it. Instant shot on the first, and fading through the smoke, Renato won't be expected at all. Well, even if he was, you can't really do anything about it. And Portuguese family are running away with it without even the engine that is Renato.
Just keeping these rounds coming. Up against what was like Pistols in that last. You do expect them to win it. They did take a fair few casualties, but it doesn't really seem to matter. Up against the big guns, I guess he'll be tested, but like this. No Beach dropping all that util. He'll then go and join his teammates there on 8. Just faking a bit of presence, trying to do the early damage. Won't connect onto Amcal. We're playing a little bit further back.
Amcal. Haven't really discovered any space, haven't really found too much information, and it's already only 40 seconds remaining on the clock. They've got to play this to perfection now. No mistakes can be made. Snappy holding the angle with Diop. A double peek about to come through from Boiler. Nothing connects, but now information is clear. They know exactly where that final push is going to be, but they're wrapping all the way around. Smoke is at least going to disincentivize Fade for just a little while. Snappy desperately hoping that somebody walks into his crosshairs. There's the first, eventually traded. Mini pit player activates, and Link goes down. Faded takes care of the contingency as well, and Amcal is going to stop PT family in their tracks. Portuguese family disallowed from going any further, and there is still the potential of the tie-up happening. There should be
finally. It sort of felt like a long time coming.
Yeah. And the rounds have been quite convincing too.
Rounds.
Like, I just want to, sorry to cut you off, but I do want to take your attention a bit to the money. Like, NoPitch is going 13-2 and he's gonna have over $13,000 at the end of this.
I mean, that'll do you some favors going into the last few rounds of the half, right? So there's plenty of cash to just come back with. But yeah, very convincing Jaws being won there. Love Kalash on the hunt too. No mercy shown. And PT Family didn't really need to save, but yeah, in the 2 versus 4, it didn't feel like one that you really go for. Oh, trying to get aggressive. Snappy. Doesn't get punished, but it's a bit of a dangerous game, playing as far up as he was right there. We just sit slowly. Patiently waiting. To be honest, Portuguese Family don't really need any more. I mean, they'd absolutely like more rounds, but they're already in a position where, you know, they drop the next couple, they're not going to be too bothered. For Amcal, they really need these next couple. They lose this one, they lose control of the money again, and yeah, they could really be staring down the barrel of like a 9-3 half. Just will not cut it. Orp's going to miss the shot, though. Snappy now under tons of pressure. And there's one at the bottom of Banana. It's just a lovely little bait and switch. Namcal surely now teed up for a fourth.
Renato, the juggernaut of time's gone, will be only able to manufacture 1 kill. Amcal, comfortable entry onto B. The retake is possible. It's only 2v3. Problem is, they're a little too far away from the action. If the first kill comes through soon, maybe, but yeah, Nope just being so far away from the action means that Portuguese Family would rather sit this one out. I haven't asked you this in a while. How's your little Pokemon card collection going?
It's alright. I've slowed down a bit. I'm an adult. Yeah, I can't be spending loads of money on Pokemon cards, but yeah, I've got some cool stuff.
Can I have something when I come over to the, well, not in the UK now, but whenever we hang out?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay, can I have a... I have... Listen, I'm not going to ask for much. Like, first edition Charizard, and I'll be out of your hair forever. I won't ask you for anything ever again. You don't even have to show up to broadcast, actually.
I wish.
How much are those?
I don't
now
even have
anyway?
one of those myself. A lot.
They're like...
A lot of money.
Ooh, snappy. Ooh.
It's like hundreds of thousands in good condition, by the way.
Ooh.
Like...
It's like a blue gem, basically.
Something like that, yeah.
A little trade. Very good recognition from Snappy to realize that the smoke isn't going to be blown open. Wants to go exploring, but can't be too slow, or his barrel's going to poke, and he will, in fact, get shut down. So, Portuguese Family, slight disadvantage. But if they can isolate the lurker in Banana, they could potentially get a head start on this retake going. Now it becomes a little bit more obvious where that eventual push is going to be. Snappy, that's the second time he's missed on that angle. Molotov slows down their progression. And he wants to go... Okay, I think we're back. Okay, we've been thrown into what seems like it's going to turn into a 7-5. Sorry about that, folks. We did have a bit of a crash on our ends. Okay, so I think the stream should be able to hear us now. I'm not sure what was going on. We couldn't see anything. There was a bit of black space in the middle somewhere. And we've ended up on a 7-5, Josh. I'm not sure if Josh is in actually, so I might be all by my lonesome.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay. Made me feel lonely for a second. Whatever, do that again.
Alright, well, second half pistol worth a lot here. Vamcal are able to take it, but Jay off to a good start. Stinix back with a headshot. And Trader right back the other way. Renatu keeping it going. He's going to get that bomb planted here as well, nice and quick.
Sfaded coming through from Banana. Will be punished. Doolies will linger on for a little bit longer, actually. Some good damage being done by Kalash. 1v1 when all has been settled. And Kalash knows that this is an important one. Jay picks a really good off angle, and in the corner won't be expected. Portuguese family might actually be able to get away with this map. And with that, I think the sweetest part of a victory like this, of breaking what seemed like a bit of a curse for this roster, would be that they would have to knock Amcal out of the tournament to do it.
It'd be quite poetic, wouldn't it? And Amcal, a good team as well. You know, this hasn't been an easy run in the tournament so far here for Portuguese family. It'd be quite the statement to hit the 2-2 mark now. They're drawing ever so closer. 5-7 round this corner. Big pickup, Svede. There, the 5-7 clattering away. He finds himself 3. And he won't even stick around for the weapon. Just says, no, I'm getting out of there. Won't give him an opportunity for the trade. Smoke goes down. He's hungry for more. Renatu reacts.
Oh, dude, the problem here is that they haven't been able to pick up weapons off the back of that success, right? But Kalash is still all the way in pit. They can isolate that fight. Oh, hang on. Something's about to happen in Library, and Amcal get 2 kills. Oh, they're going to kick themselves so much for that. Portuguese family, what looked like the red carpet to double digits once again is another fumble. Look at that in the replay. Just splatting them with 5-7 bullets one by one. It's a good adjustment from Ronaldo, but peeking through the smoke is a bit of an ambitious effort.
Yeah, redecorating the walls here on Inferno. Splash of colour. Well, it certainly doesn't do Portuguese family any favours in that round. It means that now they're down to the pistols themselves. Got to try and give Amcal a taste of their own medicine. Recently, it's been rounds like that, these 5-7s and whatnot, that have just been so punishing. Time and time again, we're seeing them convert.
Amcal on the CT side with economic control once again could be Teed up to bring it back. It's been tons of control from Portuguese family. But it's only been the first few moments of Inferno that have looked relatively stable for them. Ooh. But back into the Chaos. The Chaos is what they've thrived in before. Nearly got it done on Dust 2. But Amcal aren't willing to throw in the towel just yet. They're not going to let Portuguese family get away with a qualification without having fully tested them.
Maybe Portuguese family running out of steam a little bit here, but you're right. The time for a resurgence is absolutely now. And Amcal have managed to string together a few. They should be able to tie up this scoreline now as well. Portuguese family onto the eco after the force in the last. One minute forward. MP9 and the AK not connecting. Taking a lot of control here. Space towards Banana. I'm just trying to funnel in all of these pistols.
Oh man, I really don't want Portuguese family to lose their groove after this. Don't want them to run out of gas. AW gets to bolster his confidence a bit though. Going 19 and 10 now after those eco kills have been collected. Faded's also been having a really good game. And one of the biggest pieces that was keeping Amcal alive before Tommy has been largely absent from the server, but you could argue that he hasn't really had his hands on his favorite weapon too often, so I want to see how he does on the CT side.
Well, finally, a big buy round. Couple of contingencies. That goes for both teams, actually. Linko on a YaLLa Kalash with that MP9. He doesn't need to be, though. It's kind of out of choice here. He's got 7k in the bank. A self-inflicted deficit with the firepower. Tommy posted on the angle. AWP. Renato's about to peek into it. Little jiggle.
What?
Oh, no! Tommy unscopes. I don't know what just happened there.
Oh, they're not expecting the second player in apps, though. Renato still able to take care of it.
Oh,
Snappy.
not like this.
Faded's down. The issue is that Portuguese family are left with a grand total of 43 points of health when all is said and done. And Stinix and AW healthy as ever. The angle being held. AW too quick on the trigger though. Snappy can't pull off the trigger in time. They should be able to narrow down where the final player is. Shot to the side. But Renato just doesn't have the health to furnish this. Portuguese family are going to have to fork over another round. And with that also comes more economic collapse.
Amcal have gone one further with this. They're actually able to take the lead now. Should be able to extend it further. I mean, PT family want to try and deny that. They've come in with a strong buy of their own. I mean, strong is maybe an overstatement, but it is as much as they can really afford here. Interestingly, Snappy keeps a little bit extra cash so that he can have an AWP in the next buy round, but it won't be in the next round. Number 18. Looking to deliver double digits here for Amcal. Spade just looking around the edge of this smoke, this boot camp buff. Might be able to get it over the line for them here on Inferno. It's not done too much for them in the series, to be honest, but a win's a win, however you get that. Everyone looks at the scoreline, they just look at the green afterwards. Renato, big pickup. It's a really good entry here.
Well, faded, holding down the line. A4 is the perfect weapon for the job. No pitch.
Yeah, that Galil's not really helping him. And all the pizzazz we previously saw in the Portuguese family camp is gone. They looked way ahead of Amcal, but the CT side has proven to be a much more fickle beast. Glad that they're taking a timeout and trying to iron things out. Few chances remaining, even with the max loss bonus. Now they need to keep furnishing bomb plants if they want to always have their hands on weapons.
There we go.
Three away from the finish line. Yeah, this one's really important for PT family. You can't help but feel that a couple of sort of over-invested in that last round a little bit. So, no pitch down to that Galil. Snappy does actually pull the AK out. I thought we'd see an AWP here, but I'm not criticizing it. Just get it over the line, win the round. That's all that's important. .30 seconds expended on this clock. No real damage dealt just yet other than Jay, who took a fair chunk from the util early. Spams on short. Tommy down to 4 HP, but he drops the incendiary. The HE won't finish off. Renato. Oh, wow. Okay, I was going to say, thinks he sort of slipped the net, found a little crack, but I thought he was definitely dead to rights there. Ends up with one. Just worrying, they're both so low. Amcal should be able to deal with this.
Yeah, they still have to deal with another player that is tucked into the back of the bomb side. AW sprays them all down with ease. An entry denied before the retake, before the reinforcements are even allowed to come through. 2 rounds in between them and the finish line now, and this is the most confident we've ever seen Amcal look. I know the crazy thing is, if Portuguese family actually completed their victory, they actually closed out Dust2, we'd be brushing this game off as the worst game that Amcal has played in recent times.
Yeah, what a recovery this has been. It's taken them a long time to warm up into this match, but finally getting there. Kalash to open up 2 to try and get them over the line here, at least onto 12 for now. They'll have 4 chances to close this out. It's been PT family throughout this series so far that have had all of the opportunities. The ones with the regulation map points and their inability to finish off their meal. Nopige with a big frag. It's a Fade 8 drops.
Not sure
Renato and Jay that are super low, but so is Tommy. Oh, I didn't see him. Surely saw a head there, yeah.
That is such good work being done by AW. He's going 24 and 10 right now. Might be adding more to the tally. Here's them coming. And he could spray them down once again. It's no Peach remaining in a 1v2. And AW's already done his job. 25 to his name. And pulling all the type of performance that Renato was doing on the other side. Kalash, the last laugh as no Peach will fall. Now, we'll say that Portuguese family are still going to have a couple... Well, they're going to have one more chance to keep this going, but Amcal certainly far above and ahead of Portuguese family right now.
They really are head and shoulders ahead of the competition right now, making this look easy on the CT side. And bizarrely, the CT side is anything but easy here on a map like Inferno. comfortable. When he goes down, now flying behind it. Oh, I can't play behind that one. Oh, maybe he can. He takes a tick of damage. They know he's here in the corner, but he's done incredibly well to find one.
AW gets away with... Yeah, gets away with more than he was lined up for sure. Kalash, in the meantime, has already found a dead body in apartments. And Portuguese family now inches of their life, within inches of their life. They have to fight back as they're up against the ropes. Player in the back of the bomb site that they have to deal with, have to find a player on the coffin cross as well. Jay being offered an opportunity. Fade8 might have just allowed them to stay in the game. Jay wanting to permeate through the smoke, but Kalash in the backlines will manufacture a flank that will make it possible. So much damage has been inflicted to the remaining Portuguese family members. And there's still no certainty where that final push is going to be or where the bomb commitment comes through on Jay. A third frag will now open up the B bomb site, ripe for business. And the final transaction will have to be a kill onto Tommy to keep this business afloat.
Oh, man. This feels winnable. Both of them fairly low. Tommy being meticulous, clearing his corners. He's got a full belt of util. He doesn't really want to deploy it. He's had a really slow game, but a big pick up there onto Renato. And he'll tap this bomb down to 19 himself, but 2 bullets onto Jay would do the trick. Does he expect him to come up from CT? The answer's no. Jay will finish. And PT family stay afloat, but only very narrowly.
Now you've got to remember that Amkel doesn't have infinite buys, right? You beat them twice more, the final round actually becomes really awkward for them financially. But Portuguese family, I'm not sure if they have it in them to keep this momentum up. Amkel though, man, the individual brilliance has been crazy. Faded on 20, Kalash doing the same. They're definitely making up for the deficit that Tommy's had because that man is on 4 kills as the AWP. One of the biggest impact players down now. As mid has been transgressed. If I'm coaching Amkel right now, I'm already thinking about a stack. Maybe be a bit more conservative with that weaponry. Just play the gamble. And if Tommy wants to shine, even if it's just the last round where he makes himself relevant, that is all that is necessary to keep his team going. It's good enough for redemption if he can help them with the win. A side on the agenda, Josh. Timing is amazing.
Yeah, that's big. Needs to be careful because one has actually
he's aware.
Gone through arches. I don't know how. I mean, Stinix is playing this as if he's aware that this is a possibility. And just look at how meticulous he is. Jiggling, clears the angle. Flashbang round the corner. Nope in a bit of trouble.
Oh,
Stinix has just found another.
Yeah, Linko and Nopies, they'd have to do God's work to pull them out of this mess. Good thing is that the B bomb site will be relatively uncontested. And you've got to take us all the way back to Anubis, Josh, because it was a 2v5 to end the series. Can Portuguese family still pull off things like that? Remember, one of the pieces in that clutch was Linko, and he would have to do it again, but this time he's not having the hottest of hands. 4 kills to his name in the entirety of the game. Amcal about to crunch, about to pincer. The force of the pliers now being applied to the wire that is Portuguese family. Shots going through the smoke. Linko found. Single member remaining. No Pete still wanting to put up a fight. 2 kills. Just can't find anything more. And although it was a valiant effort by Portuguese family, although they were away from closing it in 2 maps, Amcal want to win the distance race, and they will. Portuguese family have been knocked out.
Ah, that one is a heartbreaker, isn't it? I just... You know, it feels like we've covered a lot of matches of these guys recently, and every single time it follows this same theme of maybe this is the one. And yeah, it felt like it could have been. It was an amazing start on Dust 2. Again, feels like a while since we saw Dust 2, but they went 8-1 up. It was looking like their map for the taking all day long. They then went 11-5, and it really did feel like it was done. They choked it big time. Went to OT, lost it there. Bounced back on Anubis, but Inferno just, you know, testing the depth of their map pool, testing the longevity of their game, and whilst Renato had a great series, he did slow down a bit on that final map, and yeah, it was really bizarre, actually, when you looked at the scoreboard on that final map, just how top-heavy it was. Both teams had players, like, still on single digits. Both teams had players on, like, 3-4 kills. Tommy had a terrible third map there after such a good series. I think he finished on 4 kills, which is nuts, but they get it over the line, and that's all that really counts.
The kill difference between the top and bottom of Portuguese Family is so huge. Like, you would have... Even if you double Linko's kills, they're not even close to Renato, right? You'd have to get into the tripling territory to make them match. So it's honestly an inexcusable performance from Linko, especially when the weakest link of Amcal on the other side is Tommy, who's sitting on 46 kills, right? So the disparity even between the weakest links is like 21 kills. That, of course, is a big reason why Portuguese Family have not been able to do it. A bit of a heartbreaking defeat. I think if it ended, if they were able to get it done on Dust 2 with how convincing Anubis was, yep, 2-0 guaranteed, teed up. And yeah, you're right. It always does feel a little bit heartbreaking casting Portuguese Family, because oftentimes the eye test shows stuff that's a little bit better. The individuals can look good. Like Renato definitely could be, if he's playing like this, he could be popping heads on a bigger team, actually being relevant in the HLTV rankings. But right now, it does seem a little bit doom and gloom for Portuguese Family.
I want to mention one more thing as well.
Yeah.
I want to mention one more thing. For these guys, what's the most worrying thing now that they're knocked out of the tournament? This could actually maybe be, I know this is pure speculation, but this could maybe be the end of the road for Portuguese Family on the basis that now they're out of the tournament. What VRS invites are they going to get anymore? Right? The invitations, this cycle of tournaments that they're competing in at the moment, the invitations for that went off of previous months where their VRS ranking was better because it was before all of their losses. Now we're at the point where they've had so many losses over the past couple of months, they're knocked out of Compass. For the next series, I don't think they're going to be in the ranking to get another invite. And I think that applies for a lot of other tournaments as well. So, you know, this was such a big opportunity for them. They kind of squeezed in just before their ranking took a hit for last month. This was a real opportunity for them to actually, you know, get a couple of wins in to bump themselves up to secure some future invites. And I think the next few months is going to look really rough for them. I think, you know, being knocked out of this tournament.
Yeah, 100%, dude. You're right, because it almost feels like Portuguese Family's fall off needs to be studied. Like, they went from 32 at their peak to 182 at the bottom. Like, dude, this is an insane level to be dropping within, like, what seems like, I think it's like 3-4 months. I don't even know, but this is easily one of the biggest fall-offs we've...
Not even that. Less than that. Less time than that. We're talking like 2 months.
Yeah, so it's like easily one of the biggest fall-offs we've seen in competitive Counter-Strike. So I definitely do feel for them. It's heartbreaking, but I think the only real silver lining I can take away from this is that on individual days, on individual levels, when they're doing okay, they're still able to at least compete with the caliber of teams like Amcal, which tells me that there is a world where they can recover it nicely enough where they can at least be competitive once again within this caliber of CS. That being said, this is a wrap up on the broadcast. It was a really fun time covering all these games, but if you were having fun, there will be more of that action tomorrow as there are still more round 4 games to go, and Travis and Hayes are going to be the lovely colleagues that will be covering it. But for now, it's going to be YaLLa and M&J signing off. We'll see you tomorrow.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I'm joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Campus 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!